So, should be live, I think. Hello, guys. It's the stream everyone's been waiting for, obviously. It's about fucking Children of the Jedi. Um, Today I'm once again accompanied by Pico and by Mr. Quality Autism, who has, as you can see, very wonderful faces to present to us. Yeah. A piece of art, I have to say. Can we just keep doing this? We don't even need to talk about the book. I don't want to. Oh, man. Yes, so today we're gonna talk about Children of the Jedi. I guess my first question is, when did you read the book the last time, and what did you think of it? Let's start with you, Pico. It's been that long ago. Yeah, I see.
It's been a whole week since I last finished this book.
That's a long time for this book. And what did you think?
I I think I remember as much now as I did when I was reading the book, so it's gonna be a fun stream.
Yeah. Noah, what do you remember about Children of the Jedi? Did you like your time? Your 2 times with it?
I remember nothing about it. I read it twice and I legit don't remember anything.
Do you remember more about this book or Planet of Twilight?
I I think Planet of Twilight, maybe. I remember the hut fight.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, was good talking to you guys. See you later. Bye. Yeah.
Don't read this book, guys. It's not worth it.
Yes. So, like I've said it multiple times, I think on other streams. If you're a completionist, I guess you're gonna stumble upon this book at some point. If you're not, don't. I don't think this is even like where you can say, or courtship and Jedi Academy trilogy. I've been told it's very important for the time, or like somewhat important at least to the timeline. It's like, okay, just read it. You'll see whether you like it or not. But this book, I think, is pretty irrelevant, isn't it? Like for the greater timeline, I don't think it's really that important.
Everything
used
you need,
Callista.
everything you need in this book is set again in Darksaber. So
I guess I think you should do this over. Oh yeah, then we would have the Matt Wilkins audio. That would be sort of funny, like the brain leakage. Oh, do you think Darkness is better than Children of the Jedi, Noah?
No.
You don't.
I think I would I think I would take Children of the Jedi over Darkness because Darkness is a trilogy.
what if it's
mean-
just one of the Darkness books?
Yeah,
The last one.
What's the worst Darkness book? The last one, is it?
I think it's the last one that's the worst one. Yeah.
So if you had to read either of those, which one would you pick?
Children of the Jedi. I'm sorry. I just can't take fucking Kilix anymore. Fucking Darkness.
Yeah, I guess Children of the Jedi is mostly just it's there, like it's really a bunch of nothing.
I
Whereas
guess even if it is worse, then you won't remember it.
yeah, exactly. It's like I barely remember what happens in this book. Poof. Yeah, so I guess there you go, Faber. You have your answer. Yeah, so I suppose let's just get into it. First, I think we're gonna talk about the cover and the title. So, Children of the Jedi is the title. I think we all agree that the title sort of sucks. I don't, because the Children of the Jedi are not really important to this book. Like,
I don't even know what they are.
like I have an idea of what they are. I think. I think I remember Roganda was one of them, but yeah, they are not really like it. They are not relevant. I don't know what to say. Like it feels hard to say anything about this. So the German title is Palpatine's Auge. So like Palpatine's Eye of Palpatine, obviously. I think even Matt said that would be a better title, and I
Yes, he
agree.
did.
Yeah, and I mean I agree, I guess, because sure, like it's the more important part, quote unquote, if you can even call it that, the more important part of the book itself. So yeah, Children of the Jedi is sort of, I guess it sounds cool or something if you don't know anything, but they are pretty insignificant in the book itself. Yeah, the cover, Luke. We have Luke here. Obviously, he has an ass chin. That's something. I don't know. Is it just me, or does Luke look like very girlish on a lot of
Yeah,
covers?
he looks both he and Han. I don't like how they look. I think this
Yeah.
is one of the worst Drusen covers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess like I Jedi was Drusen as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Remember? Yeah, I mean I Jedi was like that was fine, but Luke also looked off on that. But here he's really, I don't know what I'm supposed to think. Like he doesn't look good here. I guess the girl next to him is supposed to be Callista. Like
Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, she looks fine. I guess. Nothing really to say. She looks a bit like Medusa with her hair like that. It's funny, I guess. But yeah, we have Han. Wait, I have to. Yeah, I mean Han. He looks fine, I guess. We have Princess Leia in, weirdly enough, her Hoth uniform. I don't remember if she actually wears it in the book.
I don't think so.
Yeah, she always wears like slutty dresses. That's what I heard. So,
Got a new face.
we have Tusken Raiders and Gamorreans on the front. Which
Do you guys remember the OT? Because
I do remember the. I do remember. We will have Jawas as well. Like I do remember the OT. That's cool. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of that, and the. I can't like the background. Okay. On the back you have Jawas, you have the Millennium Falcon, and 3PO, Chewie, and R2D2, and a few more Gamorreans. Yeah, I think this book almost implies as if it's on Tatooine. Like you also have the sunset there, I guess. Just weird because it isn't on Tatooine, and yeah, we'll get to why Tusken Raiders and Gamorreans and Jawas are on there, I guess. But yeah, I think that's a pretty like it's a pretty cover. Like we could have had any of these pictures as a cover instead. Like I think that would have been a big upgrade. Like the laughing Matt Wilkins. Yeah, exactly. This one. if it got reprinted with this cover, I would buy it like 10 times at least. That would be
And
funny. Or
he's like, yeah.
Or like
a pervert laughter.
It's like she's from a computer. That's cool.
Yeah, Luke literally has cyber sex in his novel.
It's such a. What did he think about when having this face? I wonder. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I guess that's really all there is to say about the cover. The New York Times bestseller. I guess this is a testament to how worthless the title New York Times bestseller actually is. And I'm glad we all accept this in the modern age now. But yeah, the cover is pretty meh and sort of misleading, I guess. But I don't know. Yeah. As someone who's almost read everything after Children of the Jedi, but not Children of the Jedi, there has never been a point where I felt I needed to read Children of the Jedi. You know what? I read Darksaber, which is immediately afterwards, and I agree.
It's the sequel to this book, and you don't need it.
Oh, wait. That's cursed. This is the team up of a century. Coming to you to kill your favorite characters and ship them off with other people.
That's probably the meeting where Troy promised Matt that he's not a sadist because he's torturing characters.
It was probably also Troy who told him that everyone agreed with killing Mara, and he just lied to his face. It's like, yeah, everyone. Like, they agreed, sure.
Everyone, especially Aaron Alston, agreed.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. he looked very comfortable explaining what happened in these books, so I'm sure he did. Yeah, no, Children of the Jedi seems like the fucking most irrelevant book in the timeline, or at least one of them. Do you think so? Like, don't forget, I made a 40-minute video why I hate courtship, and most are like, okay, there's problems to this book.
Yeah, but you can't hear it, so how is Fabus supposed to know?
That's true. I mean, Faber commented on it, but he probably didn't listen because it's impossible to listen. Your mom is a female Protestant with a gay son. Like, that's everything there's to say. A female Protestant priest, I'm sorry. Unseen Queen and Swarmo have the decency to be just over 300 pages. Jonah King, however, 544 pages. And
It's gigantic. That's what she
and
said.
that's in English. Like, how long is it in German then? Like, fucking
600.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long is Sacrifice? Also 600, right?
Joiner King's the first one, right?
Yeah.
Well, it also has a novella in the back. So
Oh yeah, it has Elesia in the back, but yeah, that's still 500 pages.
Sacrifice is also 600 pages, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Yeah.
long and painful. That's what she
yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, not as much as the covers make him out to be. I would say, like,
said.
surely-
Definitely not. He has like female eyelashes on the fucking iJedi cover. I thought it was supposed to be Mirrex or something.
The eyelashes thing. I think we brought that up with iJedi. It's like a bit. Like, I mean, look. Wait, I can just gonna just share this. Like, here, that's Mark Hamill. Sure, maybe it's not the fucking most masculine face, but like it's a normal face, and he looks very feminine on a lot of covers for.
It's like they took his face from immediately after the motorcycle accident.
Oh, yeah, that could.
Oh, the holiday special face.
Yeah, the Ken doll.
Yeah, like, look here, he looks.
I think it's fine.
Wait,
And then like a year later, he gets the accident and then turns into a Ken doll.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a bit scuffed, I guess, but Luke is a psychopath. Holiday special. Yeah, but I think it's definitely more horrible on the covers. Somewhat. Yes, they are. And there's no real reason why Luke is so big on the cover, I would say. But I mean, whatever. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Oh yeah, it does look like it, right? When Han is about to leave Echo Base, I think that's basically like a screenshot from that scene. Yeah, I think you're correct. I think you're correct. He loves violence, sort of.
He's probably thinking about Emperor Palpatine killing baby Anakin.
I mean, no one cared about him. He was just a baby, so just kill him off. What the hell?
But wouldn't it be
would have been
awesome?
sad for a while, but
Yeah, perhaps like a bit. Yeah, Faber. Yeah, I saw the picture that you sent me. Yeah, it looks like it's just the mirrored picture from her on Echo Base when Han is about to leave. So yeah, but yeah, it's weird. The Library of Congress annotation from the Darksaber audiobook says it's a sequel to Jedi Academy 3. I mean, it sort of reads like that, I guess. But yeah, I mean, timeline-wise, it's a sequel of Children of the Jedi. And
It's a sequel to both,
Yeah.
depending on the plot you're following.
Yeah, exactly, because Luke and Callista are a thing partly in this book, so it's a sequel to that. But also we have Darla and what she's been up to now. So it's
Darksaber is like 3 different books smashed into one.
Matt's face reading Darksaber for the first time when Darla returns.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
She's so great because she's stupid.
She's
I stand by it. The Darksaber is Kevin's best adult novel. Like, no question.
I agree.
Not a high bar to pass, but so far.
But I mean, you can
definitely
read I would actually recommend Darksaber to people and be like, it's not a great book, but you can have. It's a fun enough Star Wars
A
adventure.
5 out of 10 is better than a 2 out of 10. That's correct.
Yeah, like 5, 6, probably where I'm gonna be somewhere because it has it has some great stuff, I guess, and it's pretty easy and fun to read. So
And it's
I have to agree.
readable at all.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. It still has a bit of lack of structure, but definitely better than all of
I like
Jedi
how on
Academy.
Wikipedia, did you check Wikipedia? Because Wikipedia specifically says Darksaber has gone on to be one of the most disliked EU novels. And there is, I don't think there's like any source for it because
Yeah,
it's Wikipedia.
just
But
Wikipedia being Wikipedia, I guess.
yeah, and it's like no, who says that? I think most people agree nowadays that it's one of the better ones from Kevin.
JET fans, that's who says it.
Oh,
I think Matt does believe that JAT is better than Darksaber.
I think he said he would.
I think he
agree.
changed it this time. I think he changed it
Yeah,
when he
said-
reread it.
Yeah, he said like, oh, people often, even people who don't like Kevin J. Anderson say this is his best book, and Matt was like, oh, I think I can agree with that. Or at least you can definitely see why. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I would agree with that. That's definitely true. China King without the novella is just 444 pages.
That's still 530 pages in the German version, by the way.
Yep. You have a long language. That's what she said. That's how you start a book.
You kill
Yes.
Akbar.
He was. Wait, I have the Kill Akbar face here.
Oh, you mean this one?
No,
this
this was the Kill Akbar face. That
Oh, the psychotic look. Keep
Yeah.
that one. That's perfect.
I mean, yeah, I think when Callista is introduced, I will change it to this one, but so far we can take this one.
This.
Yeah, 5 to 6, I think, is a fair rating. It's a solid book. It's readable. It's pretty fun, actually.
It's Star Wars junk food, in my opinion.
Yeah, it has some very
It's consumable.
all the parts
It's not healthy, but
all the parts with Crix Medine I actually really, really like, and I wish we had more because they
Oh,
were.
Crix Medine makes a cameo in the first Rebel Force books, by the way.
Oh, that's nice to know, I guess, because he's sort of a big deal.
I don't remember where his defection. I think he's in some of the games in the Rebellion era.
I think so too. Yeah, I mean, we get the backstory of basically the entire backstory of his defection in Darksaber. So yeah. So shall we start? I guess we should just start. Chapter 1. So I think the first aspect everyone notices immediately is the prose, and I think this is something we can just get out of the way in the beginning. The prose is unread, like it's literally unreadable.
Didn't you make a comparison to like this is what a shitty author trying to copy like J.R.R. Tolkien?
Yes, this is like you read Tolkien and you think, oh, Tolkien is very descriptive, and I'm gonna be the same, but you're really bad at it, and that's how it looks like at the end. Like that's the end product, because you have. The problem is, I should have maybe read a chapter of Fellowship or something in preparation for this, but I think, as far as I remember Tolkien, it's like, okay, you have a description of a scene, very very clearly, and then you move to the dialogue, and then you're doing the dialogue, and then the scene changes, and you get the next scene. So it's very like there's a clear separation between what is happening at what point, but with this book, it's just the quote-unquote relevant information is buried upon so much word salad that you have like this was the most ironic thing I think I pointed out, is that the book is probably like the most descriptive one of the EU, yet I have the least idea of what the surroundings actually look like.
Isn't Belsavis like the main planet? Isn't that like an ice world?
No, it's partly an ice world. It's
Okay.
basically like mixed. So I remember. So Belsavis, I know that from Soto. It's one of the later planets you visit, and it's basically like mixed climate. I think it's
Were
generally
the
colder.
descriptions accurate to the game?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, to be honest. Like I think there is some locations are mentioned that are actually in the game, but I didn't cross. Yeah, I didn't check it with the game now. I think
By the way, let this sink in. Swotor took a planet from the book Children of the Jedi.
yes, and I mean they improved it. I have, but that's not a high bar. Yeah, Belsavis is sort of. I think it's generally colder than Earth, probably, but it's like mixed climate, as far as I understood it. Yeah, Belsavis is a planet in the EU now. So yeah, exactly. I brought up the Tolkien comparison because Tolkien is he's competent. He can write this, but it's like, oh, this little part of the ship at this point is this color and this is this color. Like especially the colors. There's so many colors, and I have no idea how anything looks. And that's I think that makes the book more insufferable to read because you have no idea where you are. Like that's what I appreciate about KJA, I guess, because I always get where I am. It's never hard to understand where I am. But
Because
yeah.
he keeps repeating it, but at least it's there.
Yes, but and I don't know. I've heard some people actually like the prose even, but I wouldn't know why. I don't know how you understood
It's
what was going on.
beautifully written. That's all I've been told about it. It's beautifully written. What does that mean?
Yeah, I would like to have specification on what exactly beautiful means. Like, do you have a?
We have actual examples of her great description power with the clumsy
Oh.
dancers.
Oh, we'll get to that, to the clumsy dancing, but yeah, I was so confused. Yeah. Oh, by the way, nice name, Wet Milkins. That's a good one.
The classic.
The classic, certified old classic. So, yeah, million comparisons, colors, whatever. It's no, that's a problem that is throughout the entire book.
We know what Cray looks like, though. At least
that's
we know it very well.
The only well-described element in the book is cramming the body. Yeah.
That's my next bullet point actually. So Han talks about, like, he's the first one I think to mention Cramingler in the book. He describes her as the blonde with the long legs, and it's like I think it's on page 3. It's like, oh, okay, I get where the journey's going to now. Thank you.
That's what made me put the book down after chapter 1. I was like, all right, I'm done for now.
It's like, oh yeah,
that's enough for today.
It's the hot bimbo who is very smart and also very powerful and also very everything. It's like, okay.
And
yeah.
It's also a Jedi and has been on the academy apparently for some time now.
Yeah, this is also something. The book, like the way it starts, it feels as though you're in a plot that has been going on for 100 pages already. Because like, oh, they are there now and they are attacked and there's this thing, and I don't know, it feels very like again, ironically, she's very slow in her writing, but it feels rushed in the beginning. It's like I have no idea what's going on. You should.
This feels like book 2 in a trilogy, and Darksaber feels like book 3.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's probably it, because it just starts in the middle. You have no idea who these characters really are, but they're apparently a thing. And there was also something I wondered timeline-wise, because Jaina and Jason are 3 years old in this book. And I know, the only thing I know for sure is that they are 2.5 years old in Dark Apprentice, which means like they're close to 3 in Champions of the Force. And that made me wonder, like, how long were they on the academy? So her and Nikos, her fiance, that was like, I think someone tried to explain it to me, but it was very weird. Like, oh, I guess they've been there and finished and now went away. Yeah. Yeah, then Leia. Yeah, in response to Han describing her as the blonde with the long legs, she's like, oh no, but actually she's very smart and she knows a lot about, AI and technology and stuff. And Han replies, yeah, she's still a blonde with long legs though. It's like, oh, okay. That's the thing we're gonna do now, I guess. So yeah, that was I don't even want to know. Oh yeah, Leia.
And don't forget what purpose it serves to describe Cray like that. Just so we as readers know, by the end, Luke gets to fuck an attractive woman. That's the most important aspect.
A very attractive, like Luke has no mercy. He's gonna fuck the corpse of his former student and he's gonna love it. That's also something we'll bring up because there's a very horrible scene with him in there. Yeah, something I thought was funny is that Leia got called Führerin in the first chapter. which appealed to my German instincts, I suppose. But it was a very, very brief moment. Yeah. Shit. Oh, yeah.
And also, what did they call Isolde?
The Freie.
Freie?
Oh, yeah, we gotta get to that because I love this scene. And it's sort of. I think it's probably just a mistranslation in some way, but I love that scene, and it makes. I love it in context, and maybe Pico, now that you've met Courtship, you can also appreciate that. So yeah, and Leia describes her inner, like, she has an inner dialogue about how she would just sometimes like to hire some smuggler friends to kill people who constructed the Death Star without trial. So I mean, I guess you can understand people being sort of desperate at this point for getting all of the people, like especially guys like Lemelisk. But yeah, the New Republic are the good guys. I just want to mention that. Leia would like to kill people without trial, but they are the good guys. So I mean, then again, we have no court in the New Republic, so we have to remember that. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was a weird scene where I think Leia remembered how Luke introduced himself to her on the Death Star in A New Hope. And she described it as like, oh, he was mumbling like, oh, I'm Luke Skywalker. I mean, like, if you're gonna try to recontextualize previous events, you better make sure that we don't have video of how it actually happened. Like, we know
of the Jedi, everyone.
Yeah, like, remember the OT. Also, the OT did not happen. Let's just talk about it.
It's like in the Jedi Academy trilogy when Kevin misquotes the "I'm your father" thing.
Oh, in which I don't think I remember.
I think
that.
he says Luke remembers Vader saying, "Luke, I am your father," even though Vader said, "No, I am your father."
Exact. I think that's one of the cases of, what was it called? Mandela syndrome, like something.
Yeah, Mandela effect.
Mandela effect, exactly. Yeah, where people seem to remember him saying, "Luke, I am your father," but it's actually no. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, if anything, like, it's been a while since I read it, but the Thrawn trilogy did not rely on that many, like, oh, you remember this thing from the EU, from the original trilogy? You remember this? You remember
The only one is the I know, but
yeah,
they treat it like a pet joke between them because that's when they first realized they fell in love with each other.
Yeah. I mean, they did it 2 times in the movies already, so you can say, like, okay, that's sort of established, like, it's their thing now to...
That it's a running joke, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but, like, I don't know why they think they need that, because the evidence does not support that they
because it validates their story more. I think, at least.
I'm afraid that that's actually true. Like, or if it's a vain little attempt at continuity, like, oh, remember this? This is still relevant now. I mean, okay, whatever. To me, it always feels weird when post-Thrawn trilogy Luke pursues a love interest purely based on good looks.
Oh, like Mary in the Marvel run, the most famous, best character, best love interest.
Mary, I've heard things, or Jem.
Jem is a fan favorite, absolutely. In Tom Veitch's mind, they got married for sure.
Yeah, how old is Luke in Dark Empire?
How old was he at the end of Return of the Jedi again?
He was, so Return of the Jedi is 4 years after the Battle of Yavin, right? So he's
like 23. He's like
23. Yeah.
And then Dark Empire is 7 years later.
I think the Thrawn trilogy was like 5 years after Return of the Jedi.
5 years, 6. So yeah, he's like end 20s.
Yeah, like almost in his 30s, and Jem is 16.
Is she confirmed?
I think it was confirmed that she was 16. I may misremember it, so don't quote me on that. But I think I actually remember her being described as 16 years old.
Jesus. So, and that's Luke again sleeping with one of his students.
That's also, yeah, like he sleeps with the corpses of his students, with his actual, like, students now. And okay, to be fair, Mara would sort of qualify for that as well, I guess. Yeah. But yes. Yeah, it does not seem to be in character for Luke to do that. And I mean,
according to this, she's born in 13 BBY. So, and then she dies in 10 ABY. So,
also, okay, so
I think that's legal.
Yeah, so she was 13 when Luke was 19 in year 0.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
we
okay
add
then I
then
may
we
have
add how
just-
many years?
Uh,
6 years?
Yeah, I think
10?
like
10
Or
years?
wait, hold on.
Then she would be
No, because that'd be
23.
New Hope.
no.
Yeah,
if
10
she-
years after that. So
Oh yeah, so 23. Okay.
Okay, so then
congratulations,
I must
Jem,
admit,
you're legal. That's nice.
she is legal, yeah, but yeah,
And dead.
Still not morally good that he's having sex with a student. Again.
with one that he barely, I think, can interact with because she speaks in literally another language, and they have to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did Pocahontas come out at that time, and they thought it was a cute dynamic, and they wanted to do it for Star Wars? I have no idea. But yeah, don't.
This is about Dark Empire 2. I'm okay with making fun of Jem because everyone does, because she's
Yeah,
a
like-
terrible character.
like Fabe. Come on, like it's Jem.
I would have been fine Luke having a relationship with the king himself, Emperor Tejeos Brand.
Even Maxwell does it, and he's the biggest Dark Empire 2 fan on the server.
Might be.
With
I
good
don't know.
reason.
I don't know if Blue Pig also does it. I wouldn't know, to be honest, but I would be interested in knowing what his opinion
there
on Jem is.
literally is there any fan of Jem out there? Because I know there are fans
yes.
of like Callista,
Tom
there are
V.
fans
Oh, wait, no,
of
he's dead.
Gariel.
I mean, Matt said he would have liked to have anyone other than Mara Jade. So I guess you can say he likes Jem more than Mara Jade.
How
which
about
I
people that
think
don't hate Mara Jade, just as a character?
That's true. I guess you're gonna end up with 0 at that point. Yeah.
Speaking of Luke's love interest, you're gonna enjoy Black Fleet Crisis.
Oh, there's
Oh,
another
yeah,
one
what-
there?
Arcana or something. I've heard the name.
Akana, yeah, she's not really a love interest because she and Luke go on this adventure, but they don't really develop a relationship. And by the end of the trilogy, Luke literally hates her. But Troy Denning retconned it and just said, "Oh, they actually had sex during the adventure."
I didn't
There's
know
one
that.
because there's one scene in Black Fleet. I was looking for it when I was rereading it because I couldn't remember. The scene is kind of written confusingly, but Akana is having an emotional moment, and she and Luke fall asleep together in bed. And then the
Oh.
next chapter opens, and it's like they didn't go that far; they just fell asleep, but it did create a certain emotional connection. But Troy
then
Denning was like,
Denning
"Oh no,
said-
they totally boned." That totally
Oh,
happened. Thanks,
I didn't
Troy.
even know that.
And then he
Wha-
murders her in Fate of the Jedi. Because he murders. Literally
Wait.
in the Denningverse, he kills 3 of his ex-girlfriends.
Wait,
with his
so
bare hand.
Lumaya dies. We have
Lumaya,
Arcana and
Akana
Callista
and
again, right?
Callista. Yeah, and he murders all 3 of them.
I mean, and I mean the current love interest Mara is dead. So yeah,
Yeah, she also died.
nice,
And then he has sex with her
Lorando.
ghost at the end of Revelation.
hot, very hot.
I mean, he already
Lo-
has experience fucking ghosts.
Oh yeah, we'll come to that. Lorando, yeah.
Are there any
Matt
Luke
Wilkin-
love interests in the Corellian trilogy?
There is no love interest. There's
Only
Gariel.
Lando's?
She was the love interest in Truth at Bakura, but she's fine. And she
Yeah,
and Luke don't have
I think
anything
she's
in common.
married in Corellian trilogy. I think I've heard that.
She's a widow by that point. And
Oh,
Luke and
okay.
Mara later adopt her daughter. But yeah.
Oh, that's sort of cute, I guess. So. Lorando, yeah. Matt Wilkins hates Mara Jade so much that he dropped to Tumblr Glee shipping levels. Yeah, I remember those. So
Where is
Yeah,
the
okay,
face?
so-
I remember.
I remember those days. So yeah, they are on at the end of the chapter. They are on. They're on Ethor. Like we saw that one in the Jedi Academy trilogy already for some like diplomatic mission. And then there's a dude, and the dude is called, and I don't know if I can really pronounce it correctly. Drup McCumb, which very like I don't want to say McCumb because that sounds very very awkward, but that's his
But that's
name.
what it is. Drop McCum.
It's- Yeah, I mean McCum would be the correct pronunciation, which is very unfortunate. Like he's some smuggler apparently who's gone insane, and he tries to assassinate Han. Once again, it doesn't seem like Han is very much like guarded by, guards.
I mean, the New Republic hates him. That's
The New Republic wants to kill him.
They keep Han around so he's like the first line of defense for Leia.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
He's a
May-
bodyguard.
I
Maybe
think
Harris.
Discord is fixed, by the way.
Oh, that's cool. I guess. Maybe Harrison Ford was part of the creative process in the EU, and he was like, "Please just kill off my character." And they always like got very close to it, but never actually did it.
Remember how Troy Denning wanted to murder Han in Sacrifice instead of Mara?
Yeah, which makes this was the plan, and everyone got silent. Like,
Because they knew it was the right decision.
I'm gonna love when we go to Sacrifice. I'm looking forward to it.
It's probably gonna be our longest stream, actually,
It might.
because we're gonna have to get receipts from other books.
Oh yeah,
that.
like we're gonna get really autistic on that one, I think. Yeah. The children are also with them on Ether. Like, you should remember at the point, like at the beginning of every book, that Han and Leia actually do have 3 children, which is something you get to you could forget very quickly when you read them. But yeah.
Oh yeah, wait until fucking Hand of Thrawn. That's the best insertion of the children, because they show up in one chapter at the beginning, and then Zahn realizes he has nothing to do for the children or Chewbacca in the story, so he just sends them off with Chewie to Kashyyyk, and they are hanging out with Chewie's family.
I mean, on a planet with a bunch of like 2 meter high people who are all on your side, I guess that makes more sense than just bringing them to battle basically with you. But yeah.
Yeah, but it's a fun way how the Bantam era just writes the children out whenever they need it. Like,
which is it's so weird. Like, I don't know.
I mean, they are the young and
Melinza?
junior Jedi Knights later on.
Oh yeah, remember Melinza, Noah? One of my favorite part of the Journeyverse is how that plot point was expanded on and totally not ignored.
Melinza. I legitimately, Sivat, you need to expand on this. I legitimately don't remember this character. Melinza.
I've watched a lot of your Journeyverse stuff. I don't remember you ever bringing up that name, to be honest.
I think Sivat is trying to gaslight me. Like,
this is a thing that doesn't actually exist, but he's
no, he wants to break my brain completely. I'm writing the Rebellion era chronology. My brain doesn't need any more.
Melinza Thanas was a human.
Oh,
female
it's the
born.
daughter of Gariel. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
She's okay. I remember now.
Nice.
Yeah, she gets ignored in the Denningverse. She doesn't exist anymore.
Wonderful. I always.
Thank you, Sivat. I just got it.
Yeah, chapter 2. Chapter 2 was when I realized that this book had 458 pages in German, but only 24 chapters. And I hate that. I hate long chapters so much. We had like 30-page chapters.
Wait till you get to the Force Heretic trilogy.
Oh,
those are good books, but the chapters, they don't have chapters.
Yeah.
Really.
There are 4 chapters each book.
Ooh, yeah, but
each chapter is like 80 pages. Essentially. There are breaks in between, just not with like numbers, just.
Oh, I hate when that's something I hate about our comic, like our hardcover comic collections, is that you have no like in between when one issue stops and the other.
Oh, they take out the covers and put them in the back. I hate it when they do that.
Yes, they did exactly that, and it's like that would have been a perfect chance to put the covers in between where the actual issue stops.
That's why the covers. That's why they exist. So it's a break.
Yeah, I mean they are. I love that we get these collections because they're hardcover collections with a big spine picture, 120 issues. It's like, okay, that's cool as fuck. But yeah.
I mean, it's worse when you don't know when one story ends and another begins. Because they put different comics in like one thing.
That's what they did for the newspaper strips, right? I think. Didn't they do that for the newspaper strips when they were releasing them in comics?
Yeah, because I was looking at my Marvel Epic collection for the newspaper strips. What I'm gonna read next is the Ord Mantell story, and it does the first part. It says Bounty Hunter of Ord Mantell Part 1. It shows the cover, and then the comic starts. But the next cover says Bounty Hunter on Ord Mantell Part 1, and then Part 2, and then Darth Vader Strikes Part 1. So those 2 comics go into each other, and I don't know where one ends and the other starts.
Yeah, I hate it when they like, and we also have this thing like random Tales comics just sprinkled in. Like I think
at the end, because they were like, oh, I guess we still have some pages like to make this a bit bigger. We're just gonna take Tales because we're never gonna make all of this like translated or something.
Do you remember this one comic? I think it was a Tales comic, like this random blonde Jedi who crash lands on some planet and he saves like a princess or something.
No, that's Republic. That's the worst. That's the one shot in Republic. Star Crash. It's
Yeah.
Yoshi, the Jedi Knight
Yeah,
Yoshi.
exactly. It's like, oh, I actually would have liked to know how that ends, but yeah,
Yeah.
we never
Oh,
get
I think ABGPenia wanted to kill him off in the Clone
one.
Wars.
Yeah, of course he did.
In my canon, in my Jedi Prince fanfictions, which you all should read, he's Ken's grandfather.
Oh, nice.
I'll read it when I actually read
Did he,
the first
did he manage?
first six Jedi Prince.
Did he manage to marry his princess that he saved? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, I gave him a happy end.
Nice. Now I'm looking forward to it more, especially because I have the Jedi Prince in hardcover actually from Barnes and Noble for like that was
Same.
they were
Nice.
cheap.
I got
They
both
were
of them.
really cheap. I was pretty lucky. You can treat the POV changes in Force Heretic as new chapters. Okay, yeah. So I guess I'm gonna have to. I have to just make up my mind. Many chapters make it so much easier to set up a reading schedule. Yes, that's what that's what I unironically love about Darksaber. It's like 60 plus.
It's
chapters.
63 chapters, so you can you'll flip to the back,
Yep.
see how many chapters there are, and then figure
It
out
also makes
how much
you
you're going to read each day.
faster, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, same. It's
Psychologically.
because yeah, exactly. That's actually it's just a psychological thing. But I'm like, oh, okay, I have because like if I start a chapter, I want to finish it. But sometimes I feel like I don't have the time to commit to a 30-page chapter now. But
It's
maybe
why-
yeah.
It's why binging 24-minute shows is way easier than binging 48-minute shows.
Yes, because the initial investment is lower, but like when you're in, and you're gonna invest more. But it's better. It's just better psychologically to have shorter chapters. And when I saw 24 chapters and 458 pages, I was very like, I mean, not like I was motivated before, but that made me lose a lot of it.
All right.
So.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna drop out right now. I have to record a review
Oh, okay, nice.
for Batman Gothic.
Oh, yeah.
Because Sivert is then gonna own me something.
You did promise it to him, so yeah, you should probably do it.
All right, I'm gonna do this
All
right
right.
now. I'm gonna leave this on. I may return later on.
All right, thanks for being on.
Oh wait,
and
should I? Yeah, before I go,
Mhm.
what avatar should stay here? I have a lot of metal
Oh,
bits.
that's a good. Do the most perverted one. Like, which one would you would think?
I
is
have Kissing Wilkins. I have Big Mouth Wilkins. Soy. Laughter.
Yeah, this one. I think the laughter one is probably like this or this one. Yeah, I think that one's pretty fine. Yeah, you can leave that one.
Okay.
All right, have fun and maybe see you later.
Yeah. See you later.
Bye bye. Same. Ending mid chapter is so unsatisfying, and even if there is a clear cut, like that's when I feel a bit better doing it. But yeah, I hate when you have to do that. It's unsatisfying to read just in your mind. Yes. So okay. So we get what in chapter 2 we sort of get what the children of the Jedi are. So like there's a place like it's basically like a big house or a sort of village. It's called Plet's Well is what it's called in the beginning, and then it sort of slowly moves into Plet's Citadel. So this Plet guy, maybe I've written it down in my notes later on, but I have no idea actually now. I think this Plet guy was just a Jedi Knight, and he built up this remote village for surviving Jedi families on Belsavis. So Belsavis is the planet that is introduced in this book. And yeah, like half the book is actually about that, and we'll get to what's happening there. But yeah, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna talk about anything before now because I have no idea. I don't remember. I need to reach my notes. Yes. So the drop McCum guy. He was apparently one of the guys who encountered Han on Ord Mantell. Like that's something I think that Han mentions. So. I mean, I guess that's nice.
One of the 17 bounty hunters of Ord Mantell.
Yeah, I heard that on Noah's stream yesterday. It's like, oh, of course they didn't manage to just find one guy. It has to be like 70 different people. Yeah, but Drop McCump is one of them. So take that like, as you wish. Cray Mingler is very beautiful. We get repeated descriptions about that, and we're gonna get them until the end of the book. So look forward to that. Oh yeah, now we're getting to what Noah alluded to before. So in this book, we get a mention of Isolde, And the German term that I think even Leia herself, like or that, just the how do you call him? Just the storyteller, like it's in third person, obviously. So
The narrator.
the narrator, exactly, yeah. He described Isolde as Leia's first Freier. Freier is the German term that's used. And the funny thing about that term, I've looked it up because I wanted to have the actual definition. There's two definitions of it. Definition number one would be somebody trying to get a lady, just generally speaking, which I categorize as false because we know that is not true for Isolde. And the other the other translation from German into English, Freier is the customer of a prostitute, which I think the guys watching here from the Discord server know my feelings about the courtship book and how I do feel like Mon Mothma is acting like a pimp and selling Leia like a prostitute. And the fact that Isolde gets called by the narrator, not Han being insulting or something, but from the narrator he gets called Freier, so customer of a prostitute. I was like, probably a mistranslation, like somewhere it's lost in translation probably somewhere, but I laughed and I hoped maybe Hambly had or the localizers, I guess, had like a little moment of sanity and basedness before returning to the book. Yeah, I think I can put that into my headcanon that yep, they refer to him now as as someone who just wanted to go to a brothel and take a chick with him. Yep, I'm gonna accept that. The best scene probably from the book, I would say. So, oh yeah, Leia is jealous of Cray Mingler because she's a blonde with long legs. Okay, sure. Yeah, something that I mentioned before, Cray was on Yavin already, which means she also finished her training. That made me question how the timeline added up. Like I always try to orient myself on the age of the twins because if you get the age, it's like okay, you can sort of bridge the gap between the books and guess what happened at which point. But that was weird a bit for me. Okay, so yeah, this is something set up in the beginning, and I guess it's sort of paid off in the end. There is a woman called Stina Dre Singh Shah. So she's like a university professor at this point, and I think she was sort of involved in the construction of the Death Star. That's what her thing was. And the New Republic wondered, because she was assassinated, and they didn't know who did it and what even the motivation was, because this woman hadn't done anything really for quite a long time. I don't think it's mentioned that she got prosecuted for constructing the Death Star, which is sort of weird. But okay, I guess she got a university license, so whatever. But yeah, she gets killed.
Well,
yeah,
they're not a court. They're a republic, right? So
they are not a court. They are a government. So we have
Yeah.
to give them that. They can't prosecute anyone. That's obviously true. And anything mentioning the opposite is disrespectful. So let's remember that. Nikos Ma also was described as coming to Yavin over a year ago. I think even explicitly over a year ago. That also over a year ago means Nikos Ma was there during the JAT, which is I don't think that. I mean, I guess we have faceless, students there.
I don't know anymore.
But I guess Nikos Ma was there before Callister, but because Jason and Jaina are 3 years old in this book, and they are 2.5 in Dark Apprentice. So over a year means like at the very beginning he must have been there. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm not sure. I think this was even wrong. People pointed out oh, okay, he was supposed to join there, but it's not well described here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. So okay, yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote a note down saying Nikos Ma is RoboCop, which essentially is what he is. So Nikos Ma had some degenerative, I think, nerve, a nerve disease or something. His nervous system broke down somewhat, and he died. And apparently, with the help of Siruk technology, which I guess is a nice connection to Bakura, Truce Bakura, and with the vast knowledge of technology, Cray managed to more or less essence transfer his his being somewhat into a droid body, or like into a mechanical body. And I think the thing is here, there's this question throughout the book on like how alive is Nikosma really.
Yeah, there's an interesting question there, and this book doesn't even come close to attempting to answer the.
No, and we will get to that at the end. Is it seems that the book actually find a nice way to resolve this. Like there's a conflict almost. So the one thing that is clear is that the memories of Nikosma were basically more or less copied and put into this droid body. So the thing called Nikosma now that is there knows everything that's happening, like that happened around him, that's happening currently. He knows how he's supposed to act around Cray. So Cray, obviously his fiance, and what their relationship is. He's sort of there, but he's also like obviously he's very like emotionless. He has the mannerisms of a droid somewhat, like sometimes the way he looks and the way he moves. It's clear that, of course, like something isn't quite human about him anymore. And I guess this is an interesting question, I have to say. I mean, it is interesting, sure.
I think the book should have been about AI and the morality of it.
You could have.
What is humanity? There's something there you can make, and
Yeah.
this book just doesn't.
This is the same.
It's so easy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of essence transfer. I'm iffy about the power in and of itself, but I mean, I guess it's in here now. You have to deal with it, and yeah, like it's even the same for Callista being in the computer.
As we'll find out later, this isn't in. This actually isn't essence transfer. It just. It's
that's true. It's
they're different entities, Nikos
Yeah.
and then Nikos AI.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. But right now you're like left wondering what exactly is this deal. But yeah, the same. I mean, it's the same thing for Callista being in the in the computer. We'll get to that. There is something you can do with it if you need to write it like that, but it's not. It's not. There's not a good solution.
This book
for
doesn't
that.
do it.
No, it does not, and it actually like destroys this setup in like 20 pages, and we'll get to that. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we got it like on Belsavis. We had the secret Jedi colony. They hid from the Empire there, and I guess that now they want to go there at some point. So that was chapter 2. Chapter 3. So right. If any of you have played Soma, this essence transfer stuff is really horrifying. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Soma, but I've never played it. I think I've heard like, oh yeah, I think Mauler praises Soma a lot. I think he really loves the game, and I've heard good stuff about it. But yeah, I mean, like I said, there is something interesting you can do with it, and like, how human are you at what point, and what makes you less human? But the book more or less poses the question, but it never answers it. Yeah, I heard good stuff. Maybe I mean, if I want to play horror, I have to finish Resident Evil 2 first, so before buying another horror game, Yes, so Luke has some like, so Luke is sensing incoming danger. That's basically like the beginning of chapter 3, and he has this sort of deja vu with how he's used to sense like incoming danger with a Tusken back in the day, which I guess it was a nice sort of reference. Yes, so like we said, there seems to be some consciousness within Nikos, and they want to try to bring it out of him, basically. Yes, that's true. But even towards the end, where you want to be like, okay, we're aware that Nikos isn't quite the same anymore, but we can sort of accept like the way he is now. That would have at least been a nice conclusion, but it wasn't the conclusion he got. But yeah, exactly, it's very trivialized. There's a big question, and it's sort of sad that this is the book that brought it up and never properly answered it. Yep. So Luke, so that was the scene where Luke smiled. He had to smile because, and that's a direct quote from the book, Cray would even wear fashionable stilettos for a jungle expedition.
Which is retarded, but okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, if there's mud there, like, you're gonna trip. You can't walk in those. Like, don't women struggle wearing those, like, just on the street? You want to tell me that she's gonna wear those in the jungle? Why? Like, but yeah, she's wearing stilettos in the jungle now, I guess. Yeah, she is prime girlfriend material. That's a big glaring setup. So make sure you don't forget it, because it's gonna be brought up later again. Oh yeah, so Cray obviously was the one who managed to save Nikos, and we get a bit of backstory and how she did it. So while studying as a Jedi on Yavin 4, she was, and I do quote again, hypnotizing and drugging herself to gain enough knowledge about programming, computer chips, etc. Hypnotizing, I suppose I can buy that, but how is a woman on a planet that has, as we know, because the JAT set it up, no communication towards the outside world, how exactly is she drugging herself? Like,
Well, you see, Darksaber actually fixes this because they do have connection to the outside world now. So
which is disrespectful. I mean, it was set up that they don't have, and it was a good setup. Like, we have to accept it now. But yeah, like, I mean, we know the only ones who sort of regularly came to this planet were Wedge and Han. So am I supposed to believe that Wedge and Han secretly smuggled drugs to her? Because Luke apparently, like, I think it was like an open secret, but they didn't know, and okay, she drugged herself. That's healthy, I guess. That's something a Jedi Master would support and not ask any questions about. Yay.
maybe Cray is Walter White, and she just made a meth lab downstairs or something. I don't know.
Jesus Christ, can you imagine, like, who? I want to know who would be Jesse Pinkman. Like, we need accomplice for that. Maybe like Kip Duran or something.
Yeah, Kip Duran.
he does look like a Jesse Pinkman, I have to say. So you could do it. Yeah. Okay. Then there's another part that was really confusing to me, and we have Luke talking to Nikos, and he asks him to, like, generate random numbers, and I have no idea what this is about. I'm sorry, but apparently, like, Luke wants to find out in some way. Like, he tries to enter his mind and see if there's, I guess, a force presence within him, and he asks him, like, can you generate random numbers? And he's like, sure, I can. And so he does, and he generates what are supposed to be coordinates. And then Luke decides to travel to those coordinates. And I don't, do you understand what?
No, I don't. I reread that part a few times. Like, wait,
I tried to remember, like,
right.
I tried to remember, like, did Nikos know anything, and that's why. But he's asking him to generate random numbers, so I don't even know why would he assume that is a location that he needs to check out now.
I don't know.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, he has coordinates now, and that means Luke will go somewhere. Yeah. That's something that happened. Oh yeah, there was this little passage in the book, like the little sentence where it's like, no one asks the man who destroyed the Sun Crusher questions anymore. Thanks for pointing that out. I was almost afraid we never got to reference again how someone committed genocide and never got got away with it. But good to know that this is still a thing. Yes, oh yeah, by the way, the coordinates that Luke found, I'm not sure if this is the proper English translation. That's how I translated it from German, is a Moonflower Nebula. I think that's
correct. I'd have to go pull up my book, and I don't want to.
It's been too long, I understand. So, oh yeah, this book also calls the galaxy the Milky Way.
I checked. I do remember checking that page, and it doesn't say that in the English version. So I guess it was the translators that did that.
I guess, yeah, because in German it says Milchstraße, which is our galaxy. So yeah, that's okay. I guess then mislocalization, sort of funny. Oh yeah, and in this chapter, so they travel to this Moonflower Nebula, and it's it's in an asteroid field basically, and we get what might unironically be the best line of literature I have ever read in my life. So there are asteroids there, and these asteroids are, of course, moving. And at some point, they get attacked, and they look at the asteroids, and they've moved, and they are now closer together. And in fact, we get the sentence on how close they are, which is asteroids are rubbing against each other with the silent, dull clumsiness of ex-fiancés at a party. And I have no idea what to tell you. Like that, I mean, I guess it's not the what. Perhaps it's a bit of a different translation in English. I translated it from what it says in German. I was asking, like, is this maybe like an English and American idiom? And I think Noah also said once that he tried asking people that, and it's like, no, we don't know what it means. Yeah. So if you ever wondered how close asteroids can get, like ex-fiancés at a party,
That's how close.
This is excellently written, by the way. I just want to point that out.
It's high art, actually. It's beautiful.
It's better than Kenobi. It's better than Plagueis. Never forget all of that.
Also, I checked. It is in fact Moonflower Nebula.
Moonflower Nebula. Okay, that's good, I guess. Yeah. What a nice name. So they're being attacked, and the thing is, like, that's a setup. Obviously, they don't see a ship attacking them, but they're still, like, lasers are coming at them. They wanted to go to a planet called Zop or whatever, however you're supposed to pronounce it. A planet that somehow was colonized by Gamorreans. But they get incapacitated, so their ship is attacked, and they are, like, just, I think, drifting through space. Yeah, and that's chapter 3. I don't know what to say. Moving on, chapter 4. So Luke has a concussion, and he treats it. So we get, like, I think from Silgal, he managed to learn a bit more about healing, which is also weird. Like, but okay, I guess Silgal is the one who specializes in healing, and she would know that more. But yeah, like, he's increasing blood flow in certain areas of his brain, basically, to get himself to function again. And I was like, okay, this seems like a nice sort of not OP way in treating himself, but it's setting up something which is throughout the entire book, which is Luke is injured, like, very injured, and he is beaten up, and he's almost always close to death. And I don't like. You can do that temporarily, but if this entire book is about, like, oh my god, he's in pain all the time, and he's tired, and this gets, like, repeated every chapter he's in. Like, okay, at some point it's just a bit tiring to hear that. I don't know. I did not find it compelling. And yeah, and I think Matt wasn't who said, like, oh, there was the Luke problem, quote unquote, which is apparently him being OP. And then this was one of the ways to fix it. Like, the problem is, whether you even agree or not, that this is the problem that Luke has in the Bantam era, which I would argue is not the problem.
I reject that premise altogether.
His personality is the problem, not his power level. But even if you accept that as a premise, it's like, okay, you injuring him and him being temporarily, like, weaker, this does not fix his power level. It just means you've temporarily decreased it. But at some point, when he's fully healed again, he would, by that logic, be, like, fully powerful again. You have not permanently incapacitated him. But yeah, I mean, that's the shtick for this book. He's going to be injured throughout it. Yeah, Cray. So obviously Cray was with Luke on the ship. She bled from her head, but I think Luke described it. She's braiding her hair again, and Luke thought about how this was impressive because she's doing it without a mirror. But if anyone can do it, it would definitely be Cray. I don't know what to say to this.
I like that we both wrote down that line.
Yeah, I mean,
what does that even mean?
Like, he's almost dying. It's like, oh yeah, impressive. But if anyone can do it, it's her. It's like, okay. You're almost dead, and she's bleeding from her head, but you're concerned about her braids.
I don't think
Yeah,
braiding your hair is that hard, is it?
I, I guess. I mean, okay, I don't have long hair. I wouldn't know, but like, I don't think. Is it that impressive to point out while you're close to dying? Perhaps I don't know. I, I, I don't live in a galaxy. I mean, Star Wars was always stupid, obviously.
It's
So-
silly. In 1977, in the background of A New Hope, a stormtrooper bumped his head. So like, why even bothering trying to criticize it? Like,
Movies about space wizards intended for children. Patrick Willems explained this a long time ago, and there's no need for us to go through it again, obviously. Yeah. Oh yeah. So there's a broken door. I think it's on the ship, and it means it needs to be opened with brute force, which apparently the droids, meaning Nikos, like sort of Nikos, which I understand, but also 3PO have more of. I I don't know if I buy that C3PO is like physically strong. I don't get that impression from him that
he
he's
can't move his arms.
Yeah, like didn't he like when he sometimes knocks against the door and it's like very timid. Like, do you want to tell me he's like holding back and he is actually like Goku of the Star Wars universe and he can move away? Like he could have just like could he just break into Jabba's palace? Is that a thing? Perhaps I don't know. But yeah, apparently 3PO is very physically strong. No, he's not. Like, there's so much stuff he could have done if he was really physically strong, and I don't believe he is. Sorry. Yeah. There is a guy who saves them, so they're crash landing on some planet. I think it's this Zop planet, but don't ask me which one it is. I think it's this one. They get saved by someone called Triff Pothman, like a former stormtrooper. And we're gonna get like why he's even there, but he's like a pretty old guy by now, and he's used to be a stormtrooper. Oh yeah, he obviously like he interacts with the group, and he also sees Cray and says, "It's good to see a good-looking young woman again," and he winks at her. Don't forget, Cray Mingler is insanely attractive. This is very important for the book. So there's a battle moon, basically. That's the thing now, which is called the Eye of Palpatine. Apparently, only the Emperor knew about it being a thing. You know how this comic called Dark Empire? There's this guy who got like who resurrected, and he was like he could have needed a few weapons, and we had that with the JAT, or like the Sun Crusher was a thing, but also like the Eye of Palpatine is a thing during Dark Empire. Why doesn't he call the Eye of Palpatine during Dark Empire?
Because he
Because he's very smart.
yeah,
Obviously. I mean,
he was busy giving Leia a holocron and then letting her escape because he's an idiot. So
he's yeah. It's a very like the smartest individual in the entire galaxy, perhaps. Like, I mean, obviously, Cray Mingler is smarter because she knows AI, but
and to braid her hair, she also knows that.
she can braid her hair while bleeding and having no mirror. Like that's, I mean, like skilled woman who doesn't like a skilled woman. Yeah. Apparently, like I thought in this chapter that Triff Pothman died. He did not. Like that's something I miswrote in my notes. But he was shot, so I assumed he was dead. But as we know from the Kenobi show, like being killed does not really mean being killed. Like shot in the stomach or something, or stabbed in the stomach. Like what does that mean, really? You know, it's minor.
Just walk it
wound.
off.
Stand up, like I just imagine this Andrew Tate meme, like, oh, what you have a heart, like you have a heart attack? No, whatever. Like, stand up, drink a coffee, go on. It's like, yeah, exactly that. So he survives. Yeah, that's that chapter. Like they get attacked by like a landing ship or something, and you don't quite get yet what is exactly attacking them, but it's just some military ship. chapter 5, I guess this is on Belsavis now, so there apparently is a pretty impressive Jedi construction on Belsavis. Han saw this and commented on it, saying that's a pretty impressive technical achievement for people who went through the galaxy with nothing but a sword. He said it like explicitly unimpressed. And I was like, isn't it a bit late for Han now to still make fun of Jedi as like being weird wizards? Like in Darksaber, actually, now that I read, he's like, okay, when Luke calls out to Leia in Darksaber, he's like, okay, he still doesn't understand what the Jedi are, but he understands like he needs to trust their instincts when it's about the Force and it's not just a bunch of hocus pocus. This did not read like it. It read like, oh yeah, stupid weird.
You see, this is the book where he makes the change, right? Right after this is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously. I mean, when he said, "May the Force be with you" in A New Hope, you could guess that perhaps it's at that point. But obviously,
he's still making fun of it at that point.
Yeah.
It was irony.
Yeah, like it's just sort of like fun jabs, and not like he was explicitly unimpressed by the construction, while still saying like, oh yeah, pretty impressive for people like who only had a sword. Like, okay, whatever. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like I've been walking around with fried kidneys for like 15 years at this point, and I'm fine. So obviously, that's all cool. Okay, so yeah, we get a whole lot about their agriculture on Belsavis, and I was bored to tears. Like is it necessary to know anything about this? Because it felt like, you had this dialogue sprinkled in, but 50, like buried in 50 words about agriculture, and it has no point reading that. It's just,
It seemed like it should be in a source book.
yes, exactly. Like, it's fine to have that information, just not in a novel that is
Unless it's plot relevant, then.
Yep. But like, I hoped, I guess, that this was some form of setup, but it obviously was not. And yeah, it's fine to have that information, but not in a novel that is supposed to be somewhat important. I mean, it's not, but yeah. So, okay, there's something beneath this Plet's house. The Jedi apparently implanted fake memories in the population of Belsavis to make them believe that the Empire attacked the house at some point. That's why everyone on Belsavis still believes that it happened when it actually did not. Apparently people try to go there and find stuff all the time, but they can't. Like they don't find anything because it's like, I suppose, either well hidden or it's just a legend what's going on there. And yeah, Leia like let her mind drift, and then she had a vision about there be like, she's, I think, also underground, and there was just a wall, and then Leia had a vision and there was a door in the wall which actually wasn't there. And I don't know how anything of this is relevant, but I'm saying this to you because I wrote it down. I have no idea what to tell you. I don't know what's happening. I'm sorry. And I can't be bothered to try and make sense of it because it's like, this is barely human language. And you may guess it from the way I'm trying to tell you this, but like, it's difficult to believe a human being wrote that. I'm sorry. I'm sure Hambly is a wonderful person in private, but
She could actually be a really good writer. This
needs
is
someone
not a good sign.
Yeah.
But
she perhaps, if she had some focus, perhaps she could do something. But yeah, this is not it. Chapter 6, I guess. So yeah, Luke's head is screwed. He has a vision about women and children being slaughtered and cut apart. Nice. I always like me some gore in Star Wars. He remembers that he returned to Tatooine for the Return of the Jedi. He just has these deja vus. They're sort of like, they're just there because this is like his way of, I don't know, like making connections and remembering stuff and having visions about the future. I guess it's not all of it really connects. it feels a bit all over the place, like because people have a lot of visions in this, and like visions seem to be like something that you should have maybe once or twice in a story. I mean, it sounds a bit arbitrary, but just once or twice to get you on some course and not constantly like, oh, there's this vision about this now and this about this now, and it doesn't really connect to anything. Oh yeah, and apparently, okay, so they are on a ship now, so they are on the Eye of Palpatine. And apparently he was filled with something called an indoctrination. Like I translated this as indoctrination unit. I'm not sure what the original thing is. So like something that is implanted in their head, and basically makes them like sort of behave like stormtroopers, which sounds very useful. Like why why do yourself why make so much work, why put so much work into actually brainwashing people if you just have this piece of useful tech that can do it for you? Because I don't think this is something that will ever get mentioned again existing. This seems like a one-off thing introduced and cancelled in this book.
If the EU went on, do you think it could have been tied into the Clone Wars inhibitor chip?
TCW. Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they would have done it because, like, I mean, then again, they wrote they wrote Callista into TCW.
I think Pena would have done it eventually. Honestly,
he might have done like a little reference thing to it. Yeah, like, oh, this was something that they still had from the Galactic Republic, like the inhibited chips they got used now as indoctrination things. You could have had that, yeah. I mean, I was about to say like they're not gonna bother connecting to Children of the Jedi, but then again, they did write Callista into a TCW tie-in novel.
Yeah.
Yeah. TCW, everyone. Yeah, but it's not a bigger thing. It's just something in this book. Cool. Yeah, so they are now on the Eye of Palpatine. So it's basically like a ship hidden in a meteor. That's why they couldn't see it before. They are there with Gamorreans, white furry beings with 3 legs. I'm trying to. I wrote down the name of their species at some point, but that was what they were described at in this chapter. And yeah, I was a bit confused. I thought like actual human stormtroopers were on there, but as far as I understand now from the ending, I don't think there actually is anyone left. I think it's just weird aliens there. Which, okay, yeah, whatever. I mean, the stormtroopers would have been old by now, and yeah, they like a big thing in this book is that there are 2 Gamorrean tribes on this ship. Like so obviously they are all on the ship because they are indoctrinated as well. So the shtick of the Eye of Palpatine is that they can send like a landing ship to some planet. They can collect, like that. The mission is that they automatically collect like some slaves or something, or some people to work there or something. They get implanted with these indoctrination units, and then they are like brainwashed. And the thing with the Gamorreans is like with all of the species is that you somehow have the specialities of the Gamorrean race, but also like the command structures and like the typical behavior of stormtroopers, and it's weirdly mixed together because you still have these tribal fights, but then they're like, oh no, this is rebel scum, or it's like deserters or whatnot. I have no idea what to tell you, but this is the thing now. So the Eye of Palpatine, supposedly an Imperial ship, is full of indoctrinated aliens, and you don't really find out yet why. But yeah. Oh yeah, Luke. So they are somewhat sentient. This is the thing, because I guess this is the chip that gave him that. And Luke is treated as a prisoner, as far as I understand, but he gets to keep his lightsaber, which is very lucky. I don't understand. Like, perhaps they don't know that this is a weapon. I have no idea, but yeah, it seems like something they would have inspected. But okay, I guess it's stupid Gamorreans. Cray gets abducted. I legit don't care. I think she gets saved like at the end of the book, so she's basically abducted throughout. It's like whatever. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's another horrible prose scene. is we get introduced to Buliak. So Buliak is the matriarch of the ruling Gamorrean tribe. They are called the Gagfets, and she's described as she has long, grayish green braids dangling heavily onto the cold, bitten flesh of her 6 gigantic breasts. You know, if there's something I always knew I didn't need to know about Star Wars is how many and how big the tits of Gamorreans are. Like this is just something I didn't need to know. And the weird part is this isn't the only time that her tits get referenced in this book, and it makes me uncomfortable. Because I have to wonder, why is it mentioned? Is that there's no reason for it. I guess.
Why are there Gamorreans in this book to begin with?
Why are there Gamorreans in the book? That's the first thing. And why do we get descriptions of their tits? But yeah, if you ever wondered how Gamorrean tits look like, they have 6 ones, and they are fucking massive. So, you know, have fun with that information, I guess. So apparently now we get to know what the purpose of the Eye of Palpatine was. Its purpose is that it is supposed to go to Belsavis and to destroy the place that the children of the Jedi are hidden on. So the Empire has knowledge where they are, and they constructed this weapon just to send it there and to destroy them. I just want to say that they have no ships, and they know where their location is. I don't know why there needs to be a whole.
Just send one Imperial Walker.
Yeah, like not even like Star Destroyer. Like just bomb them from space with a capital ship. Like what are they gonna do? It's like the same thing I had with Courtship when it was like Gethzarian, the mother, like the matriarch witch of the tribe, and it's like Palpatine was afraid of her. It's like, you can answer a lot of questions and solve a lot of problems in this book with just, you know what, send a Star Destroyer there and let it shoot down. Just shoot. What are they gonna do? Nothing. They could have killed them immediately.
That's why Darksaber's based, because they do that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, wait, there's Jedi there. They have no defense. Yeah, wait, we're gonna just send our fleet there. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, oh, yeah, I guess that's a thing. Yeah, no, that's true. But this book treats it as though, you have to have this big, impressive ship hidden in a meteor to destroy them. And it's like, why? It makes no sense. I have no idea what this is. But yeah, this is the thing now. Yeah, Luke tries to get info about like the purpose, like what's happening, what's going on from the board computer, and it's he has no success, which I speculated, okay, this is Callista. I was right, yeah, Callista is in that board computer. Oh Jesus, okay. Chapter 7. Yeah, there are Jawas on this ship as well. One of the Gamorreans wants to shred them. I somewhat hoped that he did, but he didn't manage. Luke calls himself Major Calrissian from Imperial Intelligence. Yeah, and they sort of buy that. It's like, oh yeah, okay, you're Major Calrissian from Imperial Intelligence. I get it. Okay, it's sort of an irrelevant thing just sprinkled in there. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was like, okay, it's in character, obviously, for Luke to not want Jawas to get shredded, but it's like, it all felt like filler, what was happening. Like, this book is just, it's like maybe 20 pages of story and, 400 pages of filler. It's very, it's very, very bad and too long. Luke and 3PO want to try to find a way to the hangar to get out. Luke was sort of intrigued by seeing that, how human the computer was, which Callista, that's obviously set up. Yeah. Whatever. Oh, we have guest here. Hello, Greyholm.
Greetings. I am very late.
Don't worry, we're only on chapter 7.
I hate
I was
this book so
debating.
much. I hate this book so fucking much.
So,
Yeah.
Jedi Academy trilogy is easily wiped out by this, I assume?
That's something we'll get to at the end.
I
think.
remember the Jedi Academy trilogy at the very least.
That's true.
By the way,
Yeah.
just something I'd like to say. What have I told you that Hand of Thrawn did not just go out of its way to retcon a lot of the Jedi Academy trilogy, but went out of its way to retcon this as much, if not possibly even more?
You mean Children of the Jedi?
Yeah, Hand of Thrawn. Wait, did I say Jedi Academy trilogy retcons this? Hand
No,
of
no, you said
Thrawn
Hand of Thrawn.
retcons this. Okay, good. Hand of Thrawn retcons this at least as much as the Jedi Academy trilogy, if I remember it correctly.
I'll have to reread it, or I guess re-listen to the
Based.
audiobook, because
The only thing it
read it
tries to
before.
go after more
reading
than
this.
this is basically Dark Empire.
Does it? There's only like one line for Dark Empire, if I remember.
Really?
Okay, we'll get there with.
We'll get there.
yeah,
We'll go
but
off on a tangent. But yeah,
I might be brain leaking.
possibly. Yeah, but I
But
mean,
anyway,
I'll mention it when it
trilogy
comes
got retconned more than most stuff by Hand of Thrawn.
it's good to know, I guess. Yeah, and I mean, I Jedi sort of already retcons Children of the Jedi as well, and we'll get to the chapter. We're close, so just
and
wait and see.
I forgot one more thing. There's this really amusing bit in Hand of Thrawn when Zahn tries to retcon Children of the Jedi, and then he clearly didn't even make it through the book or bother reading it because he doesn't explain Callister properly,
I
gets it wrong.
I think I know what you're talking about.
which is just pretty funny.
I get that this is a speciality of the EU. Like, just a little tangent I'll throw in there. I get that this is the speciality of the EU in which, it's all a continuity, which means you sort of, like, in your mind, even though you like stuff more or less, and you think, and, stuff is better or worse than some other stuff, you have to treat it, like, almost equally. That's why...
Unless your name is Timothy Zahn.
Yeah, and that's why, throwing out this stuff is seen as disrespectful. But I'm sorry, like, am I allowed to just say, okay, yeah, but this one is good and this one isn't?
Yes, you're allowed to say that.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin J. Anderson, let's just say he also wrote Mara Jade out of the storyline, and she never got, like, okay.
Kevin J. Anderson in the essential chronology did not really read all the books he was writing about. I know
Always
this
a good sign.
because, firstly, his Darksaber chapter was not one chapter; it was 3 chapters over like 6 to 8 pages, and he got factual information from his own book wrong. You compare this to Starfighters of Adamar right after, that had half a page, didn't even talk about the main villain, barely talked about the conflict, didn't even talk about the heart of the novel, i.e. the romance that Matt Wilkins hates so much, and clearly showed that he either didn't bother reading the book or read the first chapter to see Wedge and Quisak's break up and then put it down, or he just got someone to tell him what the book is about.
It's always a good sign. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So let's just say it's very obvious which books.
I'm pretty
Kevin
sure they
read
asked
and
him
which books
before
Kevin
breaking
didn't
up
read.
Wedge and Kui if it was okay. So they probably asked him, and then he knew, and then just didn't read it, and just got a
He
synopsis
clearly
from.
was extremely salty regardless.
oh, I believe that. And yeah,
He was so salty.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, which is why this incident was actually how we established that I'm more autistic than Noah.
I believe it.
Because I rewrote the Starfighters of Adamar chapter to be about 5 pages long, which seemed pretty justified to me. I basically reread different bits of the book that amounted to about at least half of the book while writing it. And then Noah called me too autistic and then proceeded to want to delete the whole thing, and later on was persuaded by various parties to just edit it again himself, which I expected would happen.
Nice.
He cut it down to about 3 pages. I can't remember.
Very unbased of him. Perhaps he'll
I
come
know.
back.
I think Noah is a pretender to the title of Quality Autism because, as established by my Ultimate Chronology edits, I clearly am way more autistic than he is.
Hey, there's a bit of autism in all of us.
Indeed. Just
Yeah.
a lot for myself because I beat him in the autism test too. That was very satisfying.
I believe you. Yeah. So, getting back to the book, Luke and 3PO want to go to a hangar to get out, and they try to get. Okay, Luke was intrigued by how the computer seemed human, which is a very unobvious setup. Speaking about this is a sort of thing. I guess it refers to the programming of the ship because it constantly talks about a will preventing it from doing things. Yeah, and it's I guess he likes that it's human, whatever. Sorry. So yeah, apparently at some point someone, and we later find out who it is, found out about the Eye of Palpatine, destroyed its signal relays, or whatever the English term for that is, whatever is supposed to receive signal from the outside, and that is that which has the purpose of receiving the eventual order of destroying Belt Service, or at least the hiding spot of the Children of the Jedi on Belt Service, which means that the Eye of Palpatine has basically been like asleep more or less for quite some time. That's why that's why they're there, but it also means I have no idea how to. It's very difficult for me to explain any of this happening, but exactly. So it doesn't.
face of this book.
Yeah, I think if someone claims they've understood this book, I think they're lying. I don't believe them. Just plain.
Watch Matt's original review, please. I beg you.
Perhaps we'll do it. If there's subtime, perhaps we'll do it after the book. Yeah, exactly. So they want to find. Oh, yes. So apparently they want to find some ship to get out. That this is their plan now, what they are up to, and the computer doesn't cooperate with them. Doesn't want to say anything because the will is preventing it from saying anything, or it's just it's lying to him. Everything's fine, where you can see it isn't. So the will is something just not cooperating. There is a Jawa who gifts Luke a second lightsaber, and they sort of cooperate now in the book somewhat. Luke's very fucked up in the hand, and he's getting worse. He's trying to hold off the pain and the deterioration of his body with the Force, and he sort of manages, but he's constantly exhausted, and that's also a thing that is in this book. He's basically using some drugs to keep himself awake or conscious, and he's described to use quite a few of them. He uses a lot of drugs.
He becomes a druggie in this book. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's it's sort of insane. He's constantly on the verge of unconsciousness or death.
By the way, what if I told you that Matt Wilkins found this a great way to nerf Luke, being in constant pain?
We talked about that before. So because according to Matt, the Luke problem in Bantam is his power level, which me and Pico disagree on. It's obviously his personality, but if you believe that Luke's problem in Bantam is his power level, so if you accept that as a proposition, which I don't, then you nerfing him, quote unquote, by making him be in pain, that's not successful. You have temporarily nerfed him. I guess if you want to, that works. But that means you still haven't explained why Luke is quote unquote OP. He's just temporarily weaker but that's not a way to fix him. He is still OP if he's normal, but he just isn't.
Yep.
Legendary
According to
Parry,
Matt, they just went on one fix per book.
yeah. And
I
I'm
know.
sorry, this is an ineffective fix because it's a temporary fix. It does not address if you believe Luke is OP in Bantam, it does not address why he is. It just temporarily makes him not be that. But
Don't
as
worry,
to
even younger Matt Wilkins hated how Planet of Twilight nerfed him, so
yeah, and
that should be fun to review.
and that sounded a bit more creative at least. Like okay, it's something I guess.
Yeah.
Legendary panel, legendary title. How's it going, fellas? We are 1.5 hours in, and we're now going to talk about chapter 8. So make of that what you wish. It's great fun, I have to say. We have Pico here. We have Greyholm. Noah was on here. He's perhaps gonna be back. He's currently recording a review. No, but we have sort of fun talking about the stuff we understand. The problem is it's very hard to retell what was happening in the story in a way that makes it not sound like gibberish.
Well, it is gibberish.
Yes, like I'm trying to reframe what is
Unfortunately.
happening in like sort of something coherent, but it's
Comprehensible language.
I actually, now that I mentioned, I need to probably read the chapter of Noah in his chronology about this because I want to know what he made of it.
Do you want me to bring it up? I still have the Google Doc of the original edited version.
Yeah, perhaps maybe not now. I assume he has written something down.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to. I mean, I have the physical copy here as well. I'm gonna have to read that because what do you even make of this? Thanks for being here, Brendan. Nice to see you. So, chapter 8. In chapter 8 we have something which is sort of I don't like that. So apparently most people even on Coruscant wouldn't know who Han and Leia were if they had
this chapter.
Yeah, because especially for aliens, that would be the case since they all look the same to them. Which is like, I mean, you obviously know, talking about like if you talk, I guess this is a stereotypical way to talk about Asians or black people. Like, oh, as a white person, they all look the same to me, and I assume it's the same for people of others. I was like, okay, like this is now canon to the it's canon to the EU that all humans look the same, and that's why no one knows who Leia is. I guess, yeah. I mean, sure.
Okay, I confess that as someone who looks very white in a completely Asian country, I stick out like a sore thumb, and I have people greeting me by name, but I have no clue who on earth they are. Happens all the time.
That's funny, I guess. I mean, sure. I guess you look out, you're special in a way, but like whatever. Okay, yeah, it's true, right? Like if all of if there's so many aliens on there, and you have a human, so it means he looks different. Yeah, wouldn't it be like he stands more out? I mean, okay, I guess there's so many humans that they couldn't tell, but like it's the chief of state and like a war hero. I mean,
Yes.
maybe maybe all Arabs look alike to me, but I would know who Osama bin Laden was if he stood before me. You know what I mean? Or like, if you want to make the same about black people, like you would know who Obama was if he stood before you. It seems like a bizarre justification to have the characters do crazy stuff without ever being really protected or accompanied by anyone, and nothing really happening to them at any point.
Jedi moment, Jedi Academy trilogy moment.
Yes, and yes.
Basically, bad Bantam also moment.
Oh yes, like they are off. They are doing stuff. No one knows who they are. Nothing's happening to them. Especially as like the leader. Like this is something I have to point out. Like Leia is walking around on belt service, and you'll get how crazy that is. But she is chief of state.
I have returned. What chapter are we on?
Chapter 8.
Okay, sounds about right.
Yeah, like Leia is chief of state. Like that's what I appreciate about Darksaber. Okay, Darksaber is a diplomatic mission, and she actually has guards following her. Like, okay,
Imagine that.
Imagine
she brought
that
the whole fleet too.
Yeah, like a whole armada who's in orbit, basically, just ready to wait for the order and to bomb everything into submission. It's like, okay, yeah, that's sort of what should happen if your highest ranking politician is going somewhere. But here, like, she's just running on Belt, like, and Belsavis is barely civilized. Like, it's basically a planet full of criminals because no one's left there besides them. And Leia's just walking around there. It's like, why the hell? But yeah, that's the thing. Oh,
Skimpy
another thing.
outfits.
Yeah. Another thing about this chapter is, and this was something that was in it before, and I hoped it was just a one-off thing in this book, and I didn't really have to mention it, but it wasn't, of course. Leia's outfits. So there's something weird about Leia's outfits in this book, and we get that repeatedly, is that apparently Han insists on trying to dress her up like a slut. This is something that's mentioned multiple times because she says, yeah, she herself she has a dress and Han wanted her to wear that dress on Belsavis, and she herself said she has underwear that is more respectable than this. Like, I don't know what, like, it's specifically that Han wants her to wear it, and outside, like, for all the criminals of the planet to see. Why?
I genuinely can't wait for you to start Planet of Twilight because there's this one moment which will make you go after Hambly even worse.
Yeah.
Right at the start.
Oh man. Right at the start. Okay, that's perfect. I mean, we here at the start we had Han, describing Cray as being hot with,
Oh
blonde.
yes,
hot,
that's a recurring
blonde
thing throughout the book. Everyone, even Leia describes Cray that way.
Leia is jealous of Cray. That's explicitly.
Yes.
She's jealous because Cray is so blonde and hot, and
yes.
And as we find out later, flat.
Oh yeah, she has flat tits. That's good to know. I mean,
ironically, Callister's depicted the complete opposite at every chance every artist gets.
I wonder why.
Seriously, I dare you to Google just Google Callister Ming or Callister Masana.
I also want, like, this is also something I remember then basically is how weirdly alike their names are, Callista Ming and Cray Ming-La.
That was deliberate. Her initial name was Callister Masana, and then she stole her name as well as her face.
Oh yeah, wait, I think I have the perfect picture to show you guys, so just like, and I don't even know what to, like, wait, here, so
yeah, that one,
like
that one, especially that one.
I mean, sure, I guess those are nice tits, whatever, but why? I have no idea. And okay,
yes,
I mean, here
also the that one has a bastard out for some reason. Look at that one, second row, first on the left.
Second row.
Second row, first on the left. Yeah, that one too.
Callista Ming. Yeah, I mean,
there's probably one or two more lying around somewhere.
We almost have a bit of side boob here. We have fan art. Oh, why?
Yes. People actually drew fan art of Callista.
Like, imagine like you're lying on your deathbed and you're wondering, like, what's the one thing I can claim about my life that was a success?
How was there actually a shipping war between Callista and Nara?
I don't believe that there was. Like, anyone who's trying to claim it, I believe you're lying to me. I can't imagine that there was. But hey, I mean, here, look, we have some nice hip action going on. Cool. We have some cleavage. Very hot. Okay. Wow, nice. Yeah. Look at the.
Oh,
yeah.
Wait. I completely forgot to mention this.
Yep.
I found someone in real life living here whose name is straight up actually Callista.
But a man?
No, a girl.
A girl, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know.
I also ran into someone called Leia, incidentally.
Yeah, that's funny. I mean, Leia is a common name in Germany, but it's without the I. So Leia, I mean, I think that's also an American name. Yeah, I only knew Callista from League of Legends, which made this one a bit weird. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, Cray and Callista are both very hot. Nice. Isolda was yet again called a Freya. I like it. It's just a headcanon thing, but I adore that he's being called that. It's just a mistranslation, I guess, but oh, I love it. It's pretty funny. Greyholm, this one's for you. Does she have long legs, the IRL Callista you've met?
I only heard the name being called out distinctly a few times, but I didn't actually see the person.
A shame. And I mean, I guess there's not too
And
many blondes.
everyone is pretty short compared to me and does not have blonde hair here.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, probably not a lot of blondes over there, so yeah. Sort of sad. Okay, so yeah, Han and Leia are in a bar. They talk about this drop guy. Like, a lot of people apparently it's a thing that a lot of people try to find out stuff about this about Plet's Citadel, but they keep going missing. And
Of course they do.
Of course they do, obviously. But yeah, but like, I have no idea that they try to ask about this Plet. Look what the cat dragged back.
Wait, go back to the Denning one.
The Denning one, like, this is,
That one. Yes, that one. Perfect.
Like-
perfect.
you
Did
know,
I miss anything important?
we are on
we're on-
chapter 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
I met
Jesus
someone
Christ,
called
then I'm
Callister.
leaving. I'm sorry, I can't do this. I'm gonna finish Rebel Force.
Nice.
The
Look
last
here.
book. Oh, God.
Look at this, like, POV shot here. POV, the guys who want to kill off your characters.
Okay, next POVs. We got Intense.
They are
Miranda.
kids.
No, that's not intense.
This-
It's a kid. Yeah. Okay, that one. That one. We've run out of names for this. Yeah, that's
Ev-
funny. Mind blown.
Every single one of those, man.
Kid. Intense.
Sorry.
Weird. Sorry. Weird. Again. Cold. I mean, like, sick.
This was Matt
that's from the
reading.
original Children of the Jedi.
This was
I took
Matt
that
reading
screenshot.
the ending of Sacrifice. This one laughing. The one
No,
before.
this one is Children
Yeah,
of the
this
Jedi.
one.
I took that screenshot. That one I'm not sure. This is
Oh.
Children. Yes. The Darth.
Okay, I'm getting fucking traumatized from them.
I should sign up to StreamYard, then I can have more pictures than Indiana Chi.
Yeah. Getting back, so apparently people know about this drop guy on Belt Service, and I have no idea why they would, but apparently someone does. And they found some female jurors. We know the meme.
Oh God, yeah.
We do like the official
Shout
art,
out to Sivert.
the artwork of the female jurors. She adds, like, in German, she adds an S to basically every of her words, like Tassens, Hosens. I don't know, whatever. It sounds really stupid. But okay, I guess that's your thing.
Children of the Jedi moment is all we can say to that.
Yep, that's true. Han, like, they want to check out the balances of the local businesses. I don't remember why they want to do that, but I guess it's related to the mission. Like, they want to find out if anyone had anything relevant.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah, and Han is making fun of the useless information that's in there. That seems like meta commentary. The problem is it's about herself, so I don't know if that, like, you know, it's a
Qualifies.
bit. Yep, but that's something cool. Yay. R2 randomly just goes away.
Noah, which is worse?
We really
the
tried,
R2
Sivat, I'm
arc
sorry.
in this book or the R2 arc in Dark Nest?
The R2 arc? What is his arc in this book? Isn't he just controlled by Eirik Ismarin?
Yes,
Yes.
Eric, actually.
Eric. Yeah.
He's controlled by Eric Hartman, and he's
Because it
going
can't be
heavily-
Iraq, because Iraq is a country. Also, the home planet of Callista is Chad, which is a country. So I guess we need to find a new
Yes.
name now. It's like Khat. I don't know what
The
we're gonna call it.
Chad from
Yeah. First of all, how stupid to call a home planet Chad? Like, what the fuck? And it is legit a country, and it's
Yes,
written
it
the
is.
same even. Like at least
Yeah, but-
in English, it's written the same.
But to answer your question, Eric is his arc. R2's arc in this is better because he's just controlled by Eric. And
Yeah, he's like he has no. I mean, whatever his free will is, but he has.
I
Doesn't
wouldn't
have
even
the,
call it an arc. It's like one scene where he goes haywire.
Yeah, which is
Yeah,
also something that we'll get.
Few more,
to.
but okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah, but R2 just goes away somewhere. We don't know. Oh yeah, apparently R2D2 is so heavy that Leia would get back problems if she tried to pick him up. That
Insert,
sounds.
Meanwhile,
Toby
every
meme.
time R2 gets picked up in the movies.
Yeah, I was about they
Why
just
doesn't
you
you
know.
just use the Force?
I mean,
Leia isn't a Jedi.
Because
And sometimes
R-
she is.
R2
but the time-
R2 gets picked
sure
up
she
by
could do it.
Jawas when he falls over on Tatooine when they stun him.
exactly.
Like
Yeah.
Jawas, what the like it's the
Javas
same
are
thing-
fucking vicious creatures. Like they have so much upper body strength. Like
Yeah, obviously. I mean, look at them. Like, you know, and it's the same thing. Like with 3PO apparently being stronger than an average human. It's like, you know, I somewhat don't believe you. I don't think you know what these droids
I
are.
think Barbara made 3PO like the Terminator. Like she got it confused.
That's actually true. They like explicitly. I buy that Nikos has more power than the average human, but it's the droids trying to break open a door, because like the mechanism is broken and the droids have more strength. And it's like C-3PO has more strength than like Luke. I
can maybe buy he has a little bit more because he's made of metal. Maybe he's somewhat more effective. But why would you build a protocol droid who's like Terminator levels of strength? Like that's
Yeah.
that's not
you-
necessary. That's like wasted
You wouldn't.
time and effort.
And okay, if 3PO's body wouldn't be able to keep up because he can't even run. He's always
Yes,
complaining
exactly.
about his servo motors.
He
So
can't
if
move his
even
arms and he can't
I
run.
don't-
Yes, so
I almost
he
spit out my
literally
drink, it's in
can't
my
be
nose.
stronger than Luke.
I just remembered 3PO trying to run and he's always just like
Yeah.
humping along. Oh god, okay.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the solo droid, played by Phoebe Waller-Bridge, I mean Indiana Jones 2.0.
Yeah, but then why? Like, what's he gonna do against the door? Like, is he gonna walk against it? Like, what am I? Like, it's just said they try to break it open, but
Imagine the scene in Return of the Jedi when they're trying to get into the fucking bunker and they just
Oh,
get
yeah.
3PO to like smash
Yeah.
the door
He
open
just
with
punches
his
through
bare
the
hands.
door.
like he just punches and like it's like there's a big dent in it, and he's just like like you know he's knocking very politely, but he's fucking breaking the door in.
Yeah.
Like the stupid Dark Trooper in The Mandalorian season 2.
Yeah.
3PO
Yeah,
just
exactly,
smashes
yeah,
the door.
Yeah. Leia meets some random woman, so that's obviously we know Roganda is Marin,
Yeah.
and she disappears again, so it's not like just a setup.
Uh-huh.
Never. Chapter 9. Okay, someone at some point, and we find out later that this was Callista back in her time when she was alive as a Jedi, tried to like. Okay, I try to make sense of it. They tried to climb up some elevator shaft or something.
Oh,
that
you
is
tried
like,
to make sense of it? My note is just Luke decides he needs to destroy the Eye of Palpatine, and then I moved on to chapter 10.
I mean, this could be the summary of the whole book, and I would
Yes.
think it's acceptable. But yeah, no, yeah, and apparently like there's lasers which need to be disabled temporarily so that you can
Yes,
get through
otherwise
it.
they shoot you to bits.
Yes, which we'll get to because that happens, and okay, then someone tried to disable whatever this will was, which obviously did not really work because the will is still a thing. Oh yeah, Luke thinking about this Callista. I think he's already heard the name Callista. He's like, I wish I would have known you.
Yes.
Fuck off. No, you don't. Like,
It's so romantic. I can just picture Matt Wilkins as a 12-year-old being like,
you know when I get
as
my
he
odds.
said when he read it the first time, he was so like shipping Luke and Callista. It was so
You know what?
emotional.
When I get my
love how that
automatic.
died.
when I get my automatic messages from Windows Defender, I do get a boner, I have to say. Like, it's, oh man. Like, it's sort of cute. I wish I would have known you in another life. You're very nice. Yeah.
We have chemistry because you're here, and so am I.
Exactly. See, this is all making sense.
Yeah.
They
So,
were in love.
There's also a joke in there about like an elderly woman like trying to get Luke with like computer messages
Cougar Callisto.
because she's like over twice his age technically.
Yeah.
oh.
Older if we're going by the old Clone Wars timeline.
Yeah, and this is something that's actually, funnily enough, the next note, which is that apparently the Eye of Palpatine was supposed to do its mission 30 years ago. So we get an explicit number. It's 30 years ago. So that would be like what? It would be like by now. It would be before Order 66 if we go by today's timeline.
Definitely before the 66, yeah.
Yep.
But then again, we also have weird numbers for Honoga, so...
Yeah, and I mean, this was something in iJedi as well. Okay, whatever. But why don't they just... Like, they need one fucking start. At some point, it's like, oh yeah, there was a thing, right? And then again, like, they could have even sent the fucking World Devastators there. I don't care. Like, send something there. Anything works. It's a fucking civilian house. They don't have anything. Like, why you need
Just
this
base
fucking...
Delta Zero it. You don't even need this stupid dreadnought nonsense.
You need one TIE fighter. Okay, let me make it as stupid. You need one TIE fighter.
Yes, frankly speaking, you only need one TIE. And
It's-
boom.
It's like the most low effort mission you could ever hope to have against Jedi. Against anyone, really. You have to slaughter civilians. Like, what are they gonna do? But no, okay.
They definitely have Jedi starfighters, guys. They have Jedi starfighters.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, by the way,
the-
something I just remembered talking
Yep.
about Callista's backstory. Where was it established what like her actual name is?
Like,
Because I almost
Was it No
want to say
Prisoners?
yeah.
Could
I
it
almost
be?
want to say Travis established it. That her full name is Callista Messana.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
now
I think
later
it's quite
on,
possible it was.
Oh god, great! But now later on in the Bantam era, we get her name is Callista Ming now after Gray Mingler. You know, to pay
Yeah.
respect.
That's very very weird.
Which we also, I think we only learned that in the fucking Murder and Slush Time short story.
Who would you say writes Callista worse, Hambly or Travis? Because I'm not gonna read No Prisoners. I don't.
You
even
don't
want to
need to.
bother. Yeah, but
Hambly? You should read No Prisoners. It has Pelion. Pelion is a Giga Chat.
Yes,
Don't get
Pelion
baited. Don't do it.
absolutely
Don't do it.
rips apart- No, we know Prisoners just for the one Ahsoka scene, come on.
for the one is so. Oh yeah, when he
yes.
where he tells her
It's
off for
Travis's
being a
best
fucking slut.
moment. Yes.
For being a
This
slut
is-
and also underage. Yeah. Okay. No, I get.
This
I
is
get it.
Travis's best moment. I mean, regardless of whatever you think about Mandalorian culture or her hatred for Jedi or whatever, this is hands down Travis's best moment. None can deny this.
I guess
He
this
just
is for you
rips
too.
Ahsoka apart so badly.
Guess this is for you too. Hambly, Travis, or Denning, who writes her
All
worse.
three are terrible. So I don't know. There is no right answer.
Shout out to Kevin for being the only one to write her actually like semi decently, even though she still sucks.
Yeah, she's like.
Ironically enough, I have actually met people on the hellhole called Reddit who claim that who claim that Kevin J. Anderson's worst book is Darksaber because it ruins Children of the Jedi.
I mean, it contradicts it. We can get to that later.
We'll get there.
Humans
We'll
are-
get there next week, I guess.
We'll get there next week. Yeah, humans are a mistake. Like, whatever.
It's like when someone in Matt Wilkins' chat was like, "Oh, I hate the Legacy comics. They ruin everything Fate of the Jedi set up." And Matt was
I
like,
know
"Yeah."
exactly who you're talking about. It's only good games.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the
Infamous.
reverse Noah. That was it, right?
Only good games for some reason hates like he absolutely hates Legacy but loves Legacy of the Force.
Oh god. How
okay.
terrible of
know.
an opinion can you have?
I guess I'll wait and see. Perhaps
Yeah,
perhaps I love ending.
who knows? Who knows? Maybe
No.
you guys could be wrong about Legacy of the
Look-
Force.
Look at this face and don't tell me I couldn't like Legacy of the Force. I mean, I could definitely.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So, moving on. The Gamorreans are obviously programmed with the same indoctrination units, which is weird. Why does this? Like, okay, I assume I am supposed to believe that this unit isn't able to fully erase their culture or something, but they still fight against each other in tribal battles.
I
But they
don't
are, like-
remember if this is answered in the book. So the Eye of Palpatine was supposed to collect stormtroopers that were
Yeah.
waiting for them.
Yes.
Why does it need to
Correct.
indoctrinate them at all? If it was taking like loyal
Yeah.
stormtroopers on board anyway.
Also a good question. Yeah. Why
I
does
don't
it even
that's
have?
not
remember
answered,
it
right?
being addressed.
Because
I'm pretty
as-
sure it's not answered now.
Yeah, because presumably if they are stormtroopers, they are indoctrinated already. But yeah,
They definitely
good job,
need.
Barbara.
Oh, okay. If I were to be very kind to Children of the Jedi, which is
Would
not
just
something
like-
anyone generally is, unless their name is Matt Wilkins,
Mhm.
you could present an argument that the indoctrination is because they go there to kill children.
I guess. But
Stretch.
But you would have to be
You would
very
need-
generous. Yeah,
you would need a
to be
bit
going
of-
out of your way to do
yeah,
this.
because the book doesn't even allude to that. Which is-
Exactly. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
The book is a complete mess, and everything that you can possibly try to present as a defense is overly a reach because technically it's not mentioned in the book.
Yep. Oh,
Even
Oh,
Courtship
Father,
of
no.
Princess Leia, your most hated, formerly
I don't-
most hated book.
it might be. I'm still wondering if it is. I don't have a perfect answer for it yet. But yeah, Faber. I'm gonna look forward when you finally reach darkness. That will be fun. I'm sure.
yes.
Nice. Yeah, apparently the Jawas. Okay, I'm not sure if the Jawas got indoctrinated. I don't think the book mentions it, but they are slowly taking the ship apart, obviously, because it's their thing to take machines apart.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who are they gonna sell it to? What's the point?
I have no idea. I think
Why
that's
are they even here?
probably the Tuscans are probably the ones who are least retarded because they just want to kill everyone. And I
They're
agree
just
with
there
them.
hunting and
Exactly.
gathering.
And I sort of agree. It's like,
Exactly.
okay, the Tusken make the most sense. No, writing.
Can't believe that we just said that statement. Tuscans made the most sense.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I think that's what I said. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, this is Barbara Hembley in her Jedi Master Callista outfit.
Now,
You want to share the full picture?
no.
Oh,
You should.
I
It's
do
pretty
have the full
amazing.
picture.
Oh,
She's
I also have
carrying
a Jack
stick.
Sparrow cosplay.
I actually now want her to have the Callista, like the Callista Jedipedia picture, Noah, like with her tits out and all that. I
Here,
would-
here,
I
here.
would-
I found it. I found it.
I don't want to share it. Fuck you.
Yes, do it. Do it.
Just let me say this one because now that we are speaking about tits, I wanna get back to this. There's a scene. Again, we have Buliak, the matriarch of the Gugfets, and there's the scene.
Gugfets.
Gugfets,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
and it's Buliak came out, her arms crossed between her first and second row of breasts. She squeaked irritatedly and spit a large clump of secretion onto the floor. Okay,
Okay, moving on.
moving on. Thank you. That's what I always wanted.
Thanks,
I mean,
Hamley.
it's good
We
to know
needed
that
to
she
hear
has.
that.
It's good to know
Yes.
that she has 6 massive tits. I mean, that's what I always
I
wanted
think
to know.
we
about
needed to
Gamorrean.
know that. Very essential bit of Gamorrean culture and anatomy.
Yeah, and perhaps it's secretly based that a culture as deranged and broken as Gamorreans is a matriarchy. You know, it's, it's sort of
Ironic. Very ironic.
yeah. Luke tries to. Okay, Luke tries to get to. So I guess the other tribe was called the Klags or the Klugs, whatever, because they
Klux
have
Klan?
Plugs.
the Ku
The
Klux
Ku
Klan.
Klux Klan?
Would have been Would have been funnier if it was the
Oh
Ku
my
Klux Klan.
gosh.
I would have.
I'm pretty
If
sure that
you're-
they were the Klugs of like a KLUG.
If Children of the Jedi had the Ku Klux Klan, I would root for them. I would honestly hope.
To
I
wipe
would
out the
root
Jedi
for them in this
children.
book. Yeah.
If you
Maybe the
think
Jedi children
about
are all
it, they
black, and
basically
that's
are
why.
the Ku Klux Klan.
Uh,
They're called the
perhaps
Klugs,
we know.
and if Hambley couldn't pass up the time to the chance to have a planet called Chad, well, I think that she may well have intended there to be the Ku Klux Klan here.
It's like in
Definitely.
New Rebellion when we have Kula and his real name is Dolph.
Oh yeah.
Dolph. Nice. What a cute name. He sounds like
Well,
a nice.
that was intentional.
So yeah, Cray and Nikos are abducted by the other clan, and he's now thinking about destroying the heart of the Eye of Palpatine and stuff. I hope that he was fried.
I just
Oh,
want
yeah,
to
that-
point this out what you just said. The heart of the eye of Palpatine.
It's I mean it's this is the level of writing we've reached. I mean, we had Buliak's tits, we had the ex-fiancés already. Oh yeah, that's something I also wrote down. Like there's apparently some tasteless cubes, and they are called beps, which they eat, or
Yep.
something. I guess, and we get like precise measurements on how long they are in centimeters. It's like, Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck. Please stop writing about this. Just stop. It's just like Swedish Star Wars Adolf Hitler, German Palpatine cook. would make for a more compelling villain. So yeah, apparently the crew. So it feels like a running gag. Like the people who are in control of the turrets are pretending that there is a space battle going on, while there isn't, and they're like perpetually kept in this. I have no idea why. I don't care. Like that's their thing. Tusken Raiders are here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, just don't care. Don't care.
They kill, I guess, whatever. Luke gets chased by them. He managed to escape. Yeah, some part of the cable shaft mysteriously popped out, and that's where he managed to escape. Which we then find out, of course, was Callista. Okay, moving on. Chapter 10. Oh yeah, in chapter 10 we find out that there are these characters called Jason and Jaina Solo. I don't know if you heard of them. I mean, they're little. Nobody would care if they die. But
Basically irrelevant, honestly, at this point. Like,
yeah, I mean they're a
Exactly.
thing. Yep, they're in a thing. I guess yeah.
imagine if Palpatine went into their body, though. Like, that would be pretty cool.
That would be cool, and nobody cares about Jason and Jaina, so it would be a cool. Way.
They would
Nobody
die
cares,
and their
nobody
bodies
cares.
would transform into Palpatine's body.
Yeah, or they would slowly, they would slowly die like a zombie. That's cool. Like you never had that before.
He was building up to that. We just never got to find out.
Yeah, wait. I think I'm gonna move slowly now. Yeah. Han and Chewie, they go into some caves. They get chased around. Oh yeah, there's these monsters called Kretches. They get chased by them and some zombies apparently. They want to find the children. Then they escape through some river.
The children of the Jedi, not Jason and Jaina. They don't matter.
Yeah. Han,
Yeah,
yeah.
they don't
clear.
matter. They don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with Kip. I mean, Kip is like the son I never had. It's like you do have somewhat of a son.
You have two
could say
sons
you
at this
had-
point.
You could say you have two sons, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, then they
And you were so
escape.
happy to get back, that you so dearly wanted to get back to the other time when you wound up in Kessel.
Which was a nice scene. I like that scene when he beat up some guard because he was so pissed, because at this point he was
Yes.
supposed to reunite with Jason and Jane already. It's like,
But then
oh,
after that, he proves out of character layer completely right.
Yeah.
When he
Now
goes
I'm
off
the
of
alternate dimension what we could have gotten.
What could we have gotten?
Grand.
oh,
Read
yeah.
my name, that's what we could have gotten. And with Callista being modeled after Barbara Hambly.
Okay. Hear me out. Imagine the HoloNet when this happens.
When what
Yeah,
happens?
look-
Grandmaster Luke Skywalker of the Jedi Order marries much younger genius-level student from the stupid institute. I remembered the
AI.
name the other day.
Yeah, like Luke is
I
over
forgot
30.
10
Luke
minutes ago.
Yeah, Luke is over 30 at this point, and I don't know what Cray is supposed to be, but yeah, like, oh, he
24, I think. As well.
And a student is now deranged and thinks she's possessed by the spirit of
Luke very
decades
schizophrenic.
dead-
That would be a better story,
decades
honestly.
dead Jedi.
You know what? Maybe Matt's right on fuck Mara.
yeah, but perhaps
This sounds great.
Everyone would have been better. He would have preferred literally every character over Mara.
Arcana.
Even like the Life Witch.
that
tried
would,
to
in
murder
theory,
me.
also mean I think it would
Sybil.
imagine. I think if Leia, Leia still got revealed as Luke's sister, but they didn't care. I
Oh
think
yeah,
it
I
would
bet
happen.
Matt Wilkins cried in the cinema when Leia kissed Luke in Empire Strikes Back.
I still love you.
Oh man,
That
yeah.
would be
Matt
pretty
was still
funny if he
thinking they
ended
would
it.
end up together when she said,
Yeah.
"Somehow I always knew in Return of the Jedi."
yeah.
Why do I
Oh,
have
God.
the doubt that little seed of doubt in the back of my mind that he probably was?
Oh,
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, Han and Chewie, they are in some caves. They escape with some rivers. Apparently, there's a place that looks like it's populated, and that's the chapter. I think Matt liked this chapter because there was like a funny scene on like, oh, we're getting too old for this.
Remember how
I mean,
hates
Han is like
redemption?
40, like, he's not
Yeah,
70.
man.
Like,
No, wait till he gets.
Meanwhile,
I want to
Han
see
is-
Matt's opinion once Han is 70 and still running around doing action stunts.
it's funny because you don't usually
Meanwhile,
get
Han in
70 -year-olds.
darkness.
It's refreshing because
70 is the new
70.
50.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Indiana Jones 5.
Oh yeah,
Um,
98-year-old Harrison Ford,
yeah.
digitally de-aged as well.
divorced
Even the
with
critics hate that
Marion.
movie.
Mudd is dead in Vietnam. It's gonna be great.
Is he
But-
dead?
but
Yeah,
They killed Shia LaBeouf?
They killed
off
Shia
screen
LaBeouf,
in Vietnam.
Oh!
and he's divorced off screen. I think he gets divorced. I think he gets served divorce papers in the
Yeah,
movie.
I thought this was gonna be like so bad it's funny,
No,
and now it sounds like it's gonna actually
Lucasfilm.
infuriate me.
It
Lucasfilm.
feels like it's going
So
to be
we're
more
not
of a
even gonna
Last
get,
Jedi
like, a-
than The Rise of Skywalker, if you get
Yeah.
what I mean.
We're not
Yeah.
even gonna get a Shia LaBeouf cameo?
No.
No.
I mean, okay, Shia LaBeouf he seems like
No,
quite-
Yeah,
I'm
he's
afraid that we're
lunatic.
probably not even going to get Hitler cameoing. I'm very
Oh,
sorry.
we need Hitler. We need him in this.
Hey,
I'm still excited.
He's gonna
Can-
save us all.
can someone write in the Wilkinisms channel like Noah's quote, "We need Hitler"?
But we do.
No,
That's a perfect quote.
better.
The
The
final hero.
Yeah, exactly,
Record it,
Faber, you're on. Write it in the
Record it.
Wilkinisms channel.
No.
We need Hitler, Noah.
Record that piece of audio, please.
Make a sound clip and send it in, please,
Yeah.
if you can.
Send it to Lance.
Yes.
You will be convinced. That it's
He's gonna convince Biden to nuke us, I'm sure.
He's gonna hit the button. Yeah.
He's gonna do it. Yeah,
but as
chapter
we know,
11.
Hitler made mistakes,
He did make
and
mistakes.
Indy
Just a
5
couple.
is gonna correct them all.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone's gonna correct Hitler's mistakes, it's gonna be Mads Mikkelsen, obviously.
Definitely. It has to be. No one else
Yeah.
is good enough for the role.
That's true. Chapter 11. So Cray apparently has committed fake treason on this ship and is in a fake trial, and will have like an execution. This whole execution, I think this occupies like the later half of the entire book, basically. All this.
How
thing.
does this rank against the other famous Star Wars book court cases, like in Kratos Trap?
Kratos Trap was interesting at
Fate
least.
of the Jedi.
Fate of the Jedi.
Yeah, when
I
the
mean,
Fate of
heroes
the
on
Jedi
trial
makes
for
me want to
pedophilia
hole.
charges.
TCW.
TC. Yeah, we had
No.
that.
Oh yeah,
when,
yeah.
when we talked about the Jedi Academy trilogy, like on
It was
iJedi.
on the iJedi stream. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like back again to the to the court stuff with Kip Duran and how they have no courts. We concluded that
We
they
can't
actually-
judge you. Go to Luke.
Yeah, like that we have no court. Go to Luke. Like TCW made courts better than JAT did.
Yeah.
Like unironically, because
Faber mentioned
they
that.
at least they at least had a court.
Scream
oh.
fab better than everyone else. For real, for real.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah.
Speak not that name.
Chapter 11 has more fake space battles. I don't give a crap. I don't like whatever.
I
Okay.
wrote Luke runs down a hallway and kills sand people. That's my note for chapter 11.
He does. He
I like your
reprograms-
minimalistic notes.
He reprograms a cleaning droid so he can search for Gamorreans. So like apparently the thing is for the cleaning droids, they look for trash. Obviously, like that's for dirt, like that's their thing. And he reprogrammed them to search for Gamorreans instead, so he can find where the other
Because
Gamorrean
Gamorreans
tribes
are
hiding.
trash.
Sent Matt and Big Brain
Yeah,
in the
I mean
middle.
they are
Moving
matriarchy, so obviously they are. But they have
Yes,
6
definitely.
big tits, so I mean that's something.
It's great that Hambly's strength as a writer is the physical details of her characters are very visibly described.
Yeah, like
Can someone
It's like the plumber
please
with the
read
leaky
one of
pipes.
Hamley's newer books?
what? I'm sorry.
Can someone please read one of Hamley's newer books? I think she's still releasing books.
I hope she does erotica. She seems like that
I'm
kind
gonna
of
look
writer.
this up.
He seems like the type to do that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's someone on Amazon though.
Yeah.
I'm
Luke.
gonna check her wiki page.
She's done some Star Trek.
Yeah, published since, oh my god, she's been putting out one book a year, except 2021. Yeah, since 2010.
Nice.
How is she faster than Stover? This is a crime against civilization.
Stover writes good books.
Okay, let me
That's-
read these
Yes, but
titles
still.
quick. Dead and Buried, The Shirt on His Back, Ran Away, Good Man, Friday, Crimson Angel, Drinking Gourd, Murder in July,
Picking up a
Cold Bayou,
pattern here, but
a
Lady
lot of
of
them sound like
Perdition,
porn.
Imagine
House of
what
the
it is.
Patriarch.
That's
2020.
Gosh.
That sounds like a rape fetish book. Like she secretly,
I'm gonna look
she
up
hates,
House of the Patriarch right
She
now.
hates the patriarchy, but she probably loves it somewhat as well.
Sounds like Denning.
Yeah.
Look at his Twitter page.
Oh god. Yeah. So again, Luke and 3PO, they are going through like hallways. They get like led by the will. Like it's showing him where to go. He ran into some Tusken. The will lured him into a place that could have been a trap if he had bad luck. Obviously, because Luke is a dipshit.
Okay. Okay, I just looked up House of the Patriarch. Here's the Amazon description. Free man of color, Benjamin January, gets caught up in a strange
Oh my gosh.
spiritual world that might lead to his own demise. As he hunts for a missing teenager in this gripping atmospheric historical mystery set in New Orleans, 1840.
Can we read this instead of Planet of Twilight?
I don't think it's
Oh.
going to be.
It's
better than
only
Planet of
250 pages.
Oh, okay. Perhaps. I mean,
You
yeah.
have to
Let's just
Planet
read
of
this,
Twilight, you
and
fools.
we'll read this and do the Planet of Twilight stream and just pretend that it is Planet of Twilight and
One
just
of the
not elaborate.
reviews. One of the reviews. Hambly gets better and better. 5 stars.
It's like, you know, if a 5-year-old draws something, it's like, okay, obviously they'll get better.
Dawn of the Jedi cover. Dawn of
Good.
the
Yeah.
Jedi
Oh my
cover.
god. Oh my god. Good. Okay, 3 stars. Good series, but not this one. I love this series, and the concept for this book was intriguing. The author, however, seemed to lose the main threads, and therefore much of it seemed convoluted and didn't make much sense. Quit reading
I
in the middle.
wonder.
Seems familiar.
Yeah, it's book
Yeah,
18 in the
exactly.
Oh.
the Benjamin
Oh my
January.
god, she
mini-
wrote a 19-book series.
Yes.
A free man of color, fever season, graveyard dust, sold down the river, die upon a kiss, wet grave. Oh, that's all the alternate title for Children of the Jedi. Wet
my
grave
gosh.
is a euphemism for something.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Days of the Dead, Dead Water, Dead and Buried, The Shirt on His Back, and yeah, then she essentially just wrote, one series every year, a new book. Great.
Nice.
Should I get Marcel to sign some of these books for me?
Yes, do it.
Get all of them.
Pico, why?
Oh, no.
Because I need them.
Oh, get the whole series. The Kindle, the
Yeah.
ebook version is very cheap, like $4.
Yeah, but
Oh no.
I can give it to Marcel to get it signed at Legends Con.
Yeah, so
A physician and piano teacher, former slave Benjamin January. That's great.
that sounds like some fetish. I don't even know what to think about it. Yeah, Luke feels a presence. He looks into the monitor of the computer and he sees a woman with brown hair and gray eyes in the reflection, but not actually behind him. We know who that is. No reason to elaborate.
Mhm.
Chapter. Okay. Chapter 12. Okay. Yeah. So we have Han and Leia. They Skype call Mara. Mara Jade is a character, by the way, if you remember her.
Oh no, she definitely can't be.
No. I mean, she was treated very respectfully, and she was a big part of the of Kevin's trilogy as set up by
I
the Last
know.
Command, obviously. So,
She really
respectful,
was.
of course.
She really was.
Respectful, everything. She was very relevant. But if you retcon anything that she did off screen, like that's disrespectful. Like it feels like making fun.
She wrote a book called Renfield, Slave of Dracula. Right? Another book called Bride of the Red God.
Is the all Donald Trump?
And then she wrote, and she started a new series in 2021, and her last book came out this year. A Scandal in Babylon and One Extra Corpse. So yeah, she's into this whole dead people
She's
fetish thing.
interested. I mean, I guess good for her.
She has a historical fiction novel called The Emancipator's Wife.
Oh,
She also has 3 Star Trek books on here. And yeah, it also lists her Star Wars works: Children of the Jedi, then 3 short stories, and then Planet of Twilight. Are you excited for the short stories?
Memories of Mortis.
Oh yeah, Memories of Mortis is also one.
of course. Yeah. So, Han and
Reminder:
Leia-
you have to read Murder in Slush Time before Planet of Twilight.
I don't think I will.
You have to. It's the direct sequel to Darksaber with Callista's character. She's solving a murder mystery with Gamorreans.
Can she solve her own murder mystery like in some video game? I remember. I don't remember the name. Can she just get murdered, please?
No.
So yeah,
That'd be nice.
Han and Leia Skype call Mara. Lando's in the background, and she's wearing his necklace. So I mean, obviously, I'm making fun of it. Let's
Wait,
not.
his
like,
necklace, really?
yeah, it's.
Wasn't it a shirt?
I read his necklace. So in German,
It's
it
both.
says-
It's both. It's both.
Yeah. Okay. I guess both.
Okay.
Yeah.
no.
One more title. It says she wrote a novella called Fire Maggot, and I read that wrong, and you can imagine what it was.
The double G in there.
Yeah. Fire Maggot. That's a great
A
title.
bundle of sticks.
What? Karate Masters versus the Invaders from Outer Space, released December 2017.
That sounds like a fucking trash movie from like quite some time ago,
Karate
like from the early aughts. Oh no. Yeah. Okay.
Pretty
so obviously-
Mates all
She
in a
wrote
row.
the Beauty and the Beast novelization.
What? No.
In 1989, and apparently
Yeah.
another book in the universe, Song of Orpheus.
No way.
Sorry, it's the novelization of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, whatever. At least it's not the fucking original.
Song of Orpheus is a special edition of the Sandman comic series.
Yeah.
I'm just looking.
I wonder what. Okay, here's something fun for us to do. We should collate a list of questions for Barbara Hambley and send it to Marcel, Brennan, Alex, and Granny Toes and Maxwell.
Okay,
None
two
of,
questions.
go
none
to
of them
Legends
want to
Con.
be such assholes to actually ask these questions. Whatever we come up with, they won't.
I'm thinking of
Like
the
the-
scene
the
from
one
The
I would-
Office. The 2 questions. Question 1: who do you think
one-
you are? Question 2:
The one
what
I would
gives you the right?
The one I would maybe expect to be possible to do this for is perhaps Marcel, but even he's too nice, I think, to just ask him like, why have you written for Star Wars? Like, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you
Marcel
gay?
would ask that. Come on.
Who is gay?
Who is gay? Yeah. So
Speaking of gay, Fabi's comment is spot on. Yeah, funny how most of her titles have something to do with dead and grave.
yes, seems to be a clear direction she's going to. I guess. I mean, it
Wet
works for her,
grave
apparently.
is a very specific
Yeah.
euphemism for something.
Yeah. Speaking of wet grave, so yeah, Mara and Lando apparently.
Oh,
yeah, I mean
that's
it's obvious.
a famous scene from Darksaber.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Obviously, Darksaber sets them up. Yeah, okay, so it's obvious what this scene is supposed to imply. Yeah, I wrote down, I hope he fucking raped this dumb bimbo and gave her aid. I do somewhat... I was reading it, I was like, please just rape her. And like, I don't know, steal her purse and go away. Please, just do it. kill off this. I don't care. What? Okay, cool. I guess yeah. What a fucking amazing romance.
Isn't it like keep in mind if this Zahn retcons all of this, thank God, and
Yeah,
Stackpole to a
and
degree.
Stackpole.
But
It's already been
imagine if they-
retconned in Nine Jedi.
Imagine if they kept like this was the intent. Like imagine how fucked this is. Like aside from Luke banging a corpse, this was the direction they were going. Mara is now fucking just one of Luke's closest friends, for some reason.
Yeah, I don't even want it. Like it's sorry, like it's. I think it's a taste. Like it's a one-off thing just to get
They
her
just
out
don't
of the
have
story. It's
chemistry.
yeah, obviously, like zero. Like if someone says I believe they have chemistry, I think you're lying. I think you're not telling the truth. You're bullshitting yourself and others. I don't believe.
So
you.
Matt
So you're calling
Wilkins-
out Matt Wilkins?
Publicly?
No, I mean, Matt doesn't believe that. Like others
Matt
may
just
actually-
hates Mara. And he wants
Yes, exactly. Like I'm not gonna call out Matt Wilkins on this one. He just hates the character and like whatever. It's okay.
The red-haired ones are always a little feisty. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Luke made that observation in Mindor.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, yeah, obviously Zahn sucks at romance. Like that's we can all agree
We
on
all
that.
know
Like,
that.
he
Of
writes
course, of course.
horrible. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. And then I wondered, do you think that Luke stuck his thing in the USB port, the Ethernet port, or the disk drive first? I'm still contemplating what orifice he stuck his thing in first. I'm not sure.
the thing that R2 uses constantly.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Data jackpot.
I remember the, like, I don't know, I remember what it was called, but it was like a rap about Star Wars, like, you know,
Oh,
with
no.
with the voices, and it's like someone told R2 like stop having sex with robotic strangers or something because he's sticking his dick into every opening that he finds. It's like, yeah, Luke's probably that in this book.
I could almost swear that's an actual joke in some Star Wars story I read with
Yeah.
3PO and R2.
Why does
Before
Matt
we
hate Mara?
move on, I have a question for the floor.
Mhm.
So we all agree that Zahn is terrible at writing romance.
Of course,
Oh,
of course.
obviously.
Who is the best author at writing romance?
AC Crispin.
Probably she's high up there.
I haven't read that yet, so I can't say
As
her.
have I.
but-
Yeah.
To me personally, for now, it would be Michael Reeves because I think the MedStar romance is the best one I've read so far. Although I was surprised that AC Crispin made me care for a pre-Leia girlfriend of Han because I mean obviously we know what is like at least that she's not together with him in A New Hope, but it was surprising how well written it was. But I think Jos Vonda and Torg Litran are still the best romance so far I've read, and they are very
Greg
good.
motherfucking Keys.
Oh yeah, Greg.
Yes,
Case is
thank
also
you.
great, Yeah.
Which
I
one did
think
he write?
I would have to go with
Oh,
Greg
he wrote
Keith,
the
Alan Olson.
Anakin, Solo, and Tahiri.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But obviously, the best romance writer is Troy Denning.
I mean, Ben and Tahira are
Follow
pretty
the
hot.
leaky
Like,
pipes.
Oh no, we're forgetting Karen Travis. You know the famous Republic Commander novels.
oh yeah. Oh,
Oh no, guys. Well, come on, we're forgetting the best son of all time, Claudia Gray's Lost Cause.
We're also forgetting Runes of Dantooine.
There's a romance in there.
There is a romance in there. Yes.
it's between the pixels on the cover.
Oh yeah,
The two
definitely.
stormtroopers.
Good question, my Fabi. Why does Matt hate Mara? I think at some point he just read Children of the Jedi. He loved them being a thing.
Yes,
And
he
he
Yeah,
was-
I think it's just nostalgia blinders.
Yeah, and
it,
he-
He sees
it's
Mara
back
as a
to the
threat.
shipping wars.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like it reads like high school level shipping was like even middle
This makes
school
me
level
wonder if
shipping
Matt Wilkins would have been a fan of Twilight if it came out in the day.
was.
Oh
Perhaps.
no,
Perhaps, who knows?
no.
But yeah, I mean, she's basically
no.
she's basically just I mean, she's obviously the more interesting character. She's the more nuanced character.
She is
But
a
Matt
character.
disagrees.
She is
I
a
remember
character.
him saying, "Oh, but that would have been boring if they got together." With Callista, on the other hand,
Yep.
she can't use the Force anymore.
Which isn't
So
true!
much more
She
potential
can't
for
use the force. It's
storytelling
just the dark
and-
side only.
and the better
Yeah.
dynamic with Luke, who's the Jedi Grandmaster.
Yeah,
So,
if you
uh,
want to
he
make that
doesn't
point,
care.
he should actually just marry a normal. Like she's a former Jedi, even if she can't use it. Like she's not quite normal. You know,
That's
so,
why Mary is the best girl from the Marvel comics.
Absolutely.
No,
Mary
yeah,
takes the win in
it's
all
middle school level shipping
the-
was she's obviously the more popular character. She's the more popular love interest. She always was. I don't
This
think
is a
it was
case
ever
where like
comparable.
the fan base was right, and
Yes.
they listened, and it was the correct
Yeah.
choice.
Because they had chemistry, and she was
Yeah.
a character,
And look,
Imagine listening to your customer base.
that's a pretty crazy thought.
And I like how quickly they did it.
it's
Like
not
Children of the
self-evident.
Jedi came
Yeah.
out immediately. Kevin must have already been writing Darksaber,
And
and they were
yet-
like
yeah.
panicking.
Yeah, he immediately like.
Well, they
that one
made
Luke
him
and Mara
change the
chapter, like,
ending.
yeah.
They might have made him change the ending.
well, to be fair, the Corellian trilogy was happening at the same time as Callista, so Lando already had an endgame, so they had to figure out
That's
something for Mara.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, you have the
That's
same
still
in-
great with Corellian.
You have the same in
Very good
Bakura.
point.
Based.
You have the same in Bakura, where it's like Gariel is the possible love interest, but we have the Thrawn trilogy, and Luke doesn't have a girlfriend there, so we obviously know, this is not gonna be something that lasts.
Actually, Cassie Tears backed out completely and went.
No.
But okay, I heard that it had something to do with her actually having written a fan fiction a long time ago about Luke and this Imperial agent.
Oh yeah, that's what she said,
Oh.
and then she worked that into a standalone novel she wrote. And then she was the one to suggest, hey, we have to make Mara pregnant early on in New Jedi Order.
And it was
So yeah, Kathy Tyers came around.
Yeah, I mean that's
She was the first to swing full support behind Mara, so she literally dumped her entire so-called favorite character as the rest
She was
of-
also fine with Roger McBride Allen using Gariel in the Corellian trilogy, and we don't spoil it, but yeah.
I still think
Yeah.
Jem is worse than Callista. Maxwell says. I'm not sure.
Jem, you can forget Jem easily. She's
Yeah.
in one story.
Gem is a nothing.
And
She's a nothing
Callista,
character.
like
Callista
Mary.
is,
Not only does she have this trilogy, so to speak, she also
Yeah.
has that, I mean, Murder and Slush Time short story, but she has lasting impact, and then she returns in fucking Fate of
And
the
Callista is the
Christmas.
reason that Luke can't help out with the Darksaber.
yeah, Callista is worse as a character, like worse, like written worse, and she's also like worse personality-wise. She's like Callista is evil. Jem is just a girl, whatever. Like she's
Mary
irrelevant.
is arguably more memorable than Jem.
Yeah.
I know more about Mary than Jem, and I've read the story that Jem is in, so I'm gonna agree. Or I know about as much about the two of them. Yeah. So, yeah. On a serious note, I thanked obviously I read Jedi before, and that sort of put me in a right place
Saves
to
your
read this.
soul.
Yeah, and I talked to this about with Dylan. Like, imagine how horrible it must be to read in release order. Like that, I would have quit the EU probably if I read in release order. Like, I at some point I would have thought like this is pointless. What are we even doing? And I would have stopped probably. Like,
I think the only reason it
Around
survived
Black Fleet
Bantam.
Crisis, Callista. Yeah, he would have quit.
I would have said I think the only reason it survived Bantam is because Corellian trilogy was coming out at the same time as this.
I guess so. And I was like, okay,
Yes.
that's yeah.
So
But-
Corellian Actually, wait. Let me go find my the bestsellers list because I have a list of Star Wars bestsellers.
Remember, Children of the Jedi is a New York Times bestseller. But to
course.
be fair, so was
Wait, hang on.
The
Sorry.
Crystal Star.
Yeah, sorry, New York
Is
Times.
my
bestsellers are
my
fucking
list is
worse.
just for hardcovers. Yeah, it doesn't include the paperbacks.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some engineer, by the way, was paid of millions to create something that would annihilate Belsaris. I just want to point out that Imperial Star Destroyers are a thing that exists in the Star Wars universe. You don't need to pay someone millions of credits to create a stupid weapon that that is supposed to do the same thing that any other ship. Like I said, one TIE fighter is enough to do the job.
Yeah. Pico, having read New Jedi Order the most recently out of all of us, may distinctly remember a moment in enemy line centered around something called Base Delta Zero, which
There are many people quit.
unfortunately doesn't exist in the Callista trilogy because it
yeah,
would
Matt-
solve so many problems.
Did Matt Wilkins ever
yes.
use the same excuse he did for the Jedi Academy trilogy, where it's like people only hate this because Zahn?
Yeah. Sorry.
Zahn told them to hate this.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm on a secret Discord. I have Zan's phone number, and he told me before reading this, like you need to hate this because otherwise, like I'm gonna kill you. So, okay, yeah, sorry, dude.
Speaking of secret discords, I found out something shocking. Apparently, Karen Travis has a Discord server,
Oh, yeah,
No.
I've heard that.
and
too.
she teaches people Mandola.
Mandola, yeah. I've heard that, yeah.
I think I actually heard it from you.
This is getting into dangerous territory.
Matu's on
Yeah.
it, and he
Oh, God.
actually asked about Legends Con. Travis wasn't invited, and the EU
Based-
authors community isn't buzzing.
Tell the fans.
So,
whatever.
according to her, i.e., the ones that actually talked to her, didn't get invited either, including Troy Denning.
Smallest violin.
I'm assuming. Wait, I wonder if they still talk, because they kind of hated each other in Legacy of the Force.
Which is funny.
I'm
Like,
not sure.
I mean, the only thing I know recently with Denning, he praised Travis. What was it, Halo books? When he said,
Of
"Oh
course he
yeah, I
did.
read Karen Travis books before I start writing my own."
yeah. Let's just move
Meanwhile,
on. for now,
Karen
like,
Travis and reading other people's books before writing her own.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Maxwell's
Mara-
comment, please, quick before we move on. Yeah, it's been 15 years. I think the Boba Fett show probably and the Mandalorian probably reignited her love for
Yeah.
Mandos.
Or rather, hatred of Dave
Hatred
Filoni's
for Star- yeah.
Mandalorians.
Yeah, like imagine all that people remember about your culture now
Okay.
is just away.
But Greyholm, now we have to get Matu on my server because I need to see like Karen Travis screenshots. We need this new quotes, so to speak. Like imagine asking her about
wait,
Disney Mandalorians
what-
and she goes apeshit. I want to see quotes.
I have a warning for you first, though. Whenever certain political stuff gets mentioned, Matu has text walls.
Oh yeah, whatever. Just find the spiciest stuff, I guess.
Why
Just
don't
ask
you
him
do
to
it
give
for
us
us, Greyholm?
quotes.
Yeah.
Just ask him make some screenshots of funny
And send it to
Karen
you,
Travis
and then
quotes.
you send it to us.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, we have Mara. One of her quotes is, "Oh yeah, the Jedi and their families lived on Belsavis. I get why they wanted to destroy the whole planet. My question is, why didn't they just do that? Like, I will ask this question repeatedly because it's so easy. Because this is like
So-
a backward.
So the backstory for Belsavis and the Eye of Palpatine, the event happened in 19 BBY, shortly after the formation of the Empire. And essentially it says it was at a point when Palpatine couldn't openly do horrific shit, similar to like the Kamas incident. And so he did it like, well, I want to destroy this place on this planet, but I can't just send my ships there. That would be like then everybody would know that I'm doing it. So I'm gonna hide this ship inside an asteroid
Yeah, but
and send it there.
they could have done it at any point afterwards. Like,
But this is during the Jedi
No, he
Purge,
wanted to destroy.
right?
He wanted to destroy this
And-
place immediately, but he couldn't just openly send.
But why? It's the Jedi Purge, which everyone is on board with
by
at this
the
point.
by the time that by the
No,
time
because
that
they
Death
wanted
Star-
to destroy all of Belsavis apparently, and he was
Oh,
like I said, similar
Alderaan.
to Kamas. No, similar to
Alderaan.
Kamas.
You know what happens to Alderaan? Like, why don't
Yes,
just...
but that's way later. This is at the point when Palpatine wasn't
Yeah,
ready
sure,
to show that he is like full on asshole.
Yeah, exactly. But at this point, they like the Eye of Palpatine still wasn't active, but this is still his mission. So like, I don't know, 0 BBY. Why doesn't he just send one Star Destroyer there? Like by that point, he has. The
Oh, I
whole
guess
like-
no. I guess he just doesn't care because apparently they evacuated shortly after in 19 BBY, and then they were gone. And he was like, "Oh well, shit. I guess that's it. The Eye of Palpatine is gone somehow." And then he just and then there's no reason to attack Belsavis anymore.
And we definitely know what happens to the children of the Jedi.
Oh yeah,
don't think-
totally.
I
The
don't even-
titular.
I mean, it's completely explained later on, right?
I don't
It's
even.
Definitely.
completely explained.
Yeah.
We just know that Nikos's relative
Nikos is apparently one of them,
was
and
Nikos is one of them
Roganda.
or something.
yeah, but
Uganda, but we don't know how they wound up in wherever they wound up.
whatever. I
And,
don't even. give
it
a fuck,
definitely
yeah.
makes tons of sense. It
Yeah.
definitely makes tons of sense.
Yeah. There's a scene where Vader's mentioned in front of Leia, and she's still like denying, like she's still very in denial about him being her father, which is weird when she named a character like her own son after him.
That's just the authors
She
ignoring
has
Dark
an
Empire.
entire arc in Dark Empire
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Tatooine Ghost.
And Tatooine Ghost, yeah, where she accepts like
These fucking Bantam books keep making me defend Dark Empire. It's so annoying.
it's
Because Dark Empire is
Because
fucking
Dark
best.
Empire is
a
actually
sad,
good.
sad state of existence, but
Dark
See,
Empire
Noah and
is
I
the
actually
best
agree
Leia
here.
guys,
story.
okay,
I
guys,
said it.
we've been on a half-hour
I
tangent. I'm not
agree.
gonna start about fucking Dark Empire. Oh
See,
god.
look,
but
Noah and
every-
I are actually agreeing about something here, which means that it has to be
Yeah, it
really,
obviously has
really,
to be
really
wrong.
good.
Yeah, like 2 fucking giga autists. Like you guys together scored like 10 times the autism score that I scored. Like, don't make me.
Yes, actually,
Yeah.
I think it might have been.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
you're gay,
Anyway.
so whatever.
What?
Fabin, not you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. Like we had zombies in the caves on Belsavis. That was a thing, and apparently there was something that. So apparently the Emperor could give you like some drugs, then use the Force and basically make their effect permanent, and it makes you into like a zombie. Sounds
What?
very good.
Yeah.
I don't
yeah.
remember this. I remember
Yeah.
kind of some zombie smugglers in a cave.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't
exactly
remember any
those.
of this
Mhm.
context.
Yes.
So
Unfortunately.
Chief could use some drugs. He could make the effect permanent with the Force, and you are basically like a brainless, mindless, angry zombie.
Wait, is it established when he did that? Because if he can do that, why the
Mm.
fuck do they create the fucking Death Troopers virus?
A good question.
Yes. Good question for another time.
Also,
Yes.
there was something similar in the fucking newspaper strip, Planet of Cadrill. Vader is making like a poison gas, and it amplifies like the weakest personality traits of like it's the people it affects.
Yeah.
It's
It's like, yeah, you get to make a very expendable army with that, and you just don't. It's like, okay, why introduce this?
oh
I
yeah,
don't
that's that story as well.
Leia's
Maxwell.
family jewels. Yeah, I don't want to know what exactly.
The Marvel run is great, but it has some cheese in it, and that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
cheesiest cheese.
I've heard that. Yeah,
It's gonna give you diarrhea when you read it.
interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. So apparently there's new Alderaanians, and they wanted to they suggested to let Kwisatz be assassinated, and they'd even know someone who would cover their costs. That sounds really cool. I wish they'd done that.
Oh yeah,
Please
that sounds awesome.
Please assassinate Kwisatz, please, because she's not gonna get prosecuted. Like, okay, cool, whatever. Oh
I
yeah, and
think
I wrote,
she shows up in New Jedi Order, doesn't she?
Lisa?
For like 5 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, I think she has a quick cameo because the plotline in Dark Tide when they are searching for remaining super weapons.
Wasn't it in? Yeah, it was Dark Tide, and then I think she's mentioned in Age of Victory Rebirth.
Yeah, mentioned, but she actually shows up in one of the.
But
Dark Tide.
we don't even know what happens to her. We definitely need to.
yeah. Yeah, and
I like
wrote,
how she just vanishes after she breaks up with Wedge.
Yeah, that was
Good.
nice.
That was literally her only significance.
yes, which is
It
objectively a
only
good decision.
mattered.
Yeah,
Yes, Olsen was a Giga Chad.
exactly.
The first chapter of, and of course the whole book of Starfighters of Adama.
Oh, do you want me to spoil her ending in Dark Tide as far as I remember it? Because it's written by Stackpole. Another. So you expect some salt. And what he does with her is she's living on this wind planet from Jedi Academy, you know, when
Divorce,
when
yeah.
Akbar crashed.
Oh yeah.
And she's just, I'm living now peacefully here on my own, all alone, until I die with
Yes!
these fucking weird aliens. And that's
Yep.
it.
I love it. I love it.
Darla is
lovely.
worse than
It's
Qui.
spectacular.
That's Olsen
Oh,
and
no.
Stackpole essentially teaming up to destroy her.
I just remember that picture I found of them sitting next together and smiling like very smugly.
Yeah.
Into the camera. It's like, oh, that's a great picture for that. Oh man. Yeah. For the ending of this chapter, I wrote,
Olsen
yeah,
and Stackpole are probably the best team up short of Lucino and Stover themselves.
yeah, I think they can make
Yeah.
quite some stuff.
Olsen and Stackpole are a better team up than Zahn and Stackpole,
Oh yeah, for sure.
significantly.
No, she's
Which
not.
people think are the best team up in Star Wars after Lucino and Stover for some reason.
Oh.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you want every character that you have to be smart? Like that would be boring.
By the way, who would you say is the main villain of Children of the Jedi?
Barbara Hambley.
Yeah, that's true actually, but I mean, you can't call anyone of the Eye of Palpatine really a villain. I guess
You
Roganda.
can call Callister a
Probably.
villain.
Yeah, I suppose Roganda, because she's the one who calls the Eye of Palpatine, or she's the one responsible for calling the Eye of Palpatine. I suppose
I
it's
maintain
Roganda.
that Callister is the biggest villain.
Oh yeah,
of the
Callista is
Callister
also the
trilogy.
villain, obviously. Poor Quizar, she's such a thought that she believed that the Death Star was a mining tool. Yeah, Darksaber was the first book to bring up that, or perhaps she was brainwashed. It's like it's a bit late to try and make that thing, but okay, whatever.
Okay, but at least he improved a lot in Darksaber and trying to fix stupid stuff
I
he
guess so, yeah.
That's why I said Darksaber feels like a response to his critics.
Yeah,
We'll get there
which
next
is-
week because I
we'll
have a
get
lot
there,
to say on that exact topic.
I have quite a few
Okay.
thoughts on that, yeah. Yeah, and in today's
Alright.
episode of The Writer's Barely Disguised Fetish, I have Leia. Once again, she's the subject of lecherous writing, and she dreams about being tortured, interrogated on, I think, on an Imperial Star Destroyer, and how they would want to put her in a Starfleet brothel. That's always something
You know
I
what
wanted
this
to
is
read.
reminding me of? The infamous line in Darkness about Vader and
Oh yeah, Vader
mentally
undressing her.
Leia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, something I always wanted to know about Leia is how would she be in a Starfleet brothel? And thanks to Hempy, I now know. That's pretty.
Don't forget, Hambly also has a mention of the fucking jizz boxes in Planet of Twilight.
She has literal sex bots in.
Oh yeah, that's also.
Twilight.
Oh yeah, there's also the famous scene in Planet of Twilight. It has the plotline.
The hut
3PO and
deep in
R2.
corn.
3PO and R2 are separated from the rest of the gang, and they have to make money to
They
find their
do
way
literally
home.
nothing. Yes.
Nice.
Yes, and they end up in working in a cantina, and it describes how most of the people were doing stuff on the dance floor that's not dancing.
But
And
by
it was
the way,
supposed to be funny, but it was more concerning. And then 3PO starts making terrible music, and they all started attacking them.
that arc has basically nothing happened.
That was the best
Oh, by
plotline
the
in the
way-
book.
You know, I always wondered why Islam
because
has,
nothing
has
happened.
this punishment for people to hack their hands off, and now I get it. She shouldn't have hands to write this.
But
why-
by the
why?
way, Planet of Twilight introduces you to a concept which I'm very eager to have you to explore in greater detail during this review session.
Also, Graham, I have to point out
Want me to spoil it? Yep.
regarding your point. Barbara
Mhm.
Hambly didn't introduce sex bots. Shadows of the Empire did.
Please, no.
That was before.
I don't.
Oh yeah, it was.
See?
Um,
I believe technically it was a bot that Caesar had sex with, not necessarily a sex bot.
Yeah, not
Yes,
necessarily
good
built for
point.
that purpose, but I mean it. Yeah.
But Hambly's ones were explicitly built for that purpose.
nice. Sounds cool.
Also, Planet of Twilight introduces
Hey,
us to the
hey.
lovely concept.
You're 3 weeks ahead. Save it for next.
Exactly. At least 3, if not a month.
We have to focus on Children of the Jedi. What does
Yeah.
Children of the Jedi introduce?
Nothing.
Yeah,
That's the beauty.
Callister?
R2 is crazy now for a reason. I mean, we know that reason later on, but we didn't at
Yeah,
the
because
time.
Eric.
Because Eric, exactly, not Iraq, because that's a country. And he tries to
I think
kill Han and
she
Leia.
probably meant the country, given how Chad exists.
Yeah, but who cares? Yeah, and why he didn't manage to kill them? Han and Leia were fucking the night before, I think, and they slept.
Yep,
How
that is
don't you
correct.
manage to kill someone in his sleep? He has
I
high
really
voltage.
can't
Main
wait for you to read
character-
Planet of Twilight now.
Yeah, he
Gets even
his
better.
elaborate R2's elaborate plot, or Iraq's, I guess, to kill him is to make R2 reprogram Han's blaster so it overheats and explodes.
What if just R to take the blaster and shoot them while they sleep?
Yeah, or shock them to death.
Because R2
yes,
isn't
just
strong
shoot
enough,
them.
guys.
Remember that R2 has
He
this little
can't pull the
saw?
trigger.
whatever.
R2
He has
can't
high-
pull the
okay,
trigger.
yeah,
He's
he has-
too weak.
Just use a
Yes, fuck.
sniper.
He has a high voltage shocker. Yeah, exactly. This planet is literally without any law enforcement. Just put one sniper in there. Jesus Christ. Leia, they're all alone. Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah. I was sort of very like I was pretty happy when I finished that chapter because it was the fucking Mara chapter. But yeah,
Then Chewie breaks R2, and then the chapter ends.
yeah. Chapter 13. Kwisatz still believes that the Death Star could have been used for mining, and she's a fucking dumb bitch. Leia goes after the weird woman she saw, without weapons and all alone. I said perhaps she dies, and perhaps I wouldn't care. And I agree with that. Leia's pretty stupid in this book and would have deserved to die.
Meanwhile, Black Fleet Crisis. Also, can't wait for you to read that one.
Nice.
Black Fleet is good.
Leia describes a bit of her past and her feelings towards her relatives from Alderaan, and like she wonders what they would think of her now if they saw her, which was fine. Like that was okay. You get a bit of backstory from her. Oh yeah, we get a flashback of her like on Coruscant, and there's a bunch of young girls, and one of those she encounters there is called Roganda Ismarin, so that's the weird woman that she saw here. They are Palpatine's concubines. You know, I never imagined Palpatine to have sex, and I really don't want to. But it's canon, so whatever.
Don't forget what I just learned recently. We have another son of Palpatine officially confirmed.
True. Which is always great. Apparently this woman, so she has like the reason she hid like so far away and she never went to like a civilized planet is that she's afraid that she's gonna be branded as a collaborator and killed probably. First of all, I don't get why that's a thing because X-wing pilots are famously like a lot of them are collaborators.
We have a lot of people
Medine.
from the Empire, like
We have so many defective
Dodonna,
Crix Medine.
Mon Mothma
Han
was in
was
this
good in the most-
Imperial.
Han.
Like with some X-wing
Han
pilots,
was on
at least,
Sunter Fell.
Yeah. like some X-wing
West-
pilots,
was it
X-wing
West or
pilots at
Hobby? I
least were
forgot.
like low level, like they were in the academy and they escaped during the academy more or less. But
The High
Crix
Command
Medine
of
was
the
high level.
High Command of the
Kyle
New
Katarn.
Republic, Mon Mothma, Leia Organa, Gambit
Yeah.
Iblis.
Crix
They
Crix
were all
Medine-
Imperial senators, and the military people, Crix Medine, Jan Dodonna.
Crix Medine was honored by the Emperor for his services for the Empire, like personally. That's a pretty big deal. And he was, and also who the
Hydro.
fuck's gonna know who Roganda Ismarin is?
They
Like-
think she was a fuck toy for Palpatine. Like they would have
Yeah.
sympathy for her.
Like no, like not even the craziest zealot would believe. Oh yeah, she's a collaborator. Like no, she was a slave. It's obvious. Like and nobody would even know who she is probably. Like,
But this
whatever.
leads us to another question: who's the best Emperor's hand, Roganda or Mara?
Mara.
A very close call, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I have to think about it a lot,
Yeah.
but
What was Matt's point
Well-
regarding that? Isn't it so awesome to know there are more Emperor's hands?
I don't have. I mean, okay,
It
I
makes
don't have-
sense. I'm like,
I mean, sure,
okay.
I guess like it's just an assassin position. I guess it doesn't. It would not make sense for him to have more. Like, is
But
this
it
something?
seems
Just
like
the
Mara
idea
was
is
the most
awesome.
trusted.
The idea that the Emperor
Because
has
she
more than
didn't
one
have
hand.
the spark of the dark side inside her.
Yeah, and
She-
also
bec-
isn't
because
isn't it a
according
bit
to Zahn,
repetitive?
she did everything just out of loyalty to Palpatine, but not because she was actually evil. Because
Yeah.
Zahn, so therefore that makes her the best Emperor's hand. Because
Yeah.
she followed
She's a
Palpatine
character.
blindly,
That
and therefore
also-
Palpatine trusted her the most.
That's also funny because essentially what Zahn is saying is Palpatine actually had like a Jedi. Because Mara Jade is more or less a Jedi, just working for the bad guys. And apparently Palpatine just did that like for fun.
Mm.
Like he never tried to turn her evil because all the other Emperor's hands are just dark Jedi assholes.
Or even worse, like Chronal was technically an Emperor's hand, even though he
Oh,
was so
yeah,
much more than that
Chronal
as well.
was a fucking cultist. Like we don't have to talk what he did with his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, AbleGP.
Yes.
Um.
You can ask him
Rogan.
about that in Legends Con, or rather get some.
Oh, he's gonna go there?
Yes, he is.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Wait, no. Do you have the full list?
No.
Who's
Who's going
okay.
to? I just know from some of the
so
famous
there's-
ones, Elaine Cunningham. I
Okay, so no, she's not.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
she's not.
Marcel would have been really happy if she was. Okay, so it's Randy Stradley, Matthew Silver, Corinna Beckshaw, Sean Stewart, Barbara Hamley, and Abel G. Pina.
Okay, I knew Corina. Okay, I
That's
confused.
been
I confused her with
confirmed.
Corina
There
Beck.
might be even more.
Yeah.
Okay.
They say that the list is quote ever growing unquote.
Okay, guys, everyone needs to ask Corina Becco because Legacy Era, Legacy Comics, what were her plans? What were the plot twists? We need these answers
Can
for
we
my
make a
chronology, and I will
list
update
and
it.
give it to Brennan and Marcel and Alex?
You can try
and
to, perhaps they
all
will
the
do it.
rest.
Who knows?
I'm not gonna go to America just to talk to these people, but you guys can
Not
do it.
worth it. Yeah.
But you know what?
yeah.
You need to go break into Troy Denning's house and find his Virgil Compendium.
No.
You need to go to America for that. You can't do
No,
it
I'm
from
gonna hire
Germany.
someone else to do it.
Yeah.
Blue Pig.
Pick can do it, yeah.
So, Roganda apparently was boarded off to aristocrats very often, for her services. Thanks, I wanted to know that. Yeah, that's a thing.
Oh, this reminds me of the Mara Jade by the Emperor's Hand comic by Zahn and Stackpole. Because Mara is also an Emperor's Hand, but she was her fake role was she was Palpatine's favorite dancer,
Yeah.
and there's also some sexual innuendos in there with
Yeah,
some higher up Imperials. Yeah,
as long as it is just
But
that.
if you ask Zahn, I'm sure that she never did anything.
No, I don't think he would.
Well, it implies that she doesn't. She's just there for like eye candy to catch
Yeah.
the Imperials
Yeah.
to spy on them, basically.
Which is
she's
what I
like
would have
a-
thought about the female slaves in Java's palace as well, but we know that that isn't quite the case. So moving on. Yeah. Yeah, okay, and she seems pretty afraid on Belt Service. I mean, okay, because she's evil, but I also wonder, like, Han and Leia themselves said they wouldn't be recognized on Coruscant because they are humans and they look all the same to aliens. So why anyone would find out who Roganda Ismarn is, I have no fucking idea, but whatever.
Because Handley.
Yeah. Chapter 14.
Well, you forgot Roganda has a son that supposedly died.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes.
Who is also supposedly Palpatine's son.
But not really.
We know she
Not
is. We know he is.
true.
It immediately goes, he's not the son, or he's
Thank
not the
God.
father.
I don't need that. Chapter 14. So, yeah, Callista sort of talks to him. Like, yeah, apparently she wasn't really able to talk to him before, but now she suddenly decides to do it anyway. I have no idea how that works, and I don't give enough of a damn to make sense of it. Yeah, and I mean, Luke's incredibly thankful and emotional about her being alive, which is weird because he doesn't know who she is.
Yes.
But he's constantly on drugs, so I guess that's the way you act.
We should really come up with a theory about why Luke acts so weird during this trilogy. Like, if
Drugs.
for instance,
drugs.
Drugs.
He's
Legit,
on
it's
drugs in
like
this, and he has
what in the
Stockholm syndrome.
drugs?
Stockholm
Like, what in the
syndrome.
drugs?
I don't know.
Because like
He's
if
already
we
a
go
moron
look
in the
at the
previous
Crystal
trilogy, so
Star-
like
yeah. Like he's just stupid.
canonically he's a fucking idiot at this point. So
Yep. If all the Jedi die, it's
true.
his fault. Oh yeah, Callista and Luke have this little interaction that the Force can't influence droids or Serkins. Yeah, first of all, to me that's a pretty clear contradiction to Champions of the Force because we know that that's not the case. Which is pretty. I mean, that's pretty disrespectful. I mean, KHA has set up something pretty interesting
I
with
know.
influencing spaceships, and Hambly just writes that out like that's. She's
you
pretty
can't
much
just do that.
Away.
Wait,
What an-
does
what
it
an
say?
asshole.
Wait, explain exactly what it means that the Force can't
the Force
interact with mechanical things.
can't influence, like it can't influence, so you can't impose your will on a droid the same way you could do with like a human, like a living being with not enough mental fortitude. So you can't make R2 do the same, like do something the way you would with just a human being. Like, you're gonna go there and pick up the stone. R2's not gonna do that because it doesn't work that way. And we know that's not true because like Kip was able to influence the Suncrusher, and
Also, Tales of the Jedi.
And also something that
Daru.
happens in Darksaber, but you're not there yet.
and I mean,
And
Iraq
Starkiller.
and Iraq. Yeah, okay, whatever. Cray is
Eric?
sentenced. Yeah, Cray is sentenced to death. I don't know why. Why is there even a trial? I don't give a. Like,
Because
the
they think they are stormtroopers. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, but the enemy clan is making a trial for this. Like, whatever. I don't give a fuck.
Continue. We need to finish
We
this
can
in
just
3
skip
hours.
this.
Yeah, the ship.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah, in Asia. Lol.
Idiot.
sucks to be you, I guess. Yeah. So the ship apparently, like, I wondered, like, does the ship have functioning communication, because it never got specified. I'm like, please just call the New Republic. But I guess the New Republic are villains, so maybe you don't even want to.
They would shoot him down.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
They would blow up Callister, and we can't have that. She's such a good character.
Yeah, she's
Now
awesome.
I imagine an emotional scene where there's a standoff between the Eye of Palpatine and New Republic vessels, and Luke is crying for them, like, "No, don't shoot! You're gonna
Just
murder!"
Yeah, and they just mercilessly destroy it. I would love that, actually. So the plan
Imagine
is
Matt
to...
Wilkins reading that. That would be perfect. That would just be perfect.
Yeah. They want to program a vocoder, like a voice, a voice changer, to do some noises so that the enemy clan thinks it's other Gamorreans attacking them, so they can save Cray, whatever. Okay.
Yes.
Luke has the scene where he remembers all sorts of characters, and Mara was not among them, so that's cool, I guess. Nice. Chapter 15. Han speculates that Roganda could be a bit sus. Yeah, we know that that's the
No
case.
way.
He shoots at plants. I wrote that down. I have no idea what the connection is, but he just shoots at plants to burn them down. No clue. Moving on.
He's just psychotic at this point.
Yeah,
maybe.
he's like like he has still PTSD from the Europe, like him being part of of a faction that still wants to murder him. But yeah,
Him shooting the comlink
Yeah.
and Star by Star actually made sense.
the New Republic might like contact them and try to, I don't know, marry Mon Mothma to a Gamorrean or something. Perhaps, I don't know.
This is
Sounds
the
like
last
whatever.
chapter where I wrote anything before just copying yours. I
Nice.
wrote another Han and Leia chapter. ... Leia realizes
Yeah.
Roganda lied, and
Yeah,
that's
so
all I
Han-
wrote.
So Han and Leia talk to Akbar, some aristocrats, the CEO of the Sena Corporation, and some dude called High Lord Harsk. I don't give a fuck who any of these people are. They are taking a vacation together, and they don't take anyone with them, and they might attempt to attack somewhere. Like, I don't know, and they are like close to the Xenex sector where all of this is taking place, and so they need to be careful. I don't get why anyone would attack Belsavis, like for what point, but okay, they need to be careful, I guess. R2 is just around them, which is weird considering he tried to kill them, and they still don't really know what his deal was, but he's like with them. Like, if Han and Leia died, it would be their fault, but oh well. Yes, so they leave R2 behind with an inhibitor, like the inhibitor bolt, whatever these things are called.
Restraining bolt.
Yeah, restraining bolt, exactly, which seems smart, but later on Leia takes it
His
off.
inhibitor ship, like Doc Ock in
So
Spider-Man.
inhibitor.
No,
Why
not
not?
TCW, please. No.
Yeah,
no,
hey, it's continuity. Look at that. Yeah, so they want to find Campbell. Campbell is a dude who succeeded a guy named Nublik. Yes, who's the boss
Lots of great names.
of Drub McCum. And he want to ask him why the first guy left Belsaris, because like they're suspicious. All of these names are stupid, and I barely remember what they are.
I barely remember the storyline. They are still investigating the cum guy.
Yes, like
Yes.
what he was talking, because like children of
No,
the
I
Jedi
can't
fled-
believe you forgot this wonderful
I read this book twice.
galaxy shaping. I
Um,
read it even more than that as a kid, a very stupid kid.
yeah,
I
so
must have read it like at least 4 times.
mhm.
I read the Jedi Academy trilogy way more though.
Nikos remembers someone who's called Lagan Ismarin, so apparently he would be Roganda's brother. Yeah, and I don't know. So the Emperor knew that. The Emperor apparently knew that she was a Jedi. Obviously, she was the Emperor's sent then. Some dudes from the Imperial Court are there. Like, oh yeah, one of okay.
Yes.
Apparently, one of the Imperial Court dudes is some playboy who used to call Leia Little Miss Inalienable Rights, which sounds so fucking stupid, but I had to laugh. Like, what a fucking awesome nickname, Little Miss Unalienable Rights. Cool. That sounds awesome. I don't get why Roganda revealed herself to Leia, because she screwed herself over with that. Like no one
Okay,
would have
guys,
known.
I looked up Lagan Ismarin, her brother,
Yeah.
because I don't remember. I vaguely remember a mention of him. So I was like, oh, is this a character that could have shown up at some point? And then I looked at the biography. One of the few Jedi younglings to survive the Great Jedi Purge, Lagan and his young sister Roganda hid with the Children of the Jedi on Belsavis. Lagan was a childhood companion of Nikos Mar. After being forced to flee Belsavis, Lagan and Roganda were separated from their parents and brought before Inquisitor Emisa Daris. Daris skewered Lagan on her lightsaber before Roganda's eyes.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
I
think
forgot
this
about
is
this.
mentioned in Children of the Jedi because it says
could.
as
It's not.
sources. As source, it says the Emperor's Pawns article by Abel G. Pina.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's definitely
Inquisitors
not
aren't
mentioned
things
in
yet,
Children of
right?
the Jedi. No, they're not.
Yes, they are. They're in the fucking Western Games material at this point. When did
They
Children of-
aren't in the novels at this point.
Yeah, but they are a thing.
Yeah, I don't know, like,
Yeah.
Roganda screwed herself over with that information. I don't, like, okay, whatever. R2 is coming with Leia now, I guess. Sure. Maybe he's gonna kill her. He's not, but I sort of hope. Yeah, she's following them, like, into some building, and she's all alone. Like, this is still, like, it's the chief of state. She's all alone. Like, why? Yeah, Children of the Jedi moment, I guess.
Because she practically isn't the chief of state in the Callister trilogy.
Yeah.
I mean, meanwhile, in the Crystal Star, she has a very different spin on things, but not here.
That's nice, I guess. Yeah, she hijacks some vehicle and she goes out into the ice with it and follows the other guys. Okay, ever. Chapter 16. So, oh yeah, we have a little nightmare from Leia again. She still has nightmares about Tarkin, and he told her. I remember that he told her like, oh, this is your like the fact that Alderaan got decided on as the first target of the Death Star is your fault, and she's sort of feeling guilty about it, which I guess is a nice little thing. Yeah, she's following a guy called Oren Keldor. Apparently, he was one of the constructors of the first Death Star. In that vehicle,
Yeah.
and no one really sees her being there, which I guess is something. Oh yeah, apparently she's forgiven Kui. And she says, it's hard to believe someone is so naive, but she was trapped in a smart web of lack of knowledge, coercion, and lies. No. Just no. Moving on. That's obviously bullshit. I'm sorry. Like, the net wasn't that smart. The web. I'm sorry.
The Death Star. You're gonna build the Death Star and the World Devastator and the Sun Crusher. And the
Okay,
what else did
she
build?
didn't build the World Devastator. That was Uma
She
Thresh.
was involved in World Devastator. I remember that.
She knew about them.
Yeah. Yeah.
What else? What else super weapons did she work on?
Yeah, that's like, it's like a 5-year-old finding names for his monster truck collection, and she's like too stupid to understand.
Don't forget what she thought the Death Star was meant to be and what use it
Oh
would
yeah,
have
a
for the
mining.
galaxy.
And she still believes they could have used the Death Star for it. Like, she still believes that, unironically.
I mean, they could have, but they still would have blown up the planets to get the stuff.
Like, it's vapor, whatever. So, oh yeah, apparently, like, like, there are landing spots where smugglers always used to land, and apparently they never bothered to map them out because what was the reason? Oh yeah, it wouldn't have been worth it. Like, there's so many useless planets that are mapped out, but a space that was used by criminals apparently is not. Sure, I guess.
It's not worth it.
No, who cares? It's not worth it. Yeah, Leia's scouting ahead. They are in some secret place. I have no idea which one it is. She takes a semi-automatic blaster, a flamethrower, and an energy pike. Okay, whatever. Like, she's having a Rambo suit up or something. I don't know.
Remember when she had a lightsaber?
No, it sounds like a stupid weapon. Who would use that?
It's not like she's had multiple lightsabers at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Luke got
No
gifted
way.
one by a Jawa. Come on, man. But okay, whatever. Yeah, Leia gets attacked by some zombies. She's attacking, quote, with a cold rage. I always like when Jedi act out of rage. It seems really in character for them. So
Oh,
good job,
wait
Luke.
until you read
agree, I
Star by
agree.
Star. When Leia is
Oh.
so angry, she's gonna Darth Maul a fucking senator bitch.
Nice. Sounds in character for a Jedi. Awesome.
Yeah, as Matt Wilkins would say,
Thanks,
the Jedi are
Denning.
great in the Denning books. She literally wants
Denning
to cut a
understands
woman in
Jedi.
half
Oh yeah.
in pure
obviously.
anger and hatred. That's great.
Wonderful.
And she doesn't even address it later on. It just
Nope.
happens, and then she pretends it didn't.
She also doesn't
and
calm
never even
down or
mentions it.
anything. She's just like angry that the bitch escaped.
Good. Yeah.
She's just
Awesome.
angry.
But
Good job,
remember,
Luke.
She's
this
just
is
angry.
deception. That's not how a Jedi would act, Obi-Wan in that book.
Oh.
No, it's not.
Worst
On
NJO
spec-
book you said, right?
Yeah, on first read it was underwhelming when everybody hyped it up, but
Yeah,
second
that's
read
what
it's
that's
the
what I
worst
did.
book in NJO.
I've only read it once, and so far that's where I have it. Like just like a
No.
B tier book, just kind of
It's gonna
underwhelmed.
drop once you read it.
I'm gonna reread it when we get there,
Oh,
but
yeah.
we'll see.
I
We'll see what
wonder if
happens.
we'll ever corrupt Brennan to our way of thinking.
His
Maybe not for
favorite
Star
novel
by
is-
Star, but I think he's vulnerable
Yeah.
for like
Star by
Fate of the
Star is
Jedi.
his favorite novel, so.
But we
Yeah.
corrupted Matt Wilkins to Children of the Jedi.
Yeah, it's
No. Matt Wilkins just didn't read it until like
He hasn't
Couple
read
weeks ago.
Children of the Jedi in 30 years.
by his own admission. So yeah.
No, okay, come on, no. There's no way that he just changed his opinion like that without rereading it.
yeah
It's
he
Matt.
he
would have
No,
the
yeah,
same
he
opinion.
only reread it for this reread.
But
Yeah,
like
in
at
his
the
original review, he hadn't read it in 30 years.
That makes sense.
And that's why I love it.
Yeah, Leia finds some escape route, and like it's giving her a sense of security, and that's how she knows it's the correct path she's going on. Guess that's a nice little sentence, whatever. Okay. Leia finds a room for the children of the Jedi. Like it's full of toys, and like she's inspecting them while she's still running away from monsters. And I was like, oh yeah, that
Yes.
seems like it's gonna distract her enough for her to get captured, which ultimately she of course does. Yeah, cool, whatever. So, oh yeah, the reason of the children of the Jedi were never mentioned in other like in information like in the data from on the Chunthor was because when people write a romance or a romance novella, they don't start by writing about human enzymes first. I'm not sure what I'm
What?
supposed to make. Yeah, that is a quote. Like, you're not describing literally everything, I guess is what I'm supposed to make of this. And this is a literal quote from the book, so make of that.
I
what you
don't
will.
remember that. That's
gosh.
retarded as hell.
Yeah, if you want.
Don't
like,
worry, Noah. There's something coming up that you might have forgotten that's also incredibly retarded.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, a little child. So Eric now is present,
Eric?
of course. Eric, yeah. Eric is present. He can make Leia's flamethrower detonate and impose his will on R2, obviously. So he was the one who did it before. Please don't forget that Corrin is too OP in the Force, but like detonating like that's normal. Oh yeah, Eric threatens. Oh yeah, I'll let him roll into the water. That means he'll short circuit. I just
He'll
remembered
roll
Dagobah.
Dagobah.
Yeah, like he plumped into the water in Dagobah and he didn't short circuit. Obviously, it's
Swam
another
around
thing.
for a
Wait
bit.
till
He
you
even
read the
got
Marvel
eaten.
run.
Oh, wonderful.
Because R2 is on the fucking water world with Luke.
Nice. Oh yeah, Eric is having like a full-on temper tantrum because R2 resists him and he just rolls away. And like we know how, like in Endor, like we know how quick R2 is when he's at full speed. It's like you can just walk up to him and be faster than him. And he doesn't let the others, like he blocks because he controls the Kretch as well, apparently, and he blocks the way of his allies to catch R2 because he wants to do it himself, and that's why R2 escapes. Okay.
Children of the Jedi moment is all I can say.
Yep. Leia, of course,
Moving on.
captured. She's not gonna get killed, obviously, because something, blah, 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 blah. Chapter 17. Oh yeah, that's when I hoped to get an actual number on how many drugs Luke took, because it's like dozens and dozens of drugs that he took. Like constantly, he's under drugs. Yeah, and okay, so the Eye of Palpatine, of course, was activated because of Iraq. I don't know why they would know that the Eye of Palpatine was even a thing, because like if it's only something that Palpatine knew, like is
The
that
Emperor's
something?
hand, guys, because she's an Emperor's hand.
Yeah, like this is something that you, I guess, share with your personal factories where you
Like
keep
Mara
all your-
definitely knew all about the secret
yeah.
plague house in Young Jedi Knight, am I right?
Of course. Luke is simping for Callista already, and I hated it. Oh yeah, Luke has a nice little internal dialogue. It was the feeling of possibly not being able to get closer to Callista is worse than learning about his father's true identity.
Oh my god, Barbara, no.
No, I that's wrong. Like that's incorrect. Sorry.
I just
Yeah,
love it when Noah finds out new things. to
Ray finds out
understand.
things.
yeah.
From a book that I have read twice within the last
Yes.
5 years.
You always learn
You
something.
probably said the exact same thing both times.
Yeah. But it's like there's so much that you just forget the other
And I
horrible stuff.
block it out
Yeah.
like a
Um,
trauma. I'm just
yeah.
trying to forget it.
Yes, basically.
The ship.
Otherwise it's
That
Secret
reminds me
Jedi
of
Knight.
fucking. It's not a perfect comparison, but it reminds me of fucking Allegiance when Zahn has like Mara say, "I'm better than Vader," and then she defeats him in a lightsaber fight.
I mean,
I'm just
Tenennial
not
is
gonna read.
Don't
Allegiance
just go
anymore.
bug nuts
ever.
while writing Allegiance or something.
I mean, Tenennial is canonically better at using telekinesis than Vader.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, so apparently the ship had communication, but by now it's been destroyed by Jawa, so it means they literally could have called help all the time.
Whoops.
the whole time. Yes.
Whoops.
Didn't think about it.
If you think about it.
Didn't think about it. And
How
that's it.
embarrassing.
Yeah, Luke is like walking through some hallway, whatever. He finds a Jawa corpse. Some of these weird tentacle droids comes by him. He picks up the corpse, and he throws it in some giant jar full of something. I have not, like, if it's acid or what, I don't care. Into something. He's attacked by 2 scout droids. He uses a mirror to deflect their blaster shots. That was weird, but apparently
That
that's a thing.
definitely makes sense because, guys, let's not forget that lasers are not plasma.
Where'd he get a
Star
mirror
Wars-
from?
He just found it.
I have no idea. It was
No,
somewhere.
because canonically, there were no mirrors right now. Like they didn't have any. That's why Cray didn't use one when braiding her.
Whatever.
What?
Like it was lying around somewhere, I guess, on the Eye of Palpatine.
So,
Very lucky.
Tabana gas actually equals lasers, not plasma beams.
I don't.
So
Yeah,
the
I think-
mirror wouldn't get like a hole in it or something, right?
yeah, I mean, it like a sun ray just deflected it.
Oh my god, this is completely unrelated, but I just opened another tab on YouTube where I'm not logged in, so I'm just a random person on YouTube now. I type in quality autism. The first 2 results are quality autism Thrawn and quality autism Matt Wilkins. So that's what people search about my
Yeah.
channel.
Searching for your channel is a nightmare because I just get random
I
documentaries
searched
about
Matt
actual
Wilkins a lot
autism.
more.
Brennan's channel too. I always get like 10 facts you don't know about Quinlan Voss or all those.
Yeah, like TCW videos or something. Yeah.
Actually, Dan, yours is even worse. I can't find Jade Light unless I search Jade Light, Children of the Jedi, and stuff.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Because his shows up right away when I type in Jade Light.
Wait, I
interesting.
type in Jade Light. I'm gonna just try it. Jade
What-
Light. Jade Light on.
Even-
Jade Light test. Jade Light volleyball. Okay, it's something.
Jade.
Yeah, but oh yeah, my channel like comes up
Yeah, it's right
as
there.
3rd. Yeah. It's weird. Very very weird.
Maybe it's the region.
Maybe.
Yeah, who knows? Perhaps. Yeah. So he once again is fucked up really badly. I said he
course.
deserves it, which he does, obviously. Luke is like that's the thing that Luke does throughout this book is levitating. I don't know what they act like. Do they mean actually flying over the ground?
Don't
think
ask. Just don't ask.
Yeah.
Just
Continue.
don't ask. Seriously,
Move
don't
on.
ask.
Moving
Yeah.
on. We need to finish. I need to piss. I need to read. I have so much stuff to do. We need to get.
Are we gonna
going.
watch?
I have to sleep.
Do you want to watch Matt Wiggins' original Children of the Jedi video with us?
Yes. Actually,
Please.
can we just watch that now?
Okay, now because I have to leave.
Okay, little pause. We're gonna watch but it's 15 minutes.
Are we gonna watch both? Or just
15
one?
minutes? Oh god. Okay.
We're gonna
Hurry
see-
up.
We already
We're
did
gonna
the first.
speed
We already
it
did
up.
the second one, so no.
Yeah,
Okay.
we did the second one, so we're gonna watch.
Okay,
the
set it up. I'm
original.
gonna go piss right now.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna talk like until Noah's
Yeah.
returned. Yeah, like he's fell unconscious like for the fourth or fifth time now, whatever.
He has a spirit world journey
Yeah,
where
and
he and Callista kisses.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
Callista, he has now a flashback basically of Callista's life, and he says he had a feeling as if he always knew that she was tall and slim and had long limbs. That's his quote. Okay. There's some guy called Geeth. I guess that's her boyfriend from back in the day, and he's like watching them like tearfully, breaking apart, and it's like it's a very like you're watching your weird computer waifu have talks with her old boyfriend. Like that's pretty that's pretty weird, but okay. Then
And then kiss him too before he
Oh, yeah.
gets killed
Luke
by being
Luke,
stupid.
Oh yeah. Direct quote now. Luke woke up in utter darkness, or so he thought. Callista was there. She snuggled against his back. Her shape encircled his body. Her hips pushed against his body. Her thighs touched the backside of his legs. Okay. Luke comforts a crying
I'm
Callista.
back.
Nice. Okay. So I think 1.25 is... We don't need the whole... We know the trailer.
Oh,
No.
come on. We need it.
In my expanded universe, a show where I go through the entire EU in chronological order as best I know how. Folks, you gotta love the Bantam era, right? I know
No.
I do. I really have enjoyed running through all of these books, and that's why I'm super happy that today I get to talk about Barbara Hamley's Children of the Jedi.
We are
As a
not.
Bantam era
Now, in-
survivor, it's more good than bad.
Probably. We're gonna see at the end of Bantam.
Children of the Jedi, Luke is going on a mission with two of his students, Nikos Umar and Cray Mingola.
Mingola.
I didn't know about that one. I think no one had that on his radar. Matt Cramming
Okay,
door.
wait. I'm gonna make notes. I'm gonna write.
Yeah, do make notes.
I'm surprised he didn't call her Mongoloid or something.
Mongolia.
Mingola.
Yeah.
Mongolia.
And then, or Mingola, I don't know how you pronounce her last
Mingola, even
name.
Mingola
And they
or maybe
are-
Mingo. Wait, did he just say Mingola or maybe Mingola? Go back. He just said the same name twice.
Nikos Umar and Cray Mingola. And then, or Mingola, I don't
Mingola or Mingola. Like it's just
It's
There's a
Same.
Mingala.
Yeah.
Mingala or
Cray Mengele. How
Mingola.
about that? I'm fine. with
Once an
Cray
A,
Mengele.
once an O.
know how you pronounce her last name. And they are two Jedi who are together. And then you have 3PO as well. Now, they get captured by the Eye of Palpatine. The Eye of Palpatine is this ancient ship created, I say ancient, but it's an older ship created by Palpatine, of course, to go out throughout the galaxy, take people from different planets and brainwash them to be, soldiers for the Empire. They're
I think that wasn't their original purpose, right? It was just about like extra.
No, it was
stormtroopers.
picking up already existing troops.
Yeah.
going to be stormtroopers and everything. It was very dangerous when it was launched. Now,
what do you expect?
something has gone wrong with the Eye of Palpatine. It's gone off course. It's kind of gone all crazy. There's malfunctioning doors and whatnot, and there's tons of aliens just running amok on this ship. In a strange, weird way, it's kind of like Noah's Ark, just out of control. There's
No, no.
Oh,
Wait,
Aw.
that was a foreshadowing. Noah's Ark, yeah.
Morians, there's Tusken Raiders, there's Tals. Some of them they didn't even get any of the brainwash treatment. Some of them do think they're stormtroopers, which makes for hilarious moments because they're not. Others, they're just,
It does not
Tusken
make for
Raiders are just
hilarious moments.
Makes for pretty stupid moments.
hunting other people, as Tusken Raiders do. They're just adapting to their new life on this ship. So there's just chaos everywhere here. And Luke is trying to, survive this ship here. Now, let me switch gears for a moment and talk about Han, Leia, and Chewie. What were they up to? Well, they are on a mission when they encounter Raganda Emerson. Who is she?
Emerson.
Reganda? Wait.
Emerson.
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 No, Reganda? No,
Listen.
play it again.
Leia and Chewie. What were they up to? Well, they are on a mission when they encounter Raganda Emerson.
Roganda Emerson. Yeah.
I like how Noah just demands replay for every Vulcanism.
But he has Play-Dohs up here.
It's about the lore, okay?
I think those are Play-Dohs, right?
Yes, they are.
Based.
Who is she? She is also a hand of the Emperor. There was more than one hand. Egad! And
We know that
so
since
she
the Thrawn trilogy.
was one of the former hands of the Emperor as well. She has a son named Eric who has a surgically
He calls him Irek, so he did actually pronounce the name correctly at one point. Like, how does he pronounce the name better when he had like more time between, like after his read? You know?
When he hadn't
Plan
read it
to-
in 30 years.
Yeah, he,
ice into his head, which is reactivating the Eye of Palpatine, calling it back and everything. And there's a plan that they have together. Now, eventually, their storyline it kind of goes ends on a cliffhanger. They escape, they disappear, and they vanish in the galaxy. And we never hear from them again until way later, until New Jedi Order. But I'll get to that later. But it always bugged me that we never saw an ending to Ragonda and Eric. That just always bothered me as a kid. I was like, well, they escaped and we're never going to hear from them again? No. I don't know what Barbara Hamley had plans for them.
well, obviously not. She wrote Planet of Twilight without them, so.
Obviously, she didn't go back and
But
use them
she
again.
wrote kind of Twilight of Dala.
Shut up, continue.
I hate
need
that.
to
Maybe
look
she didn't
at
want to have them used again. Maybe that's what she wanted to have their ending as. But anyway, that's what their ending was in the book, which I was like, oh, come on. But going back to Han, Chewie, and Leia, this book has a fun scene that I want to talk about. It's the first time we ever get to see Han admit that he's getting older. Now, remember, in these
That's okay.
in Star
I thought he was
Wars,
going to
Han
go
is-
to Lando.
Yeah.
he's either
Oh, yeah, we're
late
gonna get to
20s
that
or early
next.
30s, we think. I think it's early 30s because he's old.
Early third? No, he's
What?
40.
Garbage.
He's like
Older, he's more
30
seasoned.
in New Hope.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's 10 years older than Luke and Leia.
Yeah.
Well, now, as the storyline, as the years have progressed, he is getting up to 40 now. Han Solo is
okay,
getting
yeah.
into his 40s.
Yeah.
And so this is the first joke that we get that Han Solo is getting too old for this. There's a funny story I'll kind of skip by, but he and Chewie have this big adventure where they barely escape with their lives. They're out there just laying spread eagle on the ground. They both look at each other. Like, you can see this from Home Alone. Both the wet bandits looking at each other, and they go, and he goes, buddy, Chewie, I'm getting too old for this. And Chewie roars in agreement. It's a hilarious scene. I
was
really
funny in
enjoyed
Home
it.
Alone.
And Barbara Hamley does put some good humor in the book. And I think people pass over this novel saying, it wasn't that good.
Yeah.
And I'll explain why in a minute. But
He will
Yes,
explain
Ollie.
why people think it's not good.
It's hilarious.
Good humor that she has. She has
I'm
some
trying to explain why.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
That's-
forgot. I
good.
think I saw this. I forgot Matt says Barbara Hamley is on a level with Aaron Alston in terms of humor.
humor in there. One of the best authors of humor. I mean, Aaron Alston being the king of humor and Stackpole being right below him probably. But I'd also put Barbara Hamley in there too because she had a lot of great moments in Children of the Jedi.
He also puts
Now,
Kevin J. Anderson in there too. In that
Oh,
list.
God.
going back to
lovely.
what's going on with Luke. First off, of course, we have the Luke problem, right? He's so powerful. Why
That's not a Luke
Oh,
problem.
can't he stop all this from going on? Well, Luke gets injured a lot. He has to use the Force a lot. He has to float. He's falling down an elevator shaft. He has to use the Force to kind of break his fall. Of course, he ends up getting busted. He has busted ribs, busted ankle, and he's just using the Force to kind of keep himself together, even to survive this ship here. And so that's kind of how they dampen his Force ability in this book.
No, that's not how it works. But okay.
We
Of
talked
course, like I
about
said,
it in detail.
Yeah,
every
yeah.
author had the Luke problem going forward here. But
Yeah, which is his personality sucks.
again, I'm okay with that. I was like, dang, he is getting beat up. And I was buying it. That's the reason why Luke couldn't be superstar in this adventure, because he's getting beat up so much.
Did he just
Now,
say
as for his-
okay?
Superstar.
Yes, you did.
I was thinking he was gonna say Superman and he fucked it up.
I mean, we agree he isn't a superstar in this book.
But he doesn't have to use the Force at any point in this book in the first place.
It's
Why
true.
would he? Why would he do it
He does
at
to keep
all?
himself together. Like that's what he does. for
Jedi
us,
students, Cray and Nikos. Nikos Mar is not the same
Nikos.
Jedi that we would have seen in Jedi Academy trilogy. He wasn't in there, but Kevin J. Anderson says that he was one of the original students. So Nikos back then was a
no.
human.
When?
Yes, he does. In the book, it's said that Nikos has been on Yavin over a year ago.
Yeah, but
Nikos
that doesn't
has to be
mean that
part of
he
it.
was in the very first class.
He has to be part of it.
He has to be
Uh,
part of the first class, otherwise he wouldn't fit in anywhere. He
No,
has
but
to be-
technically, Sulgul wasn't part of the first class
Continue.
because she
Correct.
joined
They're
later
looking-
within the same year.
Silgul is not part of the first class.
Yeah, is a
But she
droid.
joined later
What?
within the same year.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
Yes, he's an android because the real Nikos came down with a deadly virus and was going to die. Well, Cray didn't want him to die, so she tried unsuccessfully to transfer for his Force essence into a machine. You're thinking, Matt, that's silly. That technology had already been established through the Ciceruk. from Truce of Bakura. So basically, Barbara Hamley is tying in that story and saying, here's what they try to do, but it's not the same Nikos. I mean, he's more android than he is the character. And Cray realizes that it's really a sad but beautiful love story between them, because she knows
Sad
her
but
love
beautiful.
Because they die.
has been dead for a long time. And this android basically is confirming it. Like, I'm not the same. I'm not that man. You know, let's just face it. I'm not going to be that man. What I'm saying is eventually they're both going to die. And in it, something beautiful is going to happen, because what's wrong-
Beautiful.
It's
Something they're gonna die, but that's great because something beautiful is gonna happen.
oh yeah, we're gonna get
Much
to
like the
beautiful.
Emperor going into Anakin, you know? It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
no one would have cared.
Well, years ago, there was a sect of Jedi who moved in and encountered the Eye of Palpatine, realized how dangerous it was, and they sacrificed themselves to kind of throw it off course and to kind of stop it. And how they stopped it is one Jedi there called Callistia sacrificed her body and had her Force Ghost jump into the machine, and that's why it's all going crazy. She's trying to stop its programming. And as Luke continues through his journey through the Eye of Palpatine, he does encounter her Force presence. Callistia is talking to him, trying to help him out. And they become close, even though, you know, she's just trapped in she's the ghost in the machine. And Luke is in love with that ghost. Now, it makes for a
So she's Deus Ex Machina. Okay.
beautiful
Yep.
storyline.
Yes.
And I'm sure if Barbara Hamley would have left it at that, people would have been fine with the story and actually would have really loved the story. What people have a problem with is at the end, when Cray and Nikos die. When Nikos dies, his body is blown to bits. But when Cray dies, she allows... She dies on purpose because she wants to be one in the Force with Nikos. That is a beautiful story, in my opinion, that Barbara
it's
Hamley
not.
put together.
Not at all.
They seemed fine at the end, and then they just died instead. Yeah, we're gonna get to that later.
They're one in the Force now. I really like that. I really do like Barbara Hamley's book here. Now, with the death of Cray, though, her body is kept
Nikos was
alive.
already dead. Hold on. In the book, it states that it's not Nikos. He's already dead. So that's just straight up wrong.
But it's
But
beautiful.
now he's just
It's
destroyed. So
beautiful and
Now
emotional.
he's double dead.
he's
I
double
guess.
dead. He's deader.
She lets Callistia's Force Ghost come in and possess it. Now, we know about Force
That's a villain's superpower. I'm just gonna say it again. Yeah.
possession. It's already happened with Exar Kun and several
Yes, Exar-Kun is a villain.
others in the
Same
past.
for
We're looking at this
Palpatine.
Yes, they are villains.
chronologically wise. So, again, Barbara Hamley is using Star Wars Expanded Universe lore to make
For villains.
sense of the situation. A lot of people make fun of all this that happens.
Yes, because it's for a villain.
So
A lot
now,
of people make fun
when
of it.
Cray's body is found, you know, Luke notices, whoa, there's something different about this. That's kind of looking like Cray, but it's something different about her. Yeah, it's Callistia now. And eventually her hair starts changing, you know, to the way Callistia's hair was. And she starts changing a little bit. It's kind of creepy, though. But when a Force Ghost
They're kind
Yeah.
of creepy. Yeah,
A
kind
bit,
of creepy.
sort of.
takes over, that could happen. It seems like I'm explaining a lot of things for Barbara Hamley, but no, I think she did a fantastic job using the Expanded Universe lore and put it in her book.
For villains.
Sadly, a lot of people do hate this because they do not want Luke with anyone but Mara Jade.
That's not the issue.
That's
He
not
thinks
true.
that's the reason.
That's not the issue.
We don't want Luke with a villain who possesses the body of his depressed,
I
suicidal
think
former
people
student.
could have been fine with another love interest if it was an actual, well-written character.
Just a character.
Would people have been fine with
character.
Gabriel?
Yeah,
Gary, I think Gariel is fine as like a love interest. I don't know if she would have been great as like his wife.
She
but
wouldn't have been
She was
nearly
fine
as
as a
good, but
character.
she would have been acceptable.
yeah, like okay.
Arcana was just stupid, so we can ignore her.
She wasn't a love interest, except when Troidening retconned her to have sex with Luke.
Good point.
Mara
Now Sybil doesn't count.
And now Matt is gonna go on his
Mary.
tirade
Oh, yeah.
about Mara Jade being a
Anyone but
terrible-
Mara. Gem. Give me
Uh,
Gem instead of Mara.
What about Lumaya?
Lumaya.
Everyone but Mara. Everyone but Mara.
Jade and Luke were destined to be together.
It's
This whole thing about Callistia, how dare she be alive? How dare she possess Cray's body?
Yeah.
How dare this be allowed to happen? That
Yes.
now Luke has found true love
How
with
dare
Callistia?
Yes.
Blech,
Yes.
No way.
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. All of that's true. Yeah.
You know, and so this is just all one big mistake. And you're thinking, where's Mara Jade through all this? I
Yeah, good
Oh, no,
question.
he's
Like she was sort of
Here it
forgot
comes.
to
Here it comes.
oh no.
mentioned the Jedi Academy trilogy. The reason why she's not there is, first off, Kevin J. Anderson did not feel right to take Mara Jade and put her in the Academy.
That's no. No.
I mean,
that's
back then you didn't really mess with other people's characters.
but
That's not even true.
oh, okay.
And so you wanted to respect that storyline. And so Mara Jade is explained as, hey, I'm not ready
I'm gonna fucking slit my wrists.
for this. And she's kind of off doing her own thing through all of these books. And that's
Which is a retcon.
Right. That explains a lot of the reasons why Mara Jade isn't
No, it does not.
part of the storyline from here
No.
on out. Even though she and Luke had these, weird connections at first.
Yes.
These weird
Which one?
connections.
These like, oh yeah, we're sort of allies now. We sort of have the common goal. Hang on, I'm gonna come with you.
She still doesn't know how she feels about Luke, so that's
not true.
where she's at. So it's not like she was a
He's ignoring iJedi recontextualizing
Of course he is.
Obviously he is,
It's
and
Matt
he's-
Wilkins.
He's ignoring the Thrawn trilogy. Like,
romantic interest. People are
Yeah,
just
he's
harping
ignoring
over-
the ending of The Last Command.
yeah, it's like sort of important for books that come on later on.
these all novels and going, man, I want Mara Jade and Luke. Everyone
It's not the only reason.
would pine away on that online on the forums. But Callistia, I thought was
I don't give a fuck about forums.
a good match for Luke. That's right.
No.
I am a Callistia fan. A
No.
very unpopular opinion in the Star Wars Expanded Universe groups. But I love that Callistia was alive. In fact, I told you, one of the things I love about Star Wars novels is when they get a rise of emotion from me.
Like hatred.
The death of Tom Fannin. That got me. I was tearing up, man. I was sad
Okay, yeah, but that was a good scene.
about that. There are certain moments I was scared, certain moments I was happy. And guess what? Children of the Jedi was one of the moments that got a response from me. I remember reading this when I was a teenager.
I
up
mean,
in
it
my
also got
room.
a
I
response
was
from all of us.
So
It did,
Matt
it
Wilkins read Children of the Jedi in the same way that most people read Twilight.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Children
Oh
of
my
the Jedi
gosh.
was Matt Wilkins' Twilight. Go back. He just started talking when he read this as a teenager. This is the speech.
I love Callistia. I love that Luke loves someone that their love would
Go
never be.
back.
you
No,
thought.
go back a few seconds. He talks about being a teenager reading that.
okay.
And guess what? Children of the Jedi was one of the moments that got a response from me. I remember reading this when I was a teenager, up in my room.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's okay.
Oh
I
no.
love Callistia. I love that Luke loves someone that their love would never be. You
Okay.
thought, and that Cray had survived. Oh, good. But then he knows something different about her. It's Callistia. She's possessed his body. Man, I remember this. I remember where I was. I was
He
reading
just
it
said
right
she
next.
possessed his body.
Yes, but it's Matt Wilkins.
That would have been fun. Imagine Cray died but possessed the body of Nikos instead. Like,
Oh,
or am I now
Imagine
gay?
if Cray died but possessed C-3PO.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. She possessed a ship. Why not? It's
Yeah,
like,
she
okay,
could.
Yes,
yeah, why not?
she could have possessed C-3PO.
Would
that
would
would-
Luke become gay
Maybe
and
refreshing
an
and
necrophilia?
Interesting.
We never had that before.
To my balcony, dropped the book on the floor, got up, and arm pumped the air like, yes, yes.
This is where a lot of my screenshots of Matt Wilkins came from.
I know where you got them now, yeah.
She's
Matt
alive. Yeah.
Wilkins is a Twilight fan. Okay, go back when he starts.
Floor, got up, and
No, a
arm
little bit more.
pumped the air.
And then do it in 0.5.
0.25, come on.
Okay, go back. No, 0.5, not 0.2.
No, please, 0.25.
That's drunk Matt. 0.5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go back.
Yes. And arm pumped
Even more
the air.
back.
Yeah.
When he starts talking about dropping the book to the floor, I want to hear
Oh,
it.
no.
Go back more.
To my balcony, dropped the book on the floor, got up, and arm pumped the air like.
Oh wait.
I got the screenshot. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, and arm pumped the air like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Continue.
Stop pausing it. I already took all the screenshots.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna do normal speed again. Yeah.
She's alive. Yeah. Whoa. I mean, I was celebrating. Did you hear what I said? I dropped my book and I was dancing all around my room and pumping like, yes, she made it. She's alive. I felt
Make
like
that
the
again.
kid from Never Ending Story.
Yeah.
A kid.
I was a kid.
I was a kid.
I remember
Wait.
those.
My
Oh,
room and pumping. Like,
perfect,
yes.
perfect.
She made it. She's alive. I felt like the kid from Never Ending Story. It's like, yeah, I'm eating my sandwich. Come on. Let's go on an adventure together, shall we? EU book. But anyway, most fans absolutely hated it. They hated that Callistia made it alive. They hated that she was now set up in front of the fans saying, hey, folks, Luke and Callistia, what do you think? And fans went, bleh, bleh.
Based.
That's a yep.
How dare you not make it Mara Jade? You know, which we'll
Not the only reason. Really, not even the main reason.
talk about that later as we get to other books. There is some valid complaints about Children of the Jedi. One of them is, and this is a problem with all Bantam books, is the Clone Wars era is totally misdated. Now, I think the
That's the
Star Wars
least of its
chronology.
problems.
Yeah, like
That's
that's
not its
whatever.
fault.
That's not the fault of the authors in any way. So
Goes ahead.
It's not even really a problem.
Fixes that. They say, hey, they were going by an old star date back then, and now that's not how we measure time. They now go by the central galactic, calendar date, and now that's where the new adjusted. That's why the Clone Wars were listed as 30 years ago. They're actually just 20 or 18 years ago is when they happened instead of 30.
It's not
the real
18 years. We are 10 years after Return of the Jedi or something.
Yeah.
Reason for that is George Lucas told Timothy Zahn it'd been 30 years since the Clone Wars, and that's why it's wrong in every Bantam
Actually,
novel.
George Lucas didn't talk to Timothy Zahn until after Heir to the Empire was published.
Nice.
Yeah, Zahn
George
asked
changed his mind.
Lucasfilm, who asked.
And
Yeah.
the prequels came out, Del Rey had to backpedal, and so you don't see that disconnect in Del Rey novels, but you do in Bantam. So every time they mention the Clone Wars, which in Children of the Jedi they do, iJedi has a real bad problem with Corran Horn's legacy, because being 30 years from now, they shorten it by 10. That means someone was maybe a teenager when they got someone pregnant. If you look at all the dates, they're like, oh, that's kind of his grandfather would have been 10 when he
look
had
at
his
Cam
He's
Solo
actually
Saw.
correct with that, though.
Yeah, but that's not the fault of the authors.
Yeah, obviously. But yeah.
Yeah.
What?
But
What's going
the
on
same
here?
applies for Cam Solusar and his kids in Lightsider.
Yeah, whatever. It's prequels. I don't care about any of that. Yeah.
So kind of
No,
awkward
no,
there.
like
but the thing,
the original timeline.
Okay,
I'm
don't
pretty
remember.
sure the original timeline is then.
Wrong. Let's
Yeah,
just
the-
continue.
the chronology, I think it's the chronology says, or the atlas says, hey, we were going by a different star date back then. That's the band-aid they put on that big one. So anything where they reference the Clone Wars that's out of sync or out of the timeline, that was George Lucas's fault, not really the author's fault. But everyone on Bantam set that as the timeline for Clone Wars because that's what George had said. So I'm not really upset by any of those. That's why I really haven't mentioned those. I do mention for Children of the Jedi because for some reason people want to bring it up in Children of the Jedi, but not in Timothy Zahn's or
Is this
Michael
his
Sackler's.
only complaint, like valid
Who the
complaint?
fuck brings it up for?
How much time? We have
It's
less.
just
Just
Jedi.
we have 1 minute left. Okay, what are the other valid
Yeah,
complaints?
we're gonna
Matt?
see.
Please hurry up.
Just Children of the Jedi. But another one.
No, that's
One that is kind of problematic is it does have a lot of misconceptions and misrepresentations of how the Jedi Academy trilogy went down. Just some things that were wrong place, wrong time. Luke says he remembers this. How do you remember? You were unconscious. You were a Jedi Force
yeah,
ghost. You
yeah.
weren't
No, okay.
around back then. And people have picked that apart. What I feel is that this book
Actually,
came out not
Luke technically could wander around as a ghost.
Wait, I want to hear his thoughts. Wait. He's gonna
because you weren't
excuse
around
it.
back then. And people have picked that apart. What I feel is that this book came out not too long after the Jedi Academy trilogy. Kevin J. Anderson and Barbara Hamley are friends. Kevin J. Anderson probably gave her a first draft. She read that and went by that. And Kevin J. Anderson just never got around to telling her about the updates and changes.
Is that true?
I don't know.
Ouch.
That's Matt's fan theory. It may be true, but it's not confirmed
It's
at all.
Yeah.
Relevant to the problems
By the
that
time-
exist.
Yes, it doesn't change anything.
Her book came out. It had a few misconceptions from Jedi Academy trilogy. It wasn't that bad, but people thought it was kind of sloppy. But I see it as a miscommunication. Folks, the internet wasn't big back then. Sure, we had email, but the communication just wasn't as good as it is now. And I've never asked Kevin J.
The
Anderson.
1990s were truly like the fucking 70th century or something. You're waiting for
Yeah.
fucking letters to arrive.
You sent like
This
horse
is
carriages or
95, right?
This was
Yeah.
94, 95. This would have been.
The issue
Well, the
with that,
fuck.
but I'm pretty sure.
Hold on. Champions of the Force is 94, and then September 94, Champions of the Force came out, and then Children of the Jedi is April 1st, 95. So
That's
enough
quite
time to
time to
get
fix,
to
like-
fix it.
Yeah,
Like
this is
minor-
nonsense.
like minor continuity problems, really.
So-
Yeah.
Even if that is the case,
That
it-
seems to be
that
it, by the way.
bullshit.
That's
Yeah,
the only
there's
valid
nothing more.
complaint.
Sure, that's what he would tell me that, I just didn't update her on some of the changes I made, and she went with some of the original storylines, and that's why we have some disconnects in Children of the Jedi. But overall, I think it's a fantastic, and I mean it, I think it's a fantastic story. I
haven't
like
read
Barbara
it
Hamley.
in
I like
30
how she wrote this book. I think it's great, and I think you should check it out. All right, folks, that's all the time I have for now. See you next time with the
So the two only valid complaints about Children of the Jedi are the Clone Wars timeline is off, but that's George's fault. And then it has contradictions with Jedi Academy trilogy, probably because it was based on the first draft of GAT.
Which is nonsense.
That's the only valid complaints. No
Yeah.
other complaints
The
like the
kid
writing style,
No,
the
that's
bad
only one valid
characters,
one.
the bad plot, the nonsensical plot elements. None of that is valid.
I just saw
Alistair,
it now that you are called now the kid from
Hamley's
Never-Ending Story.
perviness.
Yeah.
I can't believe you just want Mara Jade to marry Luke. I think that's so gross.
He hates. You convinced
This is
me. He
just
just
terrible
hates Mara
food.
Jade as a character.
That's gonna be something I'm proud of. I convinced you of this one thing, and I'm really passionate about it.
Two things. It's the New Republic hates Han, and Matt Wilkins hates Mara Jade. That's what you've contributed to Star Wars EU discourse.
Yay! I have left my footprint. I'm proud of that.
Wait, I just realized we missed a comment from Fabi about half an hour ago. Star by Star is not pretty good.
No, we didn't.
no,
but
we
that
addressed
we
it.
brought it up. Because Noah thinks
Oh, we
it's the
did?
worst in
Okay.
jailbook. Yeah.
Holy shit, it
Yeah.
was something. In comparison to his more recent reread, where he's like, well, it's not the best, but it's okay. It's in his top 10. It's number 9 or 8 or something.
I'm gonna be excited to see his new top 10 when he's dropping it. Yeah.
His
Oh,
top 10
yeah.
best and worst. Like worst is gonna get Approaching Storm in there.
Yeah. You know,
It's
And-
gonna get Shatterpoint. It's gonna get Jedi.
My Jedi's gonna stay number one.
my Jedi is
guaranteed.
not number one. He hates it more than he did before.
Jesus, how's that even possible?
You could just fix that
It's
with calling
so
it.
disrespectful.
His
You could
top
all-
10 hated comics will include Redemption.
Oh yeah. You could fix all of this by just calling it top 10 favorite and least favorite books. Like all of that makes it easy. Like okay, you can hate and love whatever you want. Like that's not. That's like
No. It'll
calling
be
it
fixed
best
by
and
him
worst.
writing top 10 and worst 10 favorite stories because he put 50 books instead of 10. I counted.
Okay, Team Callista Skywalker. You got both of you guys seem pretty tired. Do you want to leave or do you want to hang on for the rest?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna read some more Rebel Force. Gonna
It's
finish that
almost
book
2 a.m.
tomorrow.
I need to go shower and sleep. Sorry.
All right. No, thanks for sticking around for so long. It was fun. Next week is Darksaber. I'm gonna finish that until next week. So
I may jump on for Darksaber as well, but I'm definitely gonna jump on for Planet of Twilight as well.
Yep.
Because
And
that's
the Crystal Star.
oh, Crystal Star
look,
for sure.
Animal
That's what,
first,
I'm gonna
Animal
take
first,
over
look.
for Crystal Star.
Marcel and Brennan are gonna be here. So
Marcel and
I'm
Brennan
good luck
gonna
with
be
that.
on for Crystal Star. So
Crystal Star, we need a full house. I need
You know
to
what?
save
it's gonna be
I-
us
I-
four,
I-
Marcel and Brennan, I think.
You know, I said this a couple of times. I'm done with Star Wars books and rereading them for the most part. I'm gonna reread Crystal Star just for a stream
Yep.
because that book is fucking excellent.
But yeah, Planet of Twilight will like next week is gonna be Darksaber and then Planet of Twilight. I mean, first of all, because it's a long book, and second of all, I have exams, so it's gonna take a while probably. But
Planet of
Exams are gonna be
Twilight
more fun than
Isn't
Planet of
that-
Twilight.
yeah, I do.
It's not that long. It's shorter than
I
Children of the
remember
Jedi.
reading Planet of Twilight right before my exams to get the torture over with, so that when my exams finished, I could read the Crystal Star and bask in the glories of Waru.
That's sort of nice, I guess. Yeah.
I remember my first read of Planet of Twilight also gave me a migraine, just like Children of the Jedi did. But it's shorter,
Yeah.
so the pain was shorter. There's
That's-
one thing I remember.
That is
I will
also-
spoil this. The best thing about Planet of Twilight, when Luke is going undercover, he goes by the name Owen Lars, which I just
Oh.
think is nice. And that's about it.
Less
That
weird
and the
than
Leia hut fight.
less weird than Major Calrissian like he is in this book.
That's epic.
Yeah, I guess. Right.
As if people wouldn't like Owen Lars. Okay, that's a complete nobody.
Yeah.
People recognize the name Calrissian. That would actually be a fun story if he's calling himself after Lando, and then someone is like Calrissian, like
I
that's
know you. Yeah.
comeback.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you.
and then they attack Luke, thinking he's Lando.
Where's that red-haired bimbo you used to go around with?
Oh, she's fucking another. Oh, that's sad. She left you for hot chocolate. Oh. Yeah. No, guys. Thanks for staying on so long. So, if you need to drop out now, you can. Obviously.
Yeah, I may listen in here back later, but when it's done. But yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, how far are you from the end?
We are now at chapter 17, but I'm gonna speed it up a bit now as well.
From how many chapters?
I think 24.
Okay, then you are
20
almost
chapters.
done.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of nothing is happening now, so I'm gonna repeat myself probably. And
Yeah, you're gonna mostly talk about the ending with Callista and the body snatchers.
oh yeah,
Mhm.
oh yeah. Jesus
Well, it's
Christ.
neat, right? It was established in other EU works.
And I mean, it
therefore it's
does
good.
raise interesting questions regarding Reborn Palpatine in Dark Empire. And,
Yes,
you know,
it's just never gonna bother answering them, and I hate questions that are posed and never answered. Like, then don't post them. You don't get any plus points for asking questions that you're never gonna answer.
And
No,
don't
no.
forget
It was Matt
the
Wilkins that asked the question, not.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget the contradiction when Luke is introducing Callista to everybody, including Mara, and then Mara and Callista meet again for the
So,
first
yeah.
time in Darksaber.
You Luke's girlfriend, huh? Yeah.
That was great, right?
That was a fantastic chapter. I loved that chapter too. Everything
best-
was
best
perfect about that
chapter.
chapter. Callista was alone and miserable, and Luke and Mara were just flying around doing.
I like how
Flirting.
Zahn and Stackpole's retcon of Mara always being into Luke and them retconning like this element of the era makes Luke look like a giant fucking idiot,
Which
not
he is.
realizing he actually has an attractive woman.
He is,
lusting
he is,
after
though.
him.
Yeah, it's the true.
Don't
Luke.
forget,
It actually fixes so much more than just Mara.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
the
you,
actual
guys,
Luke
you're
problem.
forgetting Stover's fabulous retcon in Shadows of Mindor that he doesn't like redheads. They're too
Oh, yeah.
abrasive.
Oh yeah, I remember that line. That was funny. So yeah, I'm gonna move on with the book, guys.
all right. See you
Alright,
later.
see you.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Can't wait for Adama, can't wait for Crystal Star. Dread Planet of Twilight.
Oh yeah.
Oh, New Rebellion is on the way as well.
We have a
Yep,
Black
yep.
Fleet to get through first.
No, Black
Oh, yeah.
Fleet first.
Oh yeah, Black
Ugh.
Fleet is this. You will get through it. Don't worry.
I will manage.
It's
I'm
better
sure.
than Callister, but it's still not good.
It's so much. At least if you're a fan of hard military sci-fi, it can be interesting. And the land of
But
blood
it
is
could
great.
Just sort of
Oh, God, Leia
so
not being
yeah.
such an idiot. Literally, the premise of the main plot is Leia is an idiot.
Well, it's
Yeah,
keeping.
she's
company-
very
I knew it.
stubborn.
It's Bantam. It's Bantam.
She's
so
very
that
stubborn.
checks
I
out.
do agree.
Leia's canonically stupid. Yeah.
Luke and
New
Leia. The
Rebellion
galaxy
Leia
is
is so
literally
much
run by
better.
retards.
Yes. Yep. That's absolutely true. New Republic are villains. Yep.
All right.
All right. See
you later.
guys. Bye bye.
Yeah.
So let's get this over with, shall we?
Yay.
So yeah, exactly. We had Luke's weird dream. Yeah, Luke comforts a crying Callista because she remembers her dead boyfriend. That's all I wrote down. And this is like, I concluded at that point that humanity was a mistake, which it objectively was. She didn't want to help him because she thought what was happening wasn't real. That's what she said. I don't understand what she means by that, but I guess she's like, oh yeah, whatever. Who cares? It's not real anyway. You know, you might as well just try. Like, what's the worst that can happen? But oh well.
You wake up.
You wake up. Yeah, that's literally the worst. And they kiss. Yeah, I said this is legit. Like Callista could have helped him a lot sooner, and she didn't.
And
So
that's
she's
when
a villain.
I threw my book. I dropped it, and then I shouted to the heavens, "Yes, let's go!" And
Nice. Yeah, but Luke has Stockholm syndrome now. They kiss. Yeah. So chapter 18. Han
this is the
with-
one where we get Ragonda's kid is not Palpatine's son.
Yeah, I
apologize.
think so. Right.
I
No,
spoiled that.
It's all right. Not that we care about spoilers for this book anyway. Yeah, okay, Han is with this dude, Bran Campbell. Yes, we watched, because we watched the reread of Children of the Jedi on Noah's stream. We now watched Matt's,
The original one.
the original video instead. And yeah, we are in chapter 18.
It's
of
very
24 now.
clear he didn't read it.
Yeah, exactly. So Han is with this guy called Bran Campbell. So Campbell is the one who's currently like running the criminal underworld of Belt-Savis. And yeah, there was I didn't understand this sequence as well, but they were watching some holo, and it was unclear what was a holo and what not. And there was this. I'm just gonna quote it. Yeah, the dancing duo on the holo are real. A boneless Twi'lek youngling, and with heavy pig tits, like it's actually heavy pig tits, equipped Gamorrean were moving for entertainment. That's the third time that Hamby points out the tits of Gamorreans, and I don't know why. Are they that impressive? I guess so. But yeah, I clicked to run. Hey, there's a little bit of side boob at least. Oh yeah, we had Callistia's fan fan art and her official art. Yeah. What the fuck? No, I don't remember this. Go into the chapter. It says like I think it actually says like Schweinebrüste or something. So like pig tits. Because I translated.
I believe that is correct. Yes, I can go
And that's-
find it if we really want, but I
And
don't want to.
if you go back in the stream, Alex, like it's the third time that explicitly the tits of a Gamorrean are explained. So like, yeah, this is a continuity thing throughout this book, I guess. So yeah, this Kublik guy who ran the criminal stuff before that, he escaped from an emperor's hand, and Han is of course assuming it's Mara Jade because that's the only emperor's hand that he knows of. But of course, we know already now that it's Roganda. Oh yeah, Han is being talked to by a male, childish Omwed prostitute. So Omweds are the race of Kwisatz, and it's a young prostitute and it's a male prostitute, and they have a normal conversation just there. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, who apparently is like a blue elf but has eyes like he's 1,000 years old. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever wanted to know that Gamorreans have a set of 6 heavy breasts, yeah, I guess this is the book for you. Yeah, legit. Like,
Yeah.
I think this might be my worst review because I think I'm. This is the least.
I'm reading my
gonna be
notes
able
and I'm like, I don't even remember this happening. So
Yeah, and I don't remember the connection. I don't remember why it's happening, for what reason. It's just there. Like, okay. Yeah, okay, Roganda is renting Kublik's old room. Yeah, because apparently she does bioscans there to find the children of the Jedi. It's like above some hiding place or something, so they assume, oh, she knows something is up because that's why she's mysteriously renting that place after he mysteriously escaped from someone who we don't have a confirmed identity of. So okay, he's getting a bit sus. That I read it like a week ago and I have no clue what's happening. So whatever. That's yeah. Okay, yeah. Leia is captured, but she's like a guest and deserves a minimum of respect because she's an aristocrat, apparently. I still wondered why they just wouldn't kill her, or at least extort the New Republic out of money. They just keep her there until she eventually escapes. There seems to be no real reason for her staying there, but okay, whatever. Yeah, apparently she's worth a lot as a hostage, which obviously is true. But no one's ever going to extort money, so useless information. Yeah, Iraq could have killed her if he wanted, and he just walked in. But yeah, like no one is guarding her really. Apparently, they don't have the manpower. Apparently, you need one dude, like just one dude. You have one dude to spare. I'm sorry. Like, who are you guarding yourself against? Nothing is on this planet, man. I don't get it. You're not in a war zone or anything. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. This was something that this was something that I read over actually, but Greyholm brought my attention to it again. So there's like apparently next to the cell, there's some secret compartment in the wall, and only Iraq knows about it. He uses it, so of course now Leia knows about it, and still like no one is guarding her. They could have just stopped her if someone was, but okay. Oh yeah, and there was a space in the wall which was closed by a stone, which, you know, by using the Force was literally moved into another dimension. Okay. Can you move another person into another dimension? Sounds really useful and pretty strong for a child. But Corrin is 2 OP, right? Yeah. He is it. Leia.
Corrin has a
randomly-
brain, and that's too much. So
We can't expect that from the Bantam hero. Like, that's a bit, you know, that's disrespectful, of course. Leia finds a letter there, like by one of the Death Straw and Suncrusher constructors, who's called Nasdra Magrodi. I don't know why it's still in there. Like, Iraq should have seen this letter and like, why the fuck is that in here? I'm gonna throw it away. But no, it's there, of course. And this is the there's the information that Iraq isn't actually the son of Palpatine. Oh yeah, and apparently, like back in the day, there were a bunch of wives and mistresses fighting for the privilege to birth the heir of the emperor, which is always something I wanted to know. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good if characters just find an object with exposition dump. It's always pretty, oh yeah, okay, now I'm finally gonna... It's the same thing with Darla, like, torturing Han. And like, oh, okay, yeah, that's just exposition dump for her, so now she's basically a normal Imperial. Okay, cool. Yeah, so... Oh, apparently the dude, like the McGrody guy, he apparently was Force sensitive himself, and apparently the Emperor knew that. And he was forced to build a chip that would be like that you could implant into your brain. Then you could use the Force on it, and that chip basically turned the Force into some form of radio waves or something, which would mean that you are able to override the programming of a droid and make it obey your will in the same way that you would be able to do with a normal human being. That sounds pretty useful, I would imagine. Like if you think about it, someone like Iraq is able to call the Eye of Palpatine from really far away. If you imagine just that Palpatine would have used that on his own brain, like he could have just sent all of the rebel ships into Endor. If you introduce something, you always have to ask yourself, if this is a thing that exists, why wasn't it ever a thing before? And it seems that Hambly, like along with KJA, they never seem to have that internal dialogue of...
Give me 1 sec. I have something exactly for that. Keep talking. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Roganda also had internal dialogue here now. She does not need Palpatine's seed to, for Iraq to be Force sensitive. Palpatine's seed is an expression I always wanted to read in a Star Wars book, so thanks for that. Iraq's been using Yarok. Oh yeah, okay. So the drug that this Drop McCum guy is on is called Yarok, because he's like insane basically, and the drug gives him the ability to stay relatively normal. And he apparently uses that. He used that since he was 13 years old out of defiance against his mother. Okay, yeah. When I was 13 and... Yeah, I saw it. I'm gonna open it.
Cool.
Where is it? Oh yeah, I know that one. Wait, can I don't know if I can present it here even.
Probably just share Discord screen, I guess.
Or
download it and then...
Oh yeah, perhaps I can. Yeah, I can share my direct screen. Wait. Let's see if that's gonna work. So let's see. Do you hear that?
Nope, no sound.
I'm not sure if that's even possible to.
Damn.
It might not be possible. If you had a video, we could do that. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah, but I think I remember that there was like a press conference where all...
No, this is from the Heir to the Empire annotations.
They
did an audiobook of it too.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because I remember it from it was just Star Wars related, a panel that Zorn and Alston did together, and Zorn raised the same thing, when you come up with technology, you need to find a reason why it wasn't ever used before, and that's why it's hard to write even prequels to stuff, because you have to, it's very easy to just, as technology gets more and more better at portraying awesome stuff, it gets very tempting to just make grandiose stuff and miss the point of only, you have to de-age your technology, and that's not always very easy. Yeah, they do not make... they didn't do a good job at remembering this. I don't think they remembered it at all, but oh well. Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, Roganda just fucked herself over by revealing herself to Leia, which was not necessary. But, okay. Yes, that's chapter 18. 19. Luke is still fucked up. That's a thing we know from this whole book. Yeah, there's like so many sentences about this. It's yeah, okay, I got it. He's injured and he's not gonna heal in this book. Thanks, I know. But oh yeah, direct quote again. Callista was laying her head on his shoulder after their act of love. Yeah, Luke has mind sex. That's very nice. That's very good romance, obviously, that he's having sex in his dreams. Cool. Uh, yeah. 3PO apparently changed Luke's bandages on his legs. I don't know how 3PO would do that. It doesn't seem like 3PO is really skilled when it comes to any sort of physical
He
activity.
can break doors and he can change bandages.
That's
what he can do.
something that sounds pretty useful. Oh yeah, but well. Oh yeah. Finally we get. Oh yeah, Callista can speak through the Force in Luke's head, and 3PO hears her as well. I don't know why the hell. Like, if it's just in his head and nobody around him hears him, that makes sense. Because as far as I know, other like non-Force sensitive people, I think, can't see Force ghosts. At least I think so. I'm not sure. It seems like it would make sense to me. And so why C3PO could hear Callista talking in Luke's head, I have no clue. But okay. Oh yeah, we get very vital information by Buliak, the Gamorrean, the Gamorrean matriarch. None of her husbands are sexually competent. That's always something I wanted to know. Yeah, apparently she had. So apparently she tells us that they have small dicks, because he translates her, like 3PO translates her insults to, like, with an impressive richness in anatomic detail, which I assume is meant to be a small dick joke. Okay. Very, very humorous, I suppose.
Comedy.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah. The tribes attack each other again, whatever. Some Gamorreans, like, oh yeah, Ugbus, that's a name I didn't mention, like he's some Gamorrean. Like, they follow Luke. Though just a minute ago they wanted to kill him because they thought he was a traitor. But now they don't. Yeah, programming, whatever, I suppose. I have no idea how any of this works. Like, this whole indoctrination thing is so whimsical. It's perfectly written to be changed at any point when they feel like it, and I hate stuff like this. It's so lazy. Like, stick with one thing, but don't change it back and forth always to, like, serve your immediate need at this moment. But yeah. Oh yeah, so Luke sent the Jawas away to find like some high energy batteries, which would then be able to fuel an anti-grav platform, because so he can rise up to the level where Krei is being held hostage in. I'm sorry, this sounds like absolute gibberish, but it is what happens. Now, okay, Nikos was restricted with a restriction chip, whatever, I don't know how they're called. But now he works again, apparently.
Restraining bolt is the word you're looking for.
Restraining bolt, yeah, I'm sorry. He didn't work, and that was like an indicator of, okay, he's a droid. But now he works again. No clue how that works. I don't care to make sense of it. Yeah. Krei was liberated now, I guess. They managed to make her escape. And yeah, there was an execution laser. That's how she was apparently supposed to die. That shot into Luke's injured leg again. So, of course, being beaten up. That's the cool thing, I guess. Yeah. And in chapter 20 now, now Krei is mad, apparently, that RoboCop isn't human. Okay, whatever. We have... Yeah, Nikos actually has the restraining bolt on him still, but I don't understand how he moved, because I suppose that, like, wasn't that supposed to be a thing? If he's restrained, he can't move, but now he can move again. Whatever. Yeah, Triff was obviously like the stormtrooper guy they found in the beginning of the book. he obviously was indoctrinated as well, but now he just isn't anymore. Like how they, like the book never explains how these indoctrination things actually work, and so you just have characters when the story needs them to do it, they just break out of the indoctrination and do what's necessary for them, I suppose. Yeah, now Nikos wonders whether he truly is Nikos. And I said, like, it's sad, but there is something interesting here in this book. It's just, like, this should have been a much bigger focus, and it should have been, like...
It should have been the book, What is AI?
Yeah, because, like, that's something that... Because, you know, Star Wars is notoriously really, like, undecided on how exactly, let's say, droids like 3PO work. Like, they sort of have personality and something like free will, but how exactly does that work? Because, you know, they are just robots, and this could have been a very interesting, like, philosophical book, really going into, like, how does this work? But it's not like, it's barely mentioned in, like, you know, some throwaway sentences distributed through the book, but never really dived into, and it's a shame. Like, this could have been an interesting premise for the book, but yeah. Yes, so Callista... Oh yeah, Callista creates now files with everything that she knows, because basically Luke has sort of accepted that they need to destroy the ship, but they want to try to do the same to Callista as they did to Nikos. So he wants her to, like, basically make a backup of herself so that she doesn't forget anything, I guess. Okay. The Gamorreans have a feast. That's again when I wondered, like, how much food are they storing? Like, how much food do they have stored there? Because they've been there for 30 years now. Whatever. But yeah, especially because they are Gamorreans, and of course they eat and drink a whole lot. But well, and I don't know, maybe they haven't been there for the full 30 years. Maybe, like, they've been just picked up recently. I have no idea. That might be it, but yeah, perhaps that's the reason. Yeah, okay, so now one has to use the Force to stop the lasers that block the controls that could lead to the destruction of the Eye of Palpatine. There's so many corners you have to go around. Jesus Christ, it's so annoying, yeah. Yeah, so Callista would have to stay back and die. We, of course, can't... Oh, yeah, that's really sad. I'm crying almost out of sadness. Of course, the New Republic can't come because they are villains. Luke says, Callista, I love you. I said, I hope he gets chlamydia. I still hope so. Her mouth on my mouth. Her arms around my body. That's a quote. Wonderful, romantic, I guess. Oh yeah, there was a little sentence I almost thought that Luke suggested Grey's suicide beforehand, but I think I just misunderstood it in that paragraph. So Luke says, there has to be a way to save you. And then he's like, Grey. And I thought, like, does this mean, Grey, can you give up your body so that I can take her with me? Because you don't want to live anymore.
I wish it did.
I sort of wish to, but no, apparently it was just him wanting to ask her if she is able to build a body for Callista in the same way that she did for Nikos as well. I almost want to head.
So he's gonna fuck a robot?
Oh yeah, that's true, right? Like, would they do like I mean, like Nikos is a robot, which means he's, like, basically walking around naked. Like, did they make, like, the parts for him as well? Like, I don't know what would be more awkward, if you don't do it or if you do. But yeah, perhaps they would have done it like, hey, Callista, you know, like, Grey, you know, like, Callista's a woman. She needs a few modifications that Nikos doesn't have, if you catch my drift. Please. Thanks. It would have been even funnier, I think. Yeah, but oh well. Yeah, I don't get why Roganda would know about the Eye of Palpatine. We've mentioned that already. She's a fucking slut of Palpatine. Who cares? Like, Mara, I don't think Mara knew anything going on in the Empire, really, apart from what Palpatine chose to share with her.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would you tell? Like, imagine, like, you know, Palpatine says, "Oh, you know, my secret Death Star plans, they're hidden there." It's like,
don't touch him.
Please don't. Yeah, otherwise it's gonna be very, very awkward. I would have to kill you. It's like, Look, it's Roganda. She's a nothing. Like, ugh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Yeah, apparently I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, so they want to. I guess they want to get the Eye of Palpatine to Belsavis. Obviously, Iraq is the one controlling it. And Luke wants to try to save all the species on the planet without killing anyone. I guess it's in character, but it's very, very, very fucking annoying to read. Chapter 21. So yeah, Han, obviously he lets his wife, the chief of state, go out on a planet full of criminals alone with an astromech that tried to kill them before. Leia doesn't return, and Han's like all surprised about it. And Han's such a stupid fucking idiot. I hate them so much. Han,
Why are they even in this book?
They have no part, like they have no point in this book. They don't even kill Roganda in Iraq. So why? Whatever. Oh yeah, Han contacts Mara again, and there was a quote like when she saw him, her sarcasm faded away like yesterday's makeup. Again, like these idioms. I don't get it. But I liked how Noah asked like various English-speaking people, like, "Is this an idiom in your country?" And like, nope, we don't know what it means.
This one at least makes more sense than the
I
divorce
guess.
one.
Yeah,
But
because I guess sort of makeup fades away, but whatever. Oh yeah, Mara Jade is really, really pissed when she finds out that she wasn't the only Empress. Like she's livid.
yeah, but why did she
Angry
care?
as like, isn't this something she should be over now? After the front, like she did, like she tricked Palpatine basically, and quote unquote following his last command. Like at this, like it's been like 5 years now or what? Like how long is she gonna care for this stuff? Jesus Christ, she's very angry. Don't forget that this is a respectful way of depicting Mara after the Throne Trilogy, and any attempt to mend that means you're disrespecting authors who clearly are on the same level as you. Oh yeah, Roganda. Okay, so they don't have enough guards to guard Leia, so they drug her, I guess. Leia can observe the room with the Force. Her first thought was, Cray was right. I really need to use the sleuthberry wrinkle cream for my eyes more diligently. Okay, yeah,
Comedy.
fun. And I was like, yeah, obviously a random scientist would know more about makeup than an aristocrat. Okay, cool.
A princess.
A literal princess for like 19 years until her planet got blown up. No, I don't buy that she knows more about makeup. Sorry. Okay, so there's someone called Lady Thela Vandron. Oh yeah, that was funny. Yeah, she was in front of the Supreme Court of the New Republic for inhumanity and exploitation. And that got me thinking, like, since when does the New Republic have a Supreme Court? And I was like, that's pretty disrespectful against Kevin J. Anderson, because he famously, very intelligently set up that the New Republic doesn't have a court. And for
Because
him,
they're a government, right?
they are a government, which means they don't have a court. And for Hamby to just throw it out of, like, just throwing it out, that's pretty disrespectful. And yeah, I don't think I can survive this insult from her, because Kevin J. Anderson obviously, like, yeah, he's a great author, clearly. But yeah, that's something, I guess. Oh yeah, okay. She testified in front of court, and she was surprised that someone felt insulted by her using slave labor. And her justification was, "Oh, it's just the Osan and the Bilanaka." Because she's like she also is an aristocrat, and obviously like their big thing is to know everything about politicking. And it's pretty stupid for her to be so confused that the New Republic thinks it's like a sort of bad to use slave labor. Like she should be a bit smarter than this and try to justify it in the way. Wait, what? They're just stupid people. But oh well, okay. Um. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the other lords. So there's a bunch of other aristocrats that Roganda has surrounded, basically, to become a new big factor in the galaxy. The other lords have doubts whether Irek is even Palpatine's son, which we of course now know he isn't, and they don't actually know if he has the powers that Roganda claims. So they're basically gonna commit they're conspiring against the two biggest governments of the galaxy over like someone's word. Like, oh yeah, trust me, bro. He totally can. Really, you're not even asking for a demonstration? That's sort of weird. But oh well.
Don't need it.
Nope. Don't ask. Don't ask.
What's he gonna do?
questions.
Lie? Like, come on.
Yeah, like I mean, it's an aristocrat from a, and it's a former concubine. I mean, she's learned to tell the truth throughout her life, obviously. So yeah, Irek is now calling the Eye of Palpatine to bad service. I don't have an idea how the Force reaches that far. I don't know why it would do it, but apparently it does. Great. Yeah, I wondered, like, can he choke someone on this ship if the Force reaches that far? And if not, why not? I don't think anyone has an answer, but oh well. Yeah, Irek. Oh yeah, right. So Leia is like exploring the entire building she's captured in, basically by having more or less like an out of body experience, the same way Luke did in the JAT. She's just like walking around as a Force thing. Irek notices her, and she's running away, and she's getting scared by the real life objects, which I'm confused by because she's a Force like she can walk through them. She's not a real thing. Like she's a ghost, but oh well. Irek is directly attacking Leia's ghost, which, thanks, I thought we treated it as a joke when one of the DLC boss fights of The Force Unleashed was Ghost Ben Kenobi, but apparently it's been a thing that has been, that has been brought up in the EU decades ago. So good to know. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, she actually needs to physically move herself to her body to stop the Force projection, which sounds sort of stupid to me, but okay. That's how it works now. 22. Jesus Christ, we're almost done. Come on. Okay. Callista says the information in the computer is fake. Oh yeah, okay, so I don't know which information she's talking about, but there's like some information I think about what's going on the ship. And Cray doesn't believe her because computers don't lie and can't lie. Like that's a direct quote. Have you heard of this thing called hacking?
No, I actually haven't. What's that?
I don't know. It sounds like fan fiction to me, like real life fan fiction. But apparently, people get to like virtually, basically, break into a computer and make stuff appear that is not supposed to be there. It sounds like bullshit, I know, but yeah, apparently, high tech scientist doesn't know that hacking is a thing. So obviously, computers don't lie. Okay. Yeah, that was the chapter in which, like, if I didn't have knowledge about what happened to Cray and Callista, I would have a bit of hope that this Nikos thing would have been resolved in a good way. So Nikos makes a joke about, his programming somehow. Like he's saying that, or sort of saying that there is some human in him. So of course he's telling a joke. So it feels like, maybe he isn't fully human, but he also isn't quite fully a robot either. And it seemed a bit awkward, but Cray actually, like, she forces herself to a smile, but she does smile somewhat genuinely, and she grabs his hand and squeezes it. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe, this could have been interesting. Like, you know what? I'm aware that you're not quite what you are, but there is something inside you that I really, really loved, and so I'm gonna sort of get over it. I'm gonna try and move on with that, but we're gonna learn that that's not how it's gonna end. But yeah. Oh yeah, there are ferries on board, like the landing ships on board. They are not controlled by the will, which I don't get why, but that's pretty lucky. So now we have a chance for them to escape. If if this weren't the case, they would have been dead. But whatever. I wondered like whether it makes sense for Callista to talk to Luke when she's constantly trapped in a computer, like as if she's just a Force ghost, because essentially that seems how she's treated. And then I wondered like, why did Obi-Wan let himself be killed on the Death Star and didn't just essence transfer his being into the Millennium Falcon? And I have no answer for that question, and I don't think the book has.
Or into the Death Star, like
Or into the-
IG-88.
Yeah, exactly. Like, couldn't he do shenanigans with the programming? Like, because I don't know Callista's power levels, but I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that Obi-Wan is better in the Force than Callista. Like, if there is a really viable option in which you are sort of still around, like, just use that instead. But no, he does not, of course. Oh yeah, the Tusken. Okay, so they apparently like the Tusken. Obviously, they want to save everyone, and the Tusken are not really known for being diplomatic people. So didn't understand this. So there was apparently like some sugary water that I think the Jawas found, which they somehow used to make all the Tusken go unconscious. I have no idea how that works exactly, but yeah, that's a thing. Some sugar water, I guess. Okay. Yeah. The Eye of Palpatine now is above Belsavis. There's some malfunction now with the landing mechanisms in the hangar. That's why something doesn't work. I don't know. Oh yeah, we get a new species, or at least one that I wasn't aware of, which was called Chadra Fan, I guess, and he's called Stusievsky. It sounded like he sounds like some Soviet guy. Stusievsky, it's a funny name. Yeah, he can smell really well. So Han took him with him, and he went to somewhere, I don't know where, and he let the guy smell what's inside I think like some building, and he was like, there's no living being in there. Apparently he can smell if there's a living being in a building, and he can also smell which species it is. And I was like, that sounds like a very, very useful species that should probably be used like for recon and scouting missions all the time, because they sound insanely skilled. Like it's not even funny how much more skilled they are than a human spy. But I'm gonna assume we're not getting a whole lot more of them. Welp, Stusievsky, was fun having you around while you were a thing. Chapter 23. Yeah, now Callista can imitate the will, and she can put out fake orders as the will at any point, which makes me once again ask why she didn't do that before. Like we could have been spared a lot of pain and misery and death, but no, not happening, I guess. Yay. So, oh yeah, okay, there's one species, I'm not sure, I think it might have been the furry tripedal beings. They're called the Kitonax, and they are apparently being saved by activating the sprinklers, because like they move very slowly, and sprinklers make them go into heat, basically, where they want to have sex, but it just generally makes them more vigorous, so they walk quicker. But I guess that also means that they're gonna fuck. Yeah. Yeah. If
Everything's just horny in this book.
it is, and it's very uncomfortable. Like, especially for all these. Like, okay, I get it for humans, sort of, sometimes. Humanoid aliens that basically look like humans, also somewhat get it. When you're getting into territory of, like, Gamorreans, Kitonax, whatever, you're getting into very weird territory. And, like, do we really need a detailed explanation of their sexual behavior? Like, do I need to know that some Gamorreans have small dicks and are incapable of satisfying a Gamorrean with 6 fat pig tits? I don't think I needed to know that, and I don't think anyone ever needed to know that. But yeah, I And yeah, I wondered if Iraq can control the Eye of Palpatine at any point. Why doesn't he control any of the New Republic or Imperial Remnant ships? And just crash land them on a planet or make them destroy Coruscant. It seems pretty able. Yeah. Josh is here. He sounds like some Soviet guy. Never thought I'd hear that regarding a Star Wars name. Haha. Yeah, there's like a Chadrafan is the species, and his name is Stusiewski. I mean, it doesn't sound quite otherworldly. It sounds like a human Soviet name, but also like from some non-human alien, not humanoid alien, as far as I understood. Yeah, bizarre. And if you have the patience for it and you want to sit through an entire stream about a book that you've never read and that you never should read, you can find a quite bit more bizarre things than that. How are you guys doing, Josh? We're doing actually pretty
Just
well.
doing.
We're doing like this book. We are there. We are existing. We're definitely we're definitely there. Yeah. I'm not sure if the stream is something for you because I think you haven't read Children of the Jedi, right? But it could still be interesting. Just listen to it because I don't think
This will be more enjoyable than going through Children of the Jedi, and you'll get the same out of it.
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. You're gonna understand as much as you would reading the book. Just especially because you haven't read it, just maybe actually watch the entire thing and try to make sense of it. Like try to see whether your brain can comprehend what I'm trying to talk about. Yeah, no, but we're doing well. We actually watched, because on Noah's stream we already watched the reread Children of the Jedi video by Matt Wilkins. If you go a bit back, we watched his original Children of the Jedi review from like 2-3 years ago or something. And yeah, it was fun. No, I mean, generally we have fun doing this, but yeah, it's like I'm not sure if what I'm telling you is even the truth because it might have been that I completely misremember anything that's happening. But yeah. It definitely does sound Eastern European. Yeah, it doesn't, right? Like, Stusiewski is like a Northern Eastern Slavic people. Weird, very weird. Of course, now Josh shows up after I left. Oh, Josh, we definitely should hook up for some stream. Probably like Traitor or something we should definitely do together when I reach it. Because I think you would be pretty interested in that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have moving on, we have an aristocrat called Garanon. He has wet stone eyes. I have no idea what that means, but he has wet stone eyes. It, like, Tion having Pearl Mother eyes, like that's sort of a meme, but wet stone eyes sounds, like, it sounds off somehow, but okay. Yeah, so now they will go to the Eye of Palpatine. I have no idea. Wait, I have to try and make sense of my. I don't understand my. I don't understand my notes. Wait a minute. So I wrote down. So now they will go to the Eye of Palpatine because it doesn't respond because of Callista apparently. Oh, okay. So I think the aristocrats and Iraq, they want to go to the Eye of Palpatine because it doesn't respond. Apparently Callista is blocking it somehow, and they want to repair it so it does respond to them again. And it's sort of the same that happened to R2. So if he can, oh yeah, exactly. He managed to repair R2 from like far away. I think that was a thing.
Of course.
Like I think, or no, was it R2 or like some of the machinery around the hangars or the landing strips or something? He managed to repair that from afar. I actually remember that now. And so I wondered, like, if he could do that from afar, why can't he repair the Eye of Palpatine from afar? Like, why go there? It seems like a weird way to get yourself into trouble. That's well, just probably, but I heard you were talking about the sexual activity of other species from this book. Yeah, if you ever wanted to know, Gamorreans have a set of 6 fat tits on their body. It's actually described as fat pig tits as well, because like there's another Gamorrean who's like a stripper, basically. Gamorreans have small dicks and they can't satisfy women in bed. Is there something else? I think that's it. So yeah, if you ever wondered how Gamorreans, how are equipped, just read this book. Species that are humanoid but different enough. Yeah, like like Zabrak, Togruta, Twi'lek, whatever. Like okay, like they are basically humanoids, but if you go beyond that, you're sort of getting into weird territory. Oh yeah, so now Leia was fighting. She was actually using the Force, which was sort of nice, I guess. Oh yeah, Leia obviously finds out about Roganda and informs Garanon about it, who apparently like pretty quickly believes her. He calls her a disloyal slut, which was funny. Like I just like that. There is some chase sequence with Iraq and Leia. Leia is saved by Han. Keldor, one of the Death Star constructors, they fall down a cliff. He falls down a cliff and dies. Iraq just disappears for no reason. Like Han could have killed him, but he's gone, I guess. And that's that. We don't hear from them again. And now, wait, where are we? Chapter 24. Oh no, now it's 3 more. Fucking hell, but it's shorter now. So yeah, Luke wants to so Luke now wants to try to get off. Luke wants to disable the turrets first, and then get everything ready to move Callista away. To with a save file of Callista, basically, there's no time for that, so he needs to detonate the ship instead. Cray stuns him at that point, which is like confusing. You don't know what's going on. She stuns him. They apparently think Luke really wouldn't be able to destroy the Eye of Palpatine and would try something else. So her and Nikos instead of I think Cray and Luke were supposed to do it, and now it's Cray and Nikos instead. They're gonna stay behind and try to do it and try to escape. Yeah. So Cray and Nikos are gonna try to destroy it. Yeah, they somehow were basically in the mood to die again, which is pretty sad because like 3 chapters ago they seemed at peace with that situation. And even though it wasn't a big part of the book, I would have liked that be an outcome, but it isn't, and that's sort of sad. Yeah, it's very underwhelming. But oh well, this is where we are now. Chapter 25. Luke says Leia would have loved Callista. True, I agreed. True, because they could bond over their disturbing romantic and sexual tendencies, which, they could try to one-up each other, basically. So I guess they could have understood each other, yeah. We find out that Cray has flat breasts. That's good to know. Oh, yeah, so basically there's like I don't know if it's an escape pod or something of Cray, like with Cray in it. And you're like wondering how did Cray survive, because it didn't seem like she wanted to. But her face seemed different, and her eyes were gray instead of, I think, blue, what Cray was supposed to have. And when Luke realizes that he is looking like at the face of Callista, he's leaning his head back and yells really loudly. He yells yes into the sky, basically.
Much like Matt Wilkins after reading this book.
Exactly like Matt Wilkins reading this book. His student died, and he's like, they seemed like friends almost. She died. She committed suicide, and you didn't really do anything to help her. And
yeah, she was suicidal. Like
throughout,
it's kind of fucked up, man.
And you're like very happy that you see the body, but just possessed by Callista. Like you're yelling yes, like a maniac. Okay, this is my hero now, I guess. Thank you. Oh yeah, Leia said, that's not Cray. And Luke responded with, she made space. For Callista, obviously. That's a very fucked up quote. And like, am I supposed to view Luke as I mean, we talked about this a few times already. Possessing the body of another living being permanently and also shifting its appearance to slowly morph into your own. That is the power of a villain. I don't buy any like, oh, it was desperate measures and whatnot, and Cray wanted to stay behind anyway, so it would have been a waste. Possessing
she
the
was
body.
Fucking suicidal.
Yeah.
That's,
oh yeah.
The correct thing is to stop her.
Yeah. No, and the correct thing is, yeah, please kill yourself. Do it. Yes, do it. Do it. I want to fuck man. I've been on a dry streak for like 3 years. Please make space. Yeah. But that's a thing now. Yeah, like I said, this is the power of a villain, and Callista is a villain, and that's my main problem with her. beyond preferring Mara Jade, Callista is just a villain. Sorry. And finally, the actual last chapter now. Yeah, Callista. That's what we mentioned already. Callista is comes from a planet called Chad, which is weird. But whatever. I don't care really that much. There's a sentence that reads like this: "The sand allows the kid to achieve the same as a Jedi." I just wrote it down because I have no fucking clue what the sentence means. I legit
I don't
know.
either. I just
I have no idea what this is referring to, but okay, it does, I guess. Callista has lost her ability to use the Force. We know that now. Gray's hair is slowly starting to take like a brown color, the color of Callista's actual hair. Yep. No one really seems to care that Gray and Nikos are dead. Oh yeah, so Nikos basically died because, like, remember when I spoke about the lasers, like, that are guarding the entrance to the computer of the Eye of Palpatine? They were guarded by lasers, and basically somehow Gray wasn't able to quite hold them off correctly or like long enough, and Nikos like scraped one of the lasers and he was cut into pieces by it or something. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, but no one seems to care really that they're dead. Nice, good to know. Thank God. Luke, Callista apparently says that to Luke. I have the feeling we'll have a long life together. Thank God that isn't the case. Like, if I knew that Callista was Endgame, I would have dropped the EU. I don't care how good an NJO is. If Callista was Endgame, I would have dropped the EU. I think I don't want them. Sorry, bye.
I don't want it.
And we are done. What do we even say about this? All of this. It's kind of tough to find a numerical rating for this book, because, like we said a bunch of times already, a lot of this book is just nothing. A lot of it doesn't seem particularly insulting in any way, but it's just there and it takes up space and it's barely comprehensible. Actually incomprehensible. I sort of still settled on like a 1 or 1.5, probably like a 1. Like, it's an unreadable piece of literature. It once again introduces a bunch of force powers that screw up what we know from movies, like at the minimum from movies, and raises a lot of questions like, why doesn't movie character X do Y in Z situation?
It manages to disrespect the Thrawn trilogy, Dark Empire, and the Jedi Academy trilogy.
Which is quite impressive.
Yeah.
Like, especially because, as we've heard, that's true, Hambly is a friend of Kevin J. Anderson. But even though they were working together, like, it's the same with Kevin and Veach. Like, even though they work together, Kevin has somehow managed to destroy all of Veach's characters or make them just irrelevant, even though they clearly should be relevant. Most notably Cam Solisar. And the same thing is sort of carrying on with Hambly and KJ. This is his revenge for doing that to Veach at some point. Yeah. It screws with all of the characters. Mara Jade is angry about not being the only Emperor's hand. She has like weird sexual relations implied. Luke is having Stockholm syndrome. He's drugging himself. He's happy that his student committed suicide. Leia goes out alone on a criminal planet while being the political leader. Han is just a lecherous idiot. He doesn't care about his wife, apparently.
And they both don't care about their kids. They just dump them on Winter again, which we kind of glossed over.
Like, Winter, like, if they end up calling Winter Mama, like, this is something that I could actually buy happening. Because, yeah, like, she's more of a mother to them than Leia ever was. And almost more of a father, even, you could argue, than Han ever would be. Like, you can be a bit more chill, you know, be a diplomat, because that's sort of your position now. But no, we're gonna do that. we managed to retroactively try and devalue even scenes from the OT, like, you know, the knowledge, like the implication that Luke couldn't get to know Callista more is more crushing to him than finding out that Vader is his father. It manages to even disrespect the
Yeah,
OT.
it does.
Um,
Okay,
And-
1 out of 10. Fuck it, I don't care.
yeah, 1 out of 10, agree. Like, JAT was readable as a piece of literature. At least it was written in an actual human language.
I can understand what was happening.
I could understand. Yeah, I never wondered what I was actually reading. Like, I mean, yeah, quality-wise, but not like literature-wise. Yeah, 1 out of 10. We're gonna stay there, I think. That's it for Children of the Jedi. I'm glad.
Don't read this book. If
Never.
if anyone stumbles upon this, just,
Yeah, people, of course, like we've talked about this. People would say courtship or JAT or whatever. Like those are all at least plot line relevant, sort of, for later works. Children of the Jedi isn't even that. So unless you're a completionist or suicidal and need the last push into the afterlife, read this book. Otherwise, just don't. Yeah, that's this. Next stream will be Darksaber. I'm like 150 pages, before finishing it. Probably gonna do it Saturday again. Didn't manage yesterday. There was a concert, so I'm gonna do it on the proper day next time. And yeah, like I said, don't expect Planet of Twilight the week after that. First of all, because it's of course Hambly again, and it takes quite a lot to read her book. And I have exams coming up, so I'm not gonna be able to find the time. But probably afterwards, I should be able to do it. And yeah, when we've managed that, we have better books on the horizon, which is uplifting. So anyway, guys, if you've managed to reach that point now, I'm happy and I'm thankful that you listened for this long, and gonna see you for the next stream. See ya. Bye bye.